You guys ever just like boot up a playlist and then you get super angry because everything on the fucking playlist is a goddamn music video, so you have to keep listening to every single part of the music video instead of actually listening to the goddamn playlist? And it stalls the songs by like an extra 2 minutes for every single song? Yeah, I didn't think so either. Anyway, what if we played some Wuthering Waves? Wait, where did I go? There's you guys. Where am I? There I am. Dude, whenever I like record stuff, I always forget to set it back to normal. And then I don't set it back to normal, and then I have to fix it. Honestly, it's very lazy. When you covering Wuwa? Do people want me to cover Wuwa? Where's Wuwa? This? Should I cover Wuwa? Yeah. Do I want to cover Wuwa? I hate that game mode. It's really boring. I actually think Wuwa is like by far the worst endgame mode design in any gacha. I don't know why it exists still. I don't know why we don't see like there should high key just be riots against this shit. Wuwa is so dog shit. It is so incredibly bad. I don't even think people like playing Wuwa. I think the only reason Wuwa exists is so people can pretend that they like the mode, or that the mode is tolerable. Also, they can piss off people who are reasonable. Am I wrong? Good morning. Good morning. How are you? You know, I didn't just wake up. I took a nap. Dude, my internet, like, completely trashed itself. Oh, this is my Deathless account. I have to be careful. My internet completely trashed itself, so I took a nap until it got better, but that was like a 4-hour nap instead of like a 2-hour nap, like it should have been. Oh well. Wuwa feels like a chore? It literally is a chore. There's no reason to do it. I mean, there's no reason it should exist. If straight up, if I did not get Ashtray from doing Wuwa, I wouldn't even bother doing it. I don't think I'd say the same for Tower, though. Tower's at least, like, decently fun. Wuwa is, like, so boring. 4-hour nap is basically sleeping. Well, I slept for 4 hours, then I took a nap for 4 hours, and I'm still tired. This whole trying to have a normal schedule thing is not working out for me. It never does. What if I just died by jumping into the river right now? Thoughts? That post you made it someone add 2 extra things to Guide Guy, it makes it sound messed up. Wait, what else is in Guide Guy? If there's 2 of them. Bro. How are people mad that I'm censoring Guide? What's the point of playing new accounts on every stream? I've been playing this account for like 3 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. What's the point of coming to my chat and saying that shit, little bro? But why? Why are you talking to my chat? Guy becomes guide guy. I mean, I don't get if there's like something that's supposed to like mean or something, but that looks fine. So my DM when Chisa released, can you make a video about it? Pull her on my account and make a video about it. Maybe. We'll see how the viewer polls do for Galbrunna. If people like the viewer polls and stuff, we'll keep doing them. If they don't, then we won't. Just curious why you don't stream your main account. I mean, I do on like new releases and stuff. Like we streamed the new account on Uno release. We played that for a few. Or actually I didn't. I played the Arrow account for that. Because I didn't pull. You know what I mean? Brother, where are the chests? It was a Moon Knight. This place is so unbelievably laggy. I need to move my account to be pulled for. My account is gonna stay Lingyongless. Hi, Key. You ready? I'm cursing you right now, alright? What I'm doing? I'm putting a hex on your account. Alright? Hold on. I need to pray to Kuro. Dear Kuro, this guy deserves at least 5 Lingyongs in a row. Only 3 of which have to be 50-50 losses, but at least 5 in a row. No less, no more. He wants to feel the pain of staying at C4 on a character and never going C6, but you must make him lose 5 to Lingyong. You're welcome. I hope you enjoy the Lingyong you're about to pull. Wait, why can't I find the chat? Oh, there's the chest. Blessing of Lingyong title? Is that an actual title? No way. That'd be funny. Why are we casting curses? Because we got a guy calling me guide guy and saying I can't pull Lingyong for him. So I gotta curse his account. I need to teach him that if you mess with me, you mess with Kuro. And if you mess with Kuro, they give you Lingyong. And then they power creep your waifu. Thoughts? You start Gen V Season 2? I actually watched the whole thing while I was editing. It was, pretty good. I'm not gonna talk about it, though, just because, it's too new. I forgot what show I was watching at the start, though. It starts, like, the same as every The Boys season. You know what I mean? If you know, you know. But I forgot about that. I forgot that's a thing. So I thought I was just, like, watching a normal show, because I haven't watched that in forever. I thought that I was gonna watch a normal ass show, and then there was like a butthole exploding or something in frame 2. I wasn't familiar with, or I was familiar with the game. I just forgot. The Shaken 2.7 events or lack thereof real? I legitimately do not understand why people want more stuff to do in gachas. But, like, not even just, like, more stuff to do. Like, chores. It'd be one thing if the events were fun. But, like, dude, are things like the cube event fun? Like, I want you guys to think about this. Hold on, my voice is cracking. Now my throat is cooked. I want you guys to think about this, okay? Okay. Think about it like this. You guys have events, right? The events I remember are, like, the cube event, alright? Does anyone like that shit? No. So you want more chores to do? You want more things like the cube event? You want more things like the virtual crisis thing where you spend 50 minutes trying to kill Cortetia? You want... What else do you want? 2.7 is the least amount of pulls of any patch. That's a complete separate issue, though. You think I'm going to agree with having less pulls? There's a difference between less pulls and less events. Those aren't the same thing. I think them going in a direction that is, on average, giving us less pulls over the course of the patches has been bad for the game. And I think it is always going to be bad for the game. And I think they're also trending in a direction that makes it so you more and more want to pull for, like, packages. And I'm not a fan of that. That being said, I don't want more chores to do. I don't want to go and do Cube Event B30, and I spend 50 years doing some dog shit that I don't want to play. That's not fun. The events I want are things like the hamster. I want things like the fuck. What else do we have? We have hamster. Ooh, 2 pulls. We got this. What's my weight plate up? It's not because of no events that the pull count is low. That is not necessarily true. Because we've had patches where we have events, and then we just get no pulls. Think about the anniversary. We had so many events on anniversary. The pull count for the anniversary was complete dog shit. Until everybody bitched about the amount of pulls we were getting, and they added 30 extra pulls to the patch. It wasn't until that happened that we got more pulls. I don't know. Okay, I know, we're gacha players, okay? We don't have critical thinking skills, so we don't think about the words that we are saying, but the events are not the reason why your pulls are low, alright? The pulls are just low, period. They can add extra stuff to give you pulls. It's not the events' fault, alright? The events? Or whatever. Who gives a fuck about the events, alright? Nobody wants to sit here doing chores. You guys are so... Dude, alright, no. Actually, you guys are starting to piss me off, because you guys just say the most stupid, dumbass, brain-dead, stupid-ass takes ever. And it's actually pissing me off, because I just see it every day, on cooldown, on repeat, for the entirety of my life. Every time I stream, I just open up my stream, and you know what it is? It's some dumbass saying the most stupid fucking donkey shit you've ever seen in your life that's had absolutely zero brain process for it whatsoever. Oh, actually, I like it when units are chained together because Carthenthia, my wife, who's the #1 character in the game by far, and I'm really glad that she has the 25% power creep over Carlotta, who was considered a power creep in 2.0. Yay! That's great for the game, because she's my wife who... Is that what we're saying? This event gives you 400 ash rate. Do you think if we had another event like this, another 400 ash rate, that would be good? That's 2 pulls. You're adding 2 extra pulls to the patch? Think! Use your brain! Do you think the extra 2 pulls you're getting from this means anything? No, it doesn't. Alright? Shut up! The events aren't the problem. The problem is they're not giving you any pulls. That's the problem. It's not from the events, though. It's not the events that matter. Whatever extra dog shit ass events you get, they aren't gonna do shit. You get an extra 400 pulls from this? Wow, bro. Wow, you get an extra 2 pulls. That's what you want? You want an extra 2 pulls? Come on, bro. Be serious. Think. I want you to think. All right, use your critical thinking. Please. It's pissing me off. You guys are trolling me. All right, high key, sometimes I can't tell. Am I just the most rage baitable streamer ever? I might high key just be the most rage baitable streamer ever. I think I can't tell if people just like give bad takes intentionally, or they're trying to piss me off. Is one or the other. Or maybe this is just what the average gacha player is. People don't like the short? That's fine. I don't give a fuck. People are dipshits. Tell me what was wrong with that short. I don't want to do combat events. I don't want to do long ass drawn out events. I don't want to do things like the cube event. Do we want more cube events? No. What was the event right? Was it right before or right after the cube event? I don't remember. What was the event right before or right after that? There was another event that happened that pissed me off. Was it Virtual Crisis? No, I don't think it was Virtual Crisis. Also, that short has a 99% like ratio. I went and I checked before the stream. I think people liked it. I think it's people bitching in the comments that didn't like it. Which is like 3 people. For Love event? Oh yeah, the For Love event. Yeah, like the For Love event was fine to me. I was chill with that event. The For Love event was fine. What was wrong with the For Love event? That was chill. It was super easy to do. Literally what I did, I had For Love event on one monitor, and I was editing on the other. Well, yeah. Yeah. for level events here, doing other stuff here, and I did for level event, I wasn't paying attention, and I got hella free ash rate. Pog. That's a W, bro. I consider that a W. It's either that, or you lock the fuck in for cube event and have to actually pay attention for the most boring gameplay you've ever seen in your life. Is that really what you want? Like, is that what you want from the game? I don't think that is. I don't think you guys want what you want. You know why? Because I know for a fact everybody bitched. Everybody bitched about the cube event. That's more of the events you want, though? Is that really what we're complaining about? You don't care about events. You don't want events. You just want more polls. You want Kuro to be a less greedy company. That's what you want, all right? Why don't you just say that then? What are you bitching about events for? You don't give a fuck about events. I think I need people to be more honest with themselves, all right? Nobody gives a fuck about events. Literally nobody. The only thing you guys care about is polls. Just tell these gacha companies to be less greedy, hit them where the wallet hurts, and ask for more polls. That's it. That's it. The events have nothing to do with it. The polls are not changed to the events. Just say that Kuro can't make good events? I do think Kuro's events are worse than, like, the ZZ ones. I agree with that. I think ZZZ has better events than Wuthering Waves does. No gacha makes good events. I actually don't agree. The Bango Mech event was unironically peak. That was probably my favorite event in any gacha. That event was actually really fun. If the cube event was more like the Bango Mech event and it just felt way more fun to play, I actually would have really liked it. The problem is, it felt like a chore. It felt like it dragged on. It felt like you weren't using anything interesting in there. The gameplay didn't feel like super... The gameplay didn't feel, what's the word I'm looking for? Crisp. Like it did in the Bang Boom Mech event. I think that's the problem. I do think, Kuro needs to step up their event-making game. I agree with that. But I don't think I don't want, like, combat events. Like, people keep saying combat events. I don't give a fuck about combat events, bro. Fuck combat events. Do you guys want to play? We already have, like, Wuwa. We already have Tower. We already have Holograms. We already have, farming the open world, whatever the fucks. Do I really want to do more of that? No. We need better events. I'll agree with that. I agree with that part. I've never disagreed with that part. But I don't want combat events. That's what I was saying. I want more... What's the word I'm looking for? You know what I want? I want a goddamn Shorekeeper. Kuro, please, I'm at soft pity. Word heavy? You suck! No! This is what I get for saying the events are bad in this game? No. Dude. Shorekeeper? Alright, come on. We're at soft. This is like 67. 67. Thank you. We finally got Shorekeeper on this account. Now we can start... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do like 10 polls on Yuno's banner. If we get a Yuno there, W. If we don't get a Yuno there, we just save for Galbrenna. Wait, I got to race her now. Alright, one Yuno, please. Insufficient ash rate. Oh, wait, I'm broke. Because this game is too realistic sometimes. Give me a Yuno, please. Fuck. Wait, the characters on this banner suck. Wait, do we know the 4-star's coming out on the next banner? What's my UL? I'll check in a second. Static miss, please. 9! It was Apollo. Sunwa Mortefi. Pog! Anyway, what was I talking about? You can't be soft for Shorekeeper? That was like 70 pity, bro. That was like 70 pity to get her. We need Razor, though. She'll pop off. Get rid of the Verena for now. This is the first time I've ever owned Shorekeeper on an account. Did you guys know that? Every time you've ever seen me playing Shorekeeper, it was on my account because account sharing is against TOS. Wait, I can't even level her. I have to do Black Shores, dude. I'm not doing Black Shores until I get Galbrenna. My characters are too weak. Last time we died there. I will not face that same fates again. I will not do that to myself. I almost died during the 2.6 story. Coward? You guys want to see me storm Black Shores? You guys want to see me storm Black Shores? I don't even know if I can right now. Check early access? Oh, they removed that. Fallacy mod check. Any fallacy seers? No. Wait, hold on. Is Galbrenna's weekly in the game right now? Or I guess we don't know, huh? They didn't announce it in the live stream, did they? Fuck, I don't want to do Black Shores right now. I need Galbrenna. It's gonna make my life so much easier. I'm legit like so behind. You sure the mat's on the live stream? Oh. Is her thing in the thingy? They said fuck on the live stream? Are you guys trying to gaslight me to get me banned by Kuro? Galbrenna mid, name a better duo? Hikey, I'm gonna be pretty sad if Galbrenna sucks. She's like, you guys know I like badass characters, alright? I like badass characters. Badass characters are poggers. Moonlit. Equip. The legendary 4431. Our animation is so bad. Alright, so depending on how it plays in reality, I don't know if this is a hot take. I agree her animations aren't as flashy as I wanted, probably, but at the same time, one of the biggest complaints I have for the game right now is that I can't see bosses whenever I attack because they're making it so everything just destroys the world. You know what I mean? And it's kind of pissing me off. I kind of miss things like Spectre over it. And it's actually one of the things I really like about Zani specifically is that I can actually see the boss when I attack. Until Phoebe does her stupid ass light shower outro skill. And then I want to kill myself. In-game. 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 Alright, I think we're sticking with Verena for now. Let's go get one of these. What if instead of morning Ikes, we had moaning Ikes? And we went over there and it just did nothing but cream itself. Thoughts? Dude, I think they need to do... I think everyone agrees with this. I think this is the coldest take ever. But I never see anyone parrot it. I think they need to start cheesing characters more. And I think they need to work with content creators more to cheese those characters. The biggest thing Zenless does that I am envious of... Actually, they do a few things I'm envious of. But they have the content creators straight up just, like, get to pre-release guys to build hype around the characters, right? Or, like, give their thoughts on characters and stuff. Kuro needs to work with content creators to do that. I think it would create more hype around the characters. Like, right now, how much noise are we seeing around Galbrenna? Not that much, right? I'm hyped for her personally, but that's because I like badass girls. Well, I like badass characters in general. I like Cho Yuen. How hype would it be if we had, like, content around it, right? And, like, guide makers or whatever were able to, like, put out a guide and we could see stuff about it. Instead of just, like, everything just waits until exactly release day. And then you're hyped for, like, one day and that's it. What if we had, like, a thing to talk about the entire cycle? That would be so much cooler, no? Your Sony rotation is an epilepsy warning, bro. Hi, King. I'm gonna put the epilepsy warning in the quick swap guide. Oh, that's another thing, too. I was trying to think about how to do the quick swap guide. So, I think what people want out of the quick swap guide, and tell me if I'm right. You guys want me to, like, teach you specific teams, right? But I think that's the wrong way for me to teach quick swap. What I was thinking is I teach you the actual mechanics behind quick swap. Which, I'm not going to spoil until the guide comes out, because I want you guys to watch the guide, because I need money, hee. But there's, like, mechanics I don't see anyone ever talk about. I don't know if it's because, that's probably just because no one knows what they're talking about. But there's, like, mechanics behind quick swapping that need to be talked about that actually make it so much easier once you understand them. And I think what I'm going to do is instead of teaching individual comps, I'm probably just going to teach like how to do those mechanics. One specific teams. If you go look at the post I made where I asked what you guys wanted, the quick swap guide or the complete beginner guide, you guys said that you wanted specific comps, and you guys listed out like 30 comps you guys wanted to fucking do. There should be an open beta. Legitimately. Teach the fundamentals? I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to just teach the fundamentals straight up. I think that's what we're doing. Did I actually show it on here? Oh my god, it's my go Kete! Kete W. Where's the mats? Gone? Wait, where's the mats? Wait, was she flipping me off? She wasn't, but I wish she was. $53. Curse of the Abyss. Okay, this is not in the game, right? Blighted. Oh, W! They did show it. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. See? No complaints. That's what we need. That's what we need. We can pre-farm. W. I definitely did not know what mats Galbrenna needed before that. No hope. Definitely watch your vid about QuickSwap. I think I'm gonna break down the basic mechanics of QuickSwap, and I'm gonna explain it in like. What I'm thinking is, like, I'll explain QuickSwap at like different stages. Yeah, I'll teach it like a teacher. I'll teach you guys like the different stages of QuickSwap. I already have the idea in my head. It's gonna be. I want input rotation because I'm brain dead. High key, you think you want an input rotation? You don't want an input rotation, because what that means is if I give you an input rotation on like the specific best mechanic or best inputs to put in, it means when you go to like holograms or tower and you get interrupted in your combo, you're not gonna know what to do. You think you want an input rotation, but you don't. It's better if I just teach you. I'll just teach you the baseline mechanics of it. I think it'll turn out. It'll be a better video this way because it'll teach you how to play QuickSwap for every comp. I already have an idea in my head now. Hold on, let me write it down so I don't forget. Please do Zoni Phoebe Spectre Rover guide. Zoni Phoebe Spectre Rover, I'm going to be doing specifically in that guide. I already have ideas for comps I'm going to do. I'm going to do a Camellia comp because people think you can't quickswap with Camellia, but you kind of can for like the intro rotation. And I'm going to talk about that too because quickswapping isn't limited to only quickswap comps. So we're going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about Zoni Phoebe Rover is probably going to be the last one I do because that's technically like one of the harder ones. That or Mono Fusion, but... Well, I know Mono Fusion really well, too. I could do Mono Fusion as well. But I kind of want to do Zoni Phoebe Rover because I'm better at it. I don't understand how people can copy rotations. If I don't know how my teams work at a fundamental level, I don't have fun. I like copying rotations because then I don't have to think. And they're really easy to do. High key. High key. Copying rotations is so easy in this game. It's just free. You spend like an hour copying rotation, you already have it mastered. Her team is the hardest at high level. I don't think that's true. What do I... Yo! What is my 800 ping? Yo! What is 900 ping? I think at highest level, Mono Fusion is probably hardest. And Spectro becomes easier because in reality, Spectro has... Spectro has fuck, what's the word I'm looking for? You have the ability to bypass the boss super easily, but Mono Fusion is the most susceptible to getting hit by other bosses, and so it screws it up really hard. It's one of the reasons why I don't like playing Mono Fusion, is because dealing with boss attacks while playing Mono Fusion is really fucking annoying. But Mono Spectro just gets to bypass everything because you can just parry on Zoni always and continue the rotation. It's really OP. And also, like, dodge counters for Mono Spectro are really OP because Phoebe wants to dodge, and Spectro Rover wants to dodge, and Zoni has parry. So all three characters actually have access to good dodge counters. Meanwhile, if you dodge in Mono Fusion, you're just wasting time. Dodging in Mono Spectro literally saves you time and increases your DPS. Fun fact of the day. This streamer's a nerd. That's why I like Zani's comp so much, though. So if I... On. Wait, what was I doing? Oh. Skending. Dude, I got distracted. What's my top 5 anime? Banana Fish. What is my top 5 anime? Alright, you know what? I'm going to give you guys a take. And it's going to be... Let me pull up my anime list. Am I allowed to add a show on there that is nostalgia, but I don't think it's actually top? Like, I don't think it aged too well, but it's like nostalgia, so W. It was the first anime I ever watched, and it's right there. It was the first anime I ever watched. It was the thing that got me into anime, and it ruined every other anime I watched for like the next year. Everything else couldn't live up to it. And even though it didn't age as well after it came out, and I look back at it and I cringe at a lot of the tropes, it shaped my understanding of the genre, and at the time it was peak. So, I'm going to Code Geass, number 1. Number 2. What is number 2? What is number 2? You know, old me used to say Clan Ad. Alright, I don't know if I'm going to go in order for the rest. Vinland Saga is really good. Trigun is really good. Link Click is really good. Fuck. Odd Taxi is really good. What else is on here? I'm just trying to look through bangers. Banana Fish, I already mentioned. Link Click is Chinese? It is Chinese. Dude, if you guys have not watched Link Click, that show is high-key banger. You guys should watch it. That show is actually good. Gurren Lagann? Gurren Lagann is good, but I do think it's overrated. But it is good. I did like Gurren Lagann. I give it like a 8.5 or a 9 out of 10. It's overrated. People act like it's like peak. It's not Code Geass, bro. It's not Code Geass. Full Metal. Full Metal is really good too. It's not top 5 for me. Maybe it's top 10. It's not top 5 though. Full Metal is really good though. I actually the first time I watched Full Metal, I actually dropped it. But then I watched it again, and I was like, this is actually pretty good. And I think I was just trying to be a hipster. Evangelion? Evangelion is really good, too. I'm trying to look through the list right now while not dying. Where's the last one? Alright. Attack on Titan is a really interesting show. You know why? I don't know if anyone else is... I actually also never seen this parroted by anyone. I did not like Attack on Titan until I got to Season 3. I thought it was giga overrated. Then I watched Season 3, and then there was, like, the reveal. Then I rewatched Season 1 and 2 after watching Season 3. And, like, the interactions between the characters become so much more interesting. Not gonna spoil. They become so much more interesting after you watch Season 3. Because you learn everything and why everything is the way it is. It wasn't until I watched Season 3 that I actually liked Attack on Titan. Season 4 doesn't exist, but Seasons 1 through 3 were so good. Get me the hell out of here. Season 3 made Season 1 and 2 good. You've seen JoJo and One Piece? Never watched One Piece. Never will. There's too much hype around it, and I know it's going to flop compared to everyone else's expectations. Can't watch it. Never will watch it. You will never see me watching One Piece. But... hold on. Can I verify? Oh. Wait, I can just use these. Based. Just read it instead. There's 1,000 chapters of that, bro. I do not have 1,000 chapters worth of time. I have no time. Dude, time is like the most important thing to me right now. I need like giga time. I have no time. Free to play right now. I have Chikona, Yuno, Shorekeeper. Is it worth pulling Zani and or Bibi? Zani and Bibi are only worth getting if you're going to pull both. IMO. That being said, in your case, Cartethia is the best pull for you because you can use it with Chacona, and then you free up your Yuno to go for anybody in the game, I guess. Assuming you have Yuno signature. Cartethia, Chacona, Arrover, strongest team in the game. Then you have Yuno Shorekeeper as a core for another character. I don't know if I can recommend someone picks up like Zani Phoebe, because it's like we're right around the corner to getting 3.0. I would say, all right, let me put it like this, all right? Every gacha power creeps, right? So we all know 1.0 characters are weaker than 2.0 characters, which are weaker than 3.0 characters, right? Phoebe and Zani are characters from the very start of 2.0. The difference with Cartethia is, from a casual POV, by far the strongest character in the game. Right? In your case, the second strongest character to pick up right now would be Augusta. Augusta and Cartethia are your two biggest pickups right now for your account. What I would do, though, is I'd wait till 3.0. I would get Cartethia. She's probably get... If I had to guess, she's rerunning 2.8. If I had to guess, like, she's coming out right after Zoni. That's my guess. I would get Cartethia there. I would use, Chacona, some dog shit as your team for now. And then go, like, Havoc over Sanhua, Shorekeeper. That would be, like, your two teams, right? Chacona, some dog shit. Some, like, random thing that can moonlit buff the and you play main DPS. That's what I would do. Havoc over, or you can go Encore. You can go Encore Sanhua, Shorekeeper. Either works. And then you have two teams right there. You'll need more, but I can't justify pulling Zani ever without Phoebe. That's actually dog shit. You'll want to die, but not in game. Wait for your anniversary on Augusta rerun. Wait for Cartethia, and then wait to see how 3.0 units age. Because 3.0 units are OP, you just pull for them. Are you interested in Chisa? Yeah. If she's a cool kid, I'll pull for her, but I don't really care for her personally. I like Galbrenna, I like Choyuan. Those are my characters, bro. Galbrenna, Pog, Choyuan, Pog, Chisa, it's just Japanese schoolgirl. I know people like Japanese schoolgirls or whatever. There's like some like fetish going on there. You do you. If she's a fun kid, I'll pull for her because swords are Pog, but that's about it. Does this do damage or does it heal? Damage! Oh. You know they're gonna make the dude a support though? True. I'm hoping Galbrenna doesn't suck, bro. If Galbrenna sucks, I'm gonna be pissed. So close to 3 cresting floor 1 and 2. Middle tower, but my Yuno is level 80, 83 to 70. If you get level 90, you can solo floor 3 and 4 with Yuno. I actually just uploaded a video of me doing that. Let's see. Technically, your Chacona would be able to solo floor 1 and 2 too. What did I want to go for? I don't want to do this. All right. Let's do these. Let's do these. We'll do some story quest maxing. Did you use Yuno as a sub DPS, like a heavy attack main DPS? Yeah, but you don't have a heavy attack main DPS on your account, so who are you going to use it with? When will you start hollows on this account? When I get actual characters to do holograms with. And when I'm not... I don't even have hollows unlocked right now. Oh. Yo, Brennan looks like they copied ZZ Evelyn and called it a day, except Evelyn is way cooler. I've never looked at Galbrenna and once thought she looked like Evelyn. That is definitely a take. No leaks in chat, thank you. I don't speak on leaks. Is it bad if I can only get 3k points in Wuwa with Fulova and Cartethia? I think, isn't this Wuwa Havoc resistant? It's the same haircut and eyes. Evelyn ZZZ. Galbrenna Wuwa. Okay. Here is the character. Here is the Evelyn. That's the same haircut? And that's the same eyes. Bro. Look, I know it's anime, so everything looks the same. Because there's no ingenuity going on here. I think you're on one though, bro. I think you're on one. I think you're on that good stuff right now. I don't see it. I don't see it. Started this patch, I got Augusta Sig, Yuno Sig, Shorekeeper. Should I pull for Tricona to use Yuno as main DPS or Galbrenna and Mortefi as my second team? Should I pull Tricona to use Yuno as main DPS? I would only pull Tricona if you're going for Cartethia. Because that's where Tricona really gets her value. Otherwise, I would just save that. What you can do is you can play Yuno as a main DPS kind of anyway. And use it for like the first 2 floors and use Augusta for like the second 2. For middle tower. Like what you can do is you can do like Augusta, Mortefi, Shorekeeper. And then you can do Yuno, like some random 4-star dog shit that doesn't matter. Like Yongung or whatever that just gives her buffs. For floor 1 and she'll clear easily. You can do that. And then you can use like Rover for side towers. Havoc Rover. That's something you can do. I don't know how strong Galbrenna is going to be, so I can't advise on her yet. Lumi is a blatant ripoff of Ben Bigger. True. I've never thought about it like that, but if you think about it, they're both furries. I don't know more Mortefi, so I have to pull from Galbrenna's banner anyway. I don't know how strong Galbrenna is going to be, so I can't really comment there. But, what I can say is that grabbing Tricona to only use her with Yuno is troll. If you're going to use Tricona specifically with Cartethia, and you're pulling it right now for future value with Cartethia, that's fine. If you plan on getting Cartethia. Because Cartethia is currently the strongest team in the game. And it gives you the option of investing in something and making 2 teams there, right? Because you can have the Tricona, and you can have the Tricona Yuno team, and then you can have the Augusta Mortefi team after that, and use those 2 teams. And then you can branch out further later, getting the Cartethia team after that. And then going for 3.0 units after. That's what I would do. Actually, technically what I would do is I would not pull for Tricona, because I'm not playing fucking Cartethia. True! Glad we're on the same page. People put money in their Epic Games account to use top up in Wuwa. Then when patch goes live, they couldn't. When they tried to top up, it would redirect your Kuro site instead. Wait, what? Do they get refunds? That sounds like something you'd get refunds for. I'm pretty sure Epic would refund for that, no? Use Centaur. Have you ever considered using escape instead of manually clicking skip? No. Dude, I don't remember the code for this. This is 0214? Dude, I didn't read.
この花は数に注目して。
4123. 4123. Fog. You can use money on other things, just not Wuwa? Well, if their goal was to try and get a Wuwa thing, like something from Wuwa, right? I'm pretty sure Epic would just refund them. And then get mad at Kuro for that. Because that's literally Kuro's fault. If they were trying to put money in to get stuff in Wuthering Waves, I think if you talk to customer support, they would just refund you. I don't think they wouldn't. Like, there's no reason for them not to. That would just be like, that'd be really bad publicity from them. Bro, why you play new game again? Because I'm going to beat the whole game Deathless. Who do you recommend pulling next patch if I have Encore already? I'm going to start building a fusion team. Galbrena and bench someone, or Lupa, and then Brand at some point. High key, I still think the fusion team is kind of bait. If you really want to pull fusion, I guess you can. The problem is, like, it just doesn't perform as good as, like, a lot of the other mono element teams, and it's also harder to play. It depends what you mean by that. I would recommend going for the other mono teams right now. At least as it is currently, the other mono teams have more merit to pulling for. I think out of all the mono teams, fusion has the least value. Hi, bro. Hi, bro. How do you do, bro? Dude, I've been thinking about it. I think I'm probably going to shift the way I talk about, like, meta in this game. And we've been talking about this for a little bit. But I was, like, thinking about, like, my thoughts for it. And obviously, like, the title stream or whatever, it's, like, meta shift discussion or whatever, right? The reason why I said that was I feel like the game is extremely parry right now. And if you're not pulling for parries, you're kind of, like, trolling your account. The one exception is, like, Augusta currently. Augusta's the one exception because you can get more Tefi as a free-to-play option. It is so hilarious, by the way. Augusta free-to-play outperforms GN triple premium. Did you guys know that? Augusta free-to-play. Augusta Mortefi outperforms GN S1, you know S1, Dracona S1. That's funny, right? That is funny. I think that's hilarious. That is hilarious, bro. That is fucking hilarious. Anyway, I think the way I'm going to talk about the game is more parry. Like, you just pull for pairs. You pull for pairs that work together. So if you want to pull a character, there's very few characters that are legitimately good on their own. Augusta, kind of one of them, I guess. People say, like, Chikona. The problem is, like, Chikona, outside of Carthethia's team, is not that good of a performer. Like, she's technically biz for, like, arrow units, but, like, you're biz for the arrow units, you can do the same damage as, like, the 1.0 teams? Congrats, bro. Wow. Your GN team is doing as much damage as the Shengli Awenlin team. Whoa, that's real good, bro. That's real good. Keep it up. Very impressive. What about Yuno main DPS? I don't remember Yuno main DPS calcs off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure it outperforms the GN team. I think even the inland variant of Yuno might outperform GN. I'd have to double check. BB is also pretty crazy solo. BB has good value solo. For now. The problem is, BB's DPS is around the 1.0 DPS characters, right? So she can't keep up with, like, the 2.0 characters in terms of DPS. What makes her really valuable is the fact that you can flex between that and being able to go into the Zani team. On top of that, Phoebe in real world performance actually starts getting, I'm not gonna say a bump, but she performs, like, closer to calcs than most of the characters are going to be, right? Because dodge canceling for Phoebe is actually a huge increase for your DPS. And it makes it so you can deal with mechanics a lot more easily. Plus, being range is always nice. Dang. Do I need Chacona's weapon? If you're playing it for arrow comps, yes. If you're playing it for Cardithia, no. If you're playing it with arrow comps and you don't have her weapon, she has no value. But IMO, I wouldn't pull Chacona outside of going for Cardithia. By Deathless, do you mean Nuzlocke if a character dies, they're permanently dead? I mean, if a single character dies on my account, the run is over. If a singular character dies on this run, it is over. The goal being to clear tower, holograms, and Wuwa. The difference in performance between best teams and second best teams options in the game is just unbelievable. Yeah, for a lot of the characters right now, that is the case. I agree. Does it count as death that Shorekeeper Verena revives? Yes. I might... Let me check Shorekeeper's passive. Where does her passive come from? Is it this? So I just lose 10% on here? I'm just not going to level this, son. I didn't level it up for Verena. I'm just not going to level this here either. I lose 10% here. That's fine. You guys should see his other challenge. Completing tower in 7 days on a fresh account. True! I heard he's pretty good at the game. This streamer kind of has hands. And a big dick. Thanks for saying that guy in chat. Appreciate it. How long till Kuro buffs characters? Hikey, I've wanted them to buff characters for a while. The problem is, alright, and part of the reason why I want to shift the meta discussion away from like people lying about the fact that there is no power creep in this game, outside of it just being cringe, is the fact that if we pretend that like older characters are like perfectly fine as they are, as power creep becomes more and more and more OP, like we're just not going to get buffs for these characters. Like Inland's not going to get a buff then. GN's not going to get a buff then. That's just so stupid. Like why do we do that? If you're an Inland fan, if you're a GN fan, you should be wanting these characters to get buffed. You want them to get the Ellen Joe treatment. You want them to get the Stampy treatment, right? Why would you not want that? So, when we talk about the game, we shouldn't be lying to ourselves and pretending there is no power creep in the game. We shouldn't be saying things like, oh, it's fine. Like, Donja can solo Tower 1 and 2, right? Even though she can barely do it now. She can't solo 3 or 4 anymore. That's perfectly fine, though, right? I mean, well, alright, that's kind of a bad example because I don't really care if Donja can solo personally. But when things like 1.0 units can barely clear, like, middle tower right now, and we're saying, like, power creep is fine or whatever, and it's, like, not an issue and all that shit, it's so weird. I've seen the challenge and not the deck. Someone's lying? Wait, what? Cardithia being best team is literally 100% increase over a second best team. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty disgusting. I'm not going to disagree with you. Yay. How do I go about buffing the 1.0 units? It depends if we're just going for like numbers buffs and stuff like that, or we're going for like complete revamps. High key though, for GN, lowers energy regen requirements for his ult. That would be Pog. Give GN a second dragon. Oh, GN's already got a second dragon, bro. It's in his pants. What are you saying? I think, like, what they did with Ellen was essentially like an entire kid revamp, right? Or like a kid overhaul, I guess I should say. I think that would be a better way to approach it. The problem is, I don't know if they've done that. Have they done that in other games? Have they done like complete kit overhauls in other games?
共鳴者じゃないものが人形を動かすためのもの。
Skip. Yeah, power creep exists in literally every gacha, and it's not a good thing, obviously. No one likes power creep, but I don't know why. Like, I don't know. I feel like the Wuwa community is like really childish or something. Because if I look at ZZZ and I look at how they talk about things like Ellen or whatever, like getting phased out, they're like, yeah, it's a tragedy or whatever. These characters should be buffed, right? But then you play this game, and characters like, oh, Jian is so clear. Oh, Ellen is so clear. Oh, I see Ellen's boobies in my face, therefore no power creep, right? Like, it's not just like some stupid ignorant shit. I don't get it. I don't know where the mentality comes that like power creep doesn't exist in this game. I don't know. I keep seeing like idiots spreading it. I think that 1.0 characters can still clear comfortably. I don't agree. I don't agree that they can clear comfortably. The only way that's the case is if you're adding signatures to the equation. Otherwise, it's just factually incorrect. Maybe I'm wrong, but can't they change how a character plays? Because the product, it's a product paid for people. You can have it so there's a switch that lets you pick between the two forms. That's what they did in ZZZ. You have a switch to use the old Ellen, or you can use the new updated Ellen. You get the choice of it. No one uses the old Ellen. I'll give you a hint. Like, technically, legally, I think they have to do that. Otherwise, people get really mad. But nobody uses it. But you can just add that. Could you ever recur releases the same characters with different appearance and movesets? Technically, lore accurate. It's hard to do that on Wuwa. You can always BS some lore, bro. We BS some lore to have Yuna go hold our hands on a date. Like, let's just BS some lore. Who cares? Like, Galbretta is just Trisha but cooler, right? Trisha XP Pog. Well, it's not XP. What's the word for it? Where they just add the character but make it cooler. Or updated character. It's like new March, alright? Galbretta is just new Trisha. Yeah, Heike, I don't want to die here. Hold on. I gotta lock in. No dying on Deathless account. Dude, quick swap between 4 characters would be so fun. Cool. Fuck, I read something, but wait, hold on. Ellen is still a basic attack carry. She just got more tools to be better at it. That's fine, though. What's wrong with that? They still made her kit flow. Her kit flows better. It's easier to actually like use her stuff. She's not as clunky. That's a kit overhaul. Perfectly fine way to deal with a character. They can do the same thing with GN. They can make it so he's less clunky. They can make it so his air actually works properly in the air, or his ult actually works properly in the air. Now that we have stuff like GN can go so high in the air, you can't even use his ult in the air, even though you're supposed to be able to. If you pair him with Did you guys know that? If you guys play that team and you have in the air, and then you swap into GN, and GN ends up like turbo in the air, you can't even use his ult in the air. It bugs out. Fun fact of the day. Thinking of waiting on Resonators to buff them would be a somewhat good idea. I'd like that personally. I mean, I think it would be a little bit cringe. I feel like one way they're probably going to handle it is probably going to be like, they just re-release characters. I feel like that's the way they're going to handle it. Instead of buffing old characters, they're just going to re-release it. And I think that's kind of cringe. Because I do think the old characters are at a point where they need buffs. Like, if Cartithia's team is going to be a near 50% increase over some of these teams, that's fucking crazy, bro. For 1 year into the game, and then you already know it's going to get even more egregious in 2.0? I mean, 3.0? Like, that's crazy. I think the biggest problem right now is that people just, like, don't know numbers. People just don't know numbers. I think if you ask, like, the average person how much better Cartithia is over, like, Carlotta, they would think it's, like, a 5% increase. How much stronger do you guys think Cartithia is than Carlotta? I kind of, like, preempted the question, though. You guys kind of know now. A little bit. Is Carlotta's best team still Brant? Technically, your best team is Jesha. I'm not a Wuwa, I don't play it. Did you do anything with the Electro negative status? No, the only negative statuses in the game currently are Spectro and Arrow. Why is your live notification you are cute? Because I'm not a liar. Bro, you a new player? I am. If you had tips for me, that would be great. I don't really know what I'm doing. Ooh, Ling Yong's a cool character. Dude, I want to go play this guy's quest. It's like a 25% increase over Carlotta's team. I think part of the reason why people haven't seen it yet is because they delayed, or maybe part of the reason why they haven't noticed it yet is because they delayed Arrowverse sequences. And so that made it so the team wasn't as strong. But with more Arrowverse sequences, the team gained like nearly 10k DPS. Which is crazy. It's like a 25% increase over Carlotta teams right now. Wait, where'd it go? Wait, where's the quest? Wait, what the fuck? Oi! What if 3.x characters power creep 2.x characters like 2.x power creep 1.x? Oh, that's just like gonna happen, period. Don't get it twisted. That's happening, period. It happens in every game. Have you ever seen new releases that aren't like almost by default always stronger than the old ones? There has not been a single character released in 2.0 that is worse than a character released in 1.0 in the same role. There's not been a single one. Not a single one. I don't think you'll ever see that. Rochia? Who's Rochia worse than? Just because Rochia has bad pull value doesn't mean that she's worse than anyone. Sonhwa? She's literally not worse than Sonhwa. Her team's outperformed Sonhwa. What are you talking about? Think you're not a new player? I am! Just because Rochi is a bad pull value character because she's not that much better doesn't mean that she doesn't outperform Sonhwa. She's still stronger than Sonhwa. People just tell you not to pull for her because it's like not meaningful. It's not a meaningful increase, but it's still technically stronger. I can't wait for the day where my gen can't clear at all. I don't know if it'll ever come. Will it come to that? Probably eventually. Well, with Yuno now, I mean, his ceiling is raised up like a small amount with Yuno. It's not like that much, but it's raised up a little bit. It would take a little bit to... It would have to take like a decent push. It would definitely come with like... If it's going to happen, it'd probably be like later in 3.0. There's also the fact that shield buffs make it so characters can cycle in and out of relevancy, right? That's not what I meant. What I meant was it's not an upgrade from a 4-star to a 5-star. I mean, Rogio is literally stronger than Sanhua in her own teams. It's literally an upgrade. It's not worthwhile for pulling, but it's literally an upgrade. People just tell you not to pull it because it's not worth pulling. But it is technically an upgrade. So how do you unlock the Carlotta quest? Because I see it. I've just been doing main story. I'm UL 33 right now. Where the hell? I've tried playing Wuwa once in English just to mix it up. We did during the story actually. Because I didn't want to voice act everything because it would fuck my throat. Anyway, the point I was getting at is that every single 2.0 release is power crept every single 1.0 release in the same role. Meiju's calculus Carlotta is 60k DPS and Cartithia above 80k. Yeah, Cartithia's DPS is about 83k. I think with S6R5 Arrow Rover. Which you get for free, by the way. Zunose S6R5 LOL. Cartithia's team do be crazy. For reference, the best 1.0 teams are doing like 55k DPS. But then on top of that, it's not only DPS that matters though. Think about like how much clunkier the 1.0 teams are to execute than the 2.0 teams, right? Like a Shungliao could technically do like 50, like low 50k DPS, right? Into around there. But think about how Shungliao, like hypercarry Shungliao operates in reality. He doesn't get the ability to perma hit the boss because he has to dodge so often. Same with in-lane, right? And the dodges screw them. I'm skipping quest because I don't want to watch it. I hope it'll be funny if instead of power creep we get introduced to massive HP inflations. We already have. We will increase his HP by 130%. What challenge is this? Beat Wuwa Deathless. Let me jump! In tower, the newest tower has like 3 millish HP. For reference, old towers had like 2 mil HP. So there was technically power or like HP inflation there. I mean, you get 30 seconds extra, but that's a 20% increase in your timer for a 50% increase in the HP. People talk about the DPS of 2.x characters or 1.x. They don't compare attribute to attribute. Like Jin versus Cartithia for Lova versus Camellia. They compare Cartithia. They compare to Cartithia and say no power creep. Well, even if you compare cross attribute, There's still power creep. What? The strongest 1.0 team is 50k, like mid 50k DPS. The strongest 1.0 team is mid 50k DPS. So we agree with that, right? Everyone agrees with that. So if Cardetia is doing 83k DPS, how much stronger is 83k over 53k? Or 55k, let's say. How much stronger is that? How much higher is that? Ignoring the fact of the reality that Cardetia gets her DPS out easier because she's always able to hit the boss, whereas characters like Camellia or characters like Jian get screwed over by boss patterns. What is 53,000? Basically double? It's not quite double. It's a 50 something percent damage increase. So low. I don't hear people bringing that up though. Why don't people talk about the fact that Cardetia's team is a well, we'll just say 50%. It's a 50% damage increase over the 1.0 teams. The best 1.0 teams. The best 1.0 teams are gapped in damage by 50% by Cardetia. 40% by Augusta. Love is at 72k. Love is at 67k if I remember correctly, but that involves quick swap. The best example is Augusta and Jian. So Augusta uses Jian's best teams, uses his weapon, and outperforms him with his weapon, right? Augusta's free-to-play team, which uses Jian's free-to-play, does better than Jian's premium team. Premium! Augusta free-to-play team does better than Jian's premium! That's crazy, bro. Those are some old Japanese songs. Holy shit. Base! What website do I use for the calcs? I look at a few theory. There's a few theory crafters you can look into. They all have like or quite a few of them have like different methodologies for their calcs. So something you have to keep in mind. The few I generally reference are Bidex, Chem, Thunda, and Meiji. Those are generally the ones I'm looking at. Someone said Meiji quit the game though. Is that true? If 1.0 characters can clear the end of 3.0, I'd say I get 100% more value from them than I ever expected. Do I agree with that? I don't think I agree with that. I think there is nothing stopping these gacha companies from just releasing like characters that buff older characters. Like, why couldn't Yuno just be like a more meaningful buff to GN to make him actually compete with the 2.0 characters? Why can't you just buff these characters in the first place like they're doing in ZZZ? It doesn't make any sense. Well, I know why. They want you to pull for sequences or whatever if you want to keep using those characters, right? That part's obvious. Does Yuno actually get better scores than Jian and Wuwa? I haven't looked into Wuwa too much recently. I don't know Wuwa performance too well outside of Fulova being the GOAT. Can we run a gacha game where old units are playable so I'm biased? What game is that? One thing that's interesting too, and we're seeing this in ZZZ now, is that people would talk about like, I already know what's gonna happen, alright? Once the conversation gets shifted to like Cortetia, it's like the damage, or is like, much outperforming other teams, right? Which he is. Once that conversation gets shifted there, what's gonna happen is people are gonna talk about specifically, well, that's the damage cap for the game. No one else outdoes Cortetia, right? That's the damage cap. But when we looked at Miyabi and ZZZ, that was a damage cap for the game too. And they just decided to push it past that. And now all their characters are becoming more invalidated. On the bright side, they're at least buffing them. At least they're doing that. I'll give them that. Should I pull for Lupa if I only have Brant? Lupa is only worth pulling if you have Brant. Actually, I don't know if that's going to be the case for Galbrenna. Pre-Galbrenna. All right, so I don't know if this is the case for Galbrenna. Ask me on release day. Pre-Galbrenna, Lupa is only worth pulling if you have Brant. That is the only time I would ever consider playing Lupa. Miyabi's still the strongest? That is not true. In fact, most people are advocating for putting Miyabi in T1 right now. Miyabi's still damage cap? Not true. New ZZ character is going to put, well, first of all, Miyabi performances are worse in the current tower just because of the matchup spread. And the way shilling works in the game currently. So that's not even true. Two, the newest character coming out, the newest Rupture support or whatever, is buffing Yixuan to be stronger than Miyabi. It's true? It's literally not true. The newest Yixuan is literally going to outdamage Miyabi. Go ask any ZZCC. You don't know what you're talking about. Go listen to any of them talking about this patch. Every single one of them will tell you Miyabi has fallen off. Yixuan is weaker than Miyabi. And now Miyabi's no longer going to be the damage cap because... Miyabi's no longer going to be the damage cap because Yixuan's going past her. Thanks for making my point, bro. Appreciate it. Depends on boss. Obviously, it can depend on like a boss like Giga Anomaly Shield or whatever. You have like ice resistant or whatever. That's going to change things or whatever. Shielding's always going to be a thing. It's not going to be like, oh, always each one is like better on every single boss. But that doesn't mean anything. Show proof then? Go look at calcs, bro. Just go ask any ZZCCC. Go ask any ZZTCCC. That's your opinion based on hearsay. Oh, it's rage bait. Oh, I got it's rage bait. Oh, okay. You can just say you don't know what you're talking about, okay? That's fine. That's fine. I was already better than Miyabi? I don't think that's the case. I don't think there's any data to support that. Issue with Miyabi is that Freeze has been giga nerfed in DA. Okay. And? Am I gonna play DNA? I am. I don't know, this Marin is so chill, he can't be rage bait, he's just that good. Do not go to the start of the stream. I'm agreeing with you? Oh. I thought you were saying, like, it's only the case that Miyabi is bad right now or whatever, because, like, DA. Which I was like, or you were saying, like, that's why, like, Miyabi is not, like, falling off or whatever. That's literally true. Like, Miyabi's getting worse performance scores right now because they've shifted the bosses in DA to make it so Miyabi can't actually interact with them in the same way that she used to be able to. Which is why Miyabi's getting worse scores. That's literally the definition of making a character worse, no? If a character's getting worse scores, it's literally just worse. It can't be the ceiling of the game anymore then, if it's getting worse scores. That's not how that works. That's literally not how that works. If I say, in theory, a character can do this under the right conditions, but then he's not able to do this all the time, and other characters are outperforming it on whatever bosses, in this case, the current DA, that doesn't mean that the character is the ceiling. That doesn't mean anything. Miyabi's falling up because the match was how she's strongest in terms of damage. That's not true. The second the rupture support comes out, I'm forgetting her name. The second the rupture support comes out, each one is out damaging her. That's just untrue. What was it doing? "17 pulls, Pog!" In that case, she's still second strongest. So in the case where she's second strongest, she's no longer the damage dealing of the game. So I agree. In that case, she's second strongest. In which case, she's not the damage dealing of the game. Which means that they're now pushing past Miyabi to make it so that there's even more powerful characters in the game. I agree with you, bro. We're on the same page then. Glad we figured that one out. You see the new full M0 Butcher Kill Miyabi? I have not. I've been looking at ZZ stuff recently. We did a tier list today, and AVG for ZZ Miyabi is 2-0 without weapon based on voting. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, and I hard agree with J-Stern on this, alright? I hard agree with J-Stern. Because he parodied the same exact thing, and he put my thoughts into reality. People don't know what they're talking about. People just, like, don't understand how good a character is. They have a character on their account, and it's their favorite. Was it Jason that said this? I think it was Jason that said this. They have a character on their account, and it's their favorite character. And they don't know calcs. They've never done calcs. They never looked at calcs or whatever. They just get told this or whatever. They pair whatever they see from other people. They've never actually, like, tested other characters. But their favorite character is built up. In this case, it's Miyabi. Their favorite character, Miyabi, is fully built, right? They have the best, most cracked discs on them or whatever, right? Most likely, they probably have her signature engine too, right? Or W engine too. Most likely. And their experience using that shifts their experience for everything. Because they'll have Miyabi Omega cracked out for every single instance. And then we'll think about the fact that, like, oh, they don't have, like, the most max heals or the most max team or whatever with the other characters that they have. Or they'll think about past experiences. The best example of this is when you guys told me that DA was harder than, fuck, was it DA that was harder than Shu or Shu that was harder than DA? I don't remember. You guys told me that one of them was harder than the other. But then when I was literally experiencing it, doing it firsthand, oh, you guys said that Shu was easier than DA. And experiencing it firsthand, Shu, at least at the time, was literally harder than DA. But because of your guys' experiences with Shu in the past, because Shu used to be so easy, you guys thought DA was harder by default. But if you guys remember, in DA, I was using complete dogshit teams that weren't even matching elements, and I was still getting clears. Meanwhile, in Shu, I was using the teams that were like being shilled for and stuff, and I was barely getting clears. Shu's way harder than DA? I agree, but you'll hear the opposite sentiment. Well, actually, I don't know what it is like now. I can't speak now. At the time, that was definitely true. But the community will say otherwise because they're just so out of touch with what reality is. Because they have a certain experience of, like, what content is supposed to be like in their head for however many months they've been playing, right? And so what shapes their experience with Miyabi is not how the character is currently. It's how the character used to be. What shapes the experience of this game currently and how strong teams are is what the experience used to be and the fact that they can still clear. So they don't actually understand because they won't look into the math of, like, how strong characters are. They won't understand, like, Cardilli's a 50% increase over 1.0 characters because they see their old 1.0 teams and like, oh, I can still, like, barely clear or whatever, right? It's not that bad. They don't think about the fact, like, how big that difference is in reality. Oh, fuck. Hold on. They won't think about, like, how big that difference is in reality. Was that right? Wait, what? Is this thing constant is easy? They're rebalancing both modes? Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that. It does shift around. That's why I'm saying I don't know what the experience is like right now. But that's actually to my point. Because people don't test this stuff. They don't actually understand. That's why when I was playing DA, and I was playing Shiyu, when I did the level 50 challenge or whatever, people were telling me that DA was supposed to be harder than Shiyu, right? But I was having so much easier over time in Shiyu than DA. Using worse teams, right? I was using Soldier with an M0 Arena. Soldier 11, M0 Arena was one of my teams. Anton was my other team, right? If I had, like, those teams were, like, getting easy clears. The Anton team, a Woodpecker Anton, by the way, was getting 20k clears against a neutral boss. Meanwhile, I had to perma giga omega infinity reset on Shiyu with a soldier with Astra on its team in order to be able to just barely squeeze out a clear. With an Ishin with signature carrying me. Nine star? I was counting 9-star. I'm not talking about 6-star. I'm talking about 9-star. Going for 20k, it was harder, at least at the time. But the problem is, like, people are so out of touch with game changes because they have a certain, like, experience with the game from whenever they were coming up in their head. And so they think the game is always like that. They don't actually understand, like, how changes affect the game. Getting Astray for Yuno. Technically, I want Galbrenna probably, but I'm gonna do some pulls on Yuno. If I get her early, that's cool, I guess. But if I don't, then whatever. Are these people in the room with us right now? I don't doubt it. There's a good amount of ZZZ players in here. To be clear, it was literally the entirety of the chat the whole time I was playing. And I kept saying the entire time I was doing it, that DA was harder than Shiyu. Actually, you know what? You can literally... Actually, nah, go fuck yourself. You know why? You can go back to that conversation I had with Jay Stern, and the same exact thing I said there. And he questioned me too. This is the entirety of chat or like 2 people? The entirety of chat. The entirety. It may be different now. I feel like when you crash out, it's usually 2 people. W rage bait, bro. In a vacuum, Yabi will pull ahead of each one at the same level of investment due to her flexibility and ceiling, but the game doesn't exist in a vacuum. Is that even true with the new character coming out? I don't even think that's true. Thanks, I'm trying. I can tell. I forgot the amount of times I watched Rid explore the same maps with different accounts. Dude, I've explored this map so many times. This is legit like the 9th account I've done the entire map on. It's fucking crazy. I'm literally a masochist. Why does this one take so long? How needs to be replaced? Each one is the only one with a premium team? That doesn't mean anything, though. That just means that the ceiling's gonna get even higher then. Why do we say stuff like this? Like, do you see what I mean? Why would we even defend that? What's the point of defending it? What are we doing right now? When I say this is a problem in Wuwa, we say yes, yes, yes. When I say there's a problem in ZZ, we say no, 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 no. What? It's the same problem. It's the same exact thing. Actually, I guess it's a different scenario with the GN thing. Same kind of messaging, though. Or like, for the GN, as an example, when I talked about GN and how bad he was, people were like, oh, well, he doesn't have a premium unit. Well, that's part of the problem, right? That he doesn't have a premium unit. But that's in a different case. In this case, if Miyabi has even higher of a ceiling to go to, that means that there's even more power creep ready to be there. You realize that, right? Why defend that? Ooh, chair. Why is it that when I talk about Wuwa, we're chill with like shitting on Wuwa or whatever, but then when I talk about ZZ, we're crying about it? Use those as the Miyabi premium unit? No, they're talking about how Sokaku needs to be replaced in the team. Because you run Sokaku, Miyabi, Yuza. That's the team. So they're saying that Sokaku needs to be replaced? Or Miyabi still has potential to grow. Which is true. You're gonna, if they make like a premium option for Sokaku, Sokaku can go bye-bye. But that means that the ceiling of the game goes even higher. That means Miyabi's not the ceiling of the game. Now the ceiling of the game becomes even more. Are you debating chat? Yeah, they're telling me that there is no power creep in ZZ or something. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know why we're lying again. I don't know why people do this. Like, I'm not going to just like call them out on it. What? Why do we do this? Huh. Bang. There's power creep, but older characters will keep it due to more support access. What I will say is I think ZZ is doing a better job currently at keeping their older units more relevant than Wuwa is. I will say that. I do think that is the case. But pretending that things like Miyabi, like the damage ceiling for like Miyabi or whatever, isn't getting like replaced or whatever, or we're not going to like increase it in the future or whatever, we're not going to have more units that are going to be like more power creepy or whatever the fuck is delusion. I don't know why would we ever say that. Why would we ever say that? I feel like people have an agenda and they just agenda max on cooldown. I'm a victim. Dude, all right, you know what? High key, I'm a victim of agenda maxing. All right? People will have an agenda they want to push or whatever. Like this game good, this game bad or whatever. Those aren't even what I'm saying with anything I talk about. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I just talk about like the way things are in the game and how they can improve. I don't give a fuck about like, oh, ZZ and this is the state of ZZ. Oh, like ZZ is so bad. That's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about this is the case in ZZ. This is what it is. That's not good for the game. It should be fixed. This is the case in Wuwa. It's not good for the game. It should be fixed. Blah, blah, blah. Right? Damage dealing is getting replaced by, let's say, 5 to 10% is not the problem you think it is. Do you see how much the argument has shifted? To first, there was no damage dealing. First, Miyabi was the ceiling. Then Miyabi is no longer the ceiling. Then the ceiling being moved is no longer a problem. Do you see how much that argument has shifted? Go back to your first message in the stream. You little rage baiting fuck. You've been rage baiting also. All right, you know, no. You know, keep rage baiting, bro. It's good content. All right, you do you. Do you see how much that conversation has shifted now? We've gone from there was no power creep all the way to over here to where the damage ceiling being moved away from Miyabi is not the problem you think it is. You see how much that has shifted? I respect it, though. Keep agenda maxing, bro. High key, Trio will be the best character in Wuthering Waves. No cap. Keep crashing out over the issue that Miyabi's power creep. I wasn't even crashing out about it. You guys are crashing out about it. You guys are crashing out over the fact that I used that as an example for why saying like a damage dealing is in the game or whatever matters. I was talking about Cartethia. I wasn't even talking about this. You guys are talking about it. You guys got triggered. It's fucking embarrassing. What is this lying, bro? It's pathetic. I was talking about Cartethia and how people are going to say that Cartethia is like the ceiling of the game or whatever, but that's obviously going to change to 3.0. If people are going to say like, oh, but Cartethia is the ceiling of the game, so like the fact that the 1.0 units are 50% worse or whatever, but Cartethia is the ceiling of the game, so it's not going to get worse from here. That's what I was saying. But then you guys crashed out because I brought up Miyabi and the fact that like the same thing happened to ZZ where Miyabi's no longer going to be the ceiling of the game, right? Each one is moving past that. And then you guys crash the fuck out. Don't get delusional. Yeah, actually, you know what? Do keep getting delusional. I'm with the rage bait. All right, keep bringing it, bro. Keep bringing it. I delusionally think this streamer is so hot when he's mad. Yes. Because I'm not just hot. I'm slaying like the true king I am. Oh, that doesn't work. I need to... What's a different voice? Dude, high key, I need to become a better voice actor. I will say, if power creep makes me feel like older units that I want to use are completely invalidated, it makes me not want to play the game or want to play the game less. Not even necessarily because I can't clear, but just because I don't want to support that practice. I think it's really boring. I think it's such a boring way to handle the game. Obviously, I'm going to do it. Like, is it the worst problem in any of these games right now? Or is it, like, ruining any of the games? No, but it's still a problem. I think... Alright, that's the biggest thing, too. If you bring up a problem in a game, people act like you're like, genociding them. It's fucking crazy, bro. You say this is a problem, and people act like you murdered their families. I don't get it. I actually don't. You say, oh, maybe we shouldn't have power creep. Oh, maybe power creep shouldn't be as egregious. Oh, maybe Cortezi shouldn't be 50% above the 1.0 teams. Oh, maybe that's not poggers. Maybe on top of that, her having more utility means that her, in the real world, will do even more DPS over the 1.0 characters. That's not pog. Actually... Hi Rin, how are you? I'm getting rage baited, bro. I'm great. Alright, but like high key, alright, what I'm gonna need from you guys, if you guys are gonna rage bait me, I need you guys to start being funny about it, alright? Rage bait, cool, fine, whatever. Alright, that's chill. But I need you guys to start being funny. You guys gotta be a little bit funnier, alright? We can't be unfunny when we rage bait. You guys gotta start sprinkling in some humor in there, alright? I'm gonna train you guys. I'm gonna train you guys to be better. Because you know what'll happen? I'll teach you guys something, alright? What happens is, you train your chat so they're funny and they rage bait you, so you can clip it and you can farm. Thoughts? Nanta will save gacha? The non-gacha games will save gacha. Honestly, true. You know you need releases that are stronger than an existing unit? That is by definition power creep. I agree. But then there's people who say... Then there's like weird things that'll happen. Like, people care like... Or pretend that like elements matter. I've never understood that part of the conversation either. Isn't that kind of weird to think about? Elements matter. Why? Bro, the only time I care about elements is whether or not it's resistant. That's the only part of the element that matters. Outside of that, like, I don't give a fuck if I'm using Fusion or Spectral. It doesn't affect the game at all. In a game like this, all it means is like the boss takes more or less damage from me. That's all elements mean. This game is not Genshin, bro. Being the same element or whatever doesn't mean shit. It literally doesn't mean anything. So whether or not like GN is power crept by like Cortezi or whatever, it doesn't mean shit. Or like whether or not GN is power crept by like heavy attackers or whatever also doesn't mean shit. He is for both actually, but that doesn't mean shit. Even if he weren't, but he is. But it doesn't mean shit. Like why do I care if it's an arrow unit that's power creeping him? What if it was Augusta that was power creeping him? Augusta does everything GN does but better. Should I not care because it's an Electro unit? What does that even mean? Genshin or Wuwa, I've never played one of them. I'm just getting back into Genshin, so I can't really rate the game recently. I mean, you can just try both, see what you like better. They're different experiences. What if they buff the 1.0 units in 3.0? I'd be very happy. If they buff units, I'll be happy. I want them to buff units. I feel like if they were gonna buff units, though, they would have announced it already. Just like... Part of the reason why I want the conversation to shift more towards like how much the older characters are getting like neglected is because I want those older characters to get buffed. And the easiest way to get those older characters buffed is to have like communities talk about like the issue and the fact that older units are just getting left behind and just feel worse to play. They keep it for anniversary? That seems more likely, yeah. Sad to say, but it's probably true. It's the same in HSR. True, and then everyone pogs out over the announcement and say, game saved. Devs listen, pog or whatever, right? Buffs are completely pointless. If they keep power creeping, they'll be useless soon again. I get what you're saying. I don't agree completely, but I get what you're saying. I do agree that like they're going to keep power creeping. That's going to be an issue and it just kicks the can down the road. But I do think kicking the can down the road is still a better current solution to the problem than just like not doing anything. Once 3.0 releases, just stop releasing what characters to put up on standard banner. High key, true. I mean, alright, dude, power creep is like the #1 reason I never tell people to pull for reruns. Like, pulling for reruns, the only rerun right now that's even like justifiable to pull on is like Tricona Cartetia, just because that team is so much better than every other team in the game. That is the only rerun that's like justifiable to pull on. Outside of that, I would not recommend any rerun banner. Unless you're a new player and you need the units badly. We'll see though, maybe that opinion shifts. I would, the thing is too, part of the reason, and Shorekeeper, I guess for now. Yeah, Shorekeeper. Part of the reason I talk about this though is because that didn't used to be the case. Like, think about like a few months ago, I was recommending things like Gian, I was recommending things like Camellia, right? I was like, dude, you pull for these characters, they're good in both modes. They perform, bro. 1.0 characters, peak. They got free-to-play teams, so W player friendly. Use EOG, it pops off, bro. You use Lost of Trade Reason, it still pops off, all right? It's so chill. But then that's not the case anymore. Should buff all the units to where they feel more comfortable to clear, even if they're stronger units that don't feel as bad. I agree. I think there's no justification for it outside of they just want to make the player experience worse so people pull for sequences. That's literally the only reason you would ever do it. It is the only reason to not buff older characters. Only reason. Hold on. You ready? Dude, get this bull away from me. Wait. There's a bull and there's a cuck chair. You know how we tried to cuck Yuno earlier? With a power in front of me. One Yuno, please. It would have been so cool, though. We'll do a few pulls on this banner. If we get it early, it's chill. I don't know how many pulls exactly. It'll be kind of vibes-based. Maybe we'll do like 20 on the banner. And then from there, we'll save for Galbrano. Purple! Wait, if I don't skip, it's more heavy. I'll take that. Wait, that's good. How much pity are we on? We just got Shorekeeper, so 0. Well, 6. 7. Another purple? I don't skip it as another Mortefi. Thoughts? Sag. Mortefi's better than Sunwoo in this economy. I was actually going to make that argument. I legitimately think Mortefi should be considered a better character than Sunwoo now. I win 50-50? No, I lost. And then I went to Pity. All right, the first one we lost early, though. I lost in like 25 pulls or whatever, on 23 pulls on Verena. But then I went to 70-ish pulls on Shorekeeper. How many pulls does it take for Shorekeeper? 90-something. Which is not terrible. Dude, I get Essex on Huala. It's kind of poggers, no? Poggers. Wait, I'm 2 away from being able to get, like, Encore or something. Oh. I'm gonna wait to see if I lose 50-50 and what I lose it to. Because if I lose it to, like, Encore, I don't want to get Encore. Someone mentioned Sunwoo rotating fast, literal peak rage bait. See, this is what I mean by, like, when people say things like, Shorekeeper, or not Shorekeeper, Sunwoo rotates fast, like, it is true, but it is, like, what does that mean for damage? It's literally This is what I mean by like people just don't understand. I think maybe I need to be more of a guiding hand. Maybe I need to be more gentle. I need to be their dommy mommy. All right, I need to be here for the people. I will teach you guys the way. Just because Sunhwa rotates fast doesn't mean she's W top tier character. All right, she's still good, still builder. She can still fix a lot of teams, but they're not going to perform. All right, they're not going to perform, but it's still nice. When I go for String Master, you want to pick Encore? Because I would rather get gooder characters and gooder weapons than String Master. Like, what if instead of going for String Master, I just got, like, Galbrenna and her weapon? Thoughts? Sunhwa till T0 stay mad. See, this is what I mean though. If you want to like rage bait me, you gotta like what's the word I'm looking for? It's gotta be a little bit funnier. It's gotta be funnier. Oh, Galbrenna's weapon is more universal. With the trends they've been doing recently, the weapons have been very not universal. The last more like universal weapon we got was for Lova's. Sunhwa's like T2. She's definitely not T2. She's just not like the top of the top. Make the rage bait more spicy. That's what I'm saying, bro. You guys want to rage bait me? You guys want to get that? You guys want to get the crash out or whatever? You guys got to be spicier, bro. You got to piss me off more. You got to like what you do is you like word it in a more inflammatory manner. You word it in a way that like it just feels so succulent. Like I have to respond to it because it's just so unbelievably stupid. You know what I mean? It is so unbelievably stupid. I can't help but crash out on it. It would be like crashing out or like trying to rage bait me on Miyabi when I'm in the middle of bringing up a point about Cartethia. Is the either weapon being universal giving away a static mists? I mean, technically, the Last Dance is more universal. Dude, even then, though, like, I don't think they're trying... I think they're trying to make it so signature weapons are not universal. I think they're, I don't know. I'm convinced by now bro hates Cartethia. I do. She's one of my least favorite characters. I do hate Cartethia. But outside of hating Cartethia, just like talking from like a meta POV is what I'm bringing up. It has nothing to do with like my feelings towards the character. I can separate those two. Like I like Gian as a character. He just sucks. Gian actually does not suck. He's just a below average pull value character. Why do you hate Cartethia so much? I didn't like the waifu baiting they did in the story. I feel like they had, in 2.2 specifically, I feel like they had a moment to be able to show all the cool stuff going on with like the Imperator and like Photolith's fight and all that stuff. And instead of doing that, they took us on a date with Cartethia. And I thought that was a really bad direction to take the story. And then I saw people glazing the story. Specifically because like Cartethia's the waifu or whatever. Like I already know about the glazing the story, right? It's the same people why the people glaze the Yuno story. They glaze it because Yuno's their waifu and they got to hold their hand. Which is like, if you want to do it for that, that's fine. I don't really care about like this like Gunner waifu like whatever bait personally. I think it's boring. So when I see this stuff and I see it being glazed, and it's just so boring to me, and I see like the possibility of what the story could have been, it kind of pisses me off. Like the story could have been we go, we see like the photos, like the struggle against the predator. We see like all that backstory. We get all like the lore, whatever, right? Instead, what happened was Consorella got sidelined to a side quest on her own banner. Also, we could do a date with Cartetia, where literally 3/4 of the story was us dating her, where she's doing like cute ooh oh oh noises or whatever. You fall asleep with her, you like end up in her arms or whatever. It's cringe. And then I see that being glazed. The only good part of 2.2 was the cutscenes. It's like 5% of the quest was. It literally is not. It is literally not. The entire time you're going through Avenolium, she's like oohing and oh-ohing over you. You don't get her in his peak pog when I get to hold hands with the JPEG. True. Cartetia's story quest is actually one of the best of Wuwa so far. True. That doesn't work. Like you guys have to word it in like a more inflammatory way. You guys can't just say that. It has to be more inflammatory. All right. I'll teach you guys how to rage bait one day. Maybe it'll be today. I'll teach you how to rage bait. Well, like, if the game wants to just be like waifu dating trash, I mean, you can do that. There's like a. I'm not saying that games like that can't exist. I'm just saying, like, I consider that personally to just be like such a boring archetype of a game. I just don't find it interesting, personally. If you want to like that, that's fine. Like, I'm not saying like games like Snowpeak or whatever, or like Azure Lane, or whatever. All this stuff like existing is fine. Nothing wrong with that. If you guys want to like that, I'm not complaining about it. I'm not saying like they shouldn't exist or whatever. What I'm saying is, I saw more potential in the story if they went a different route. It didn't go that route, and instead it went waifu baiting. That is so boring to me. And then I see it glazed specifically because of waifu baiting. Issue with rage bait, I can never tell if rage bait or stupid, so I assume the latter. I always assume it's rage bait, because if it's a rage bait, it lets me shift my mentality to where you can like interact with it in a more funny manner. Because you should think about it like this. If someone's trying to rage bait you, they're trying to get content from you, right? And so you can twist that as a content creator to get content for yourself. Think about it. Make the rage baiters work for you. They do all the work so you can prosper, all right? They bring the content to you. And you just sit here and you just react to it. But you just react to it in a more funny way. And everyone loves it. All right? It's WPOG. WPOG, Skippity toilet. Yep. I don't think the story is presented well. I think like the actual way they present the story, like all the direction of it is actually good. I think like the way that the characters interact with the environment, all the cutscenes, like the actual showcasing, or like the arts that they have, all this stuff. I think the actual showcasing of the story is good. I do think it is presented well. I actually disagree with that. I think the story is presented well in this game. I think it's presented probably better than any gacha I played. Not probably. I think it is presented better than any gacha I played, which is part of why I get a little bit sad when it just turns into waifu bait. Because like, there's a lot of potential there, and they use that potential on waifu bait. And that's boring to me. But I guess like, maybe I'm one of like the few where it's like, I mean, waifu bait just doesn't work on me. So maybe that's why. And there's a lot of people it does work on, right? And it's a super easy way to get stuff to like sell or whatever. But you guys know I like the badass characters. I like the cool characters. That's what I want personally. So waifu bait doesn't work on me. So maybe that's why like I'm more like upset about it. It's pretty clear to me that they want to show the waifu of the month every patch. I mean, yeah, they want to do that. But that's like every gacha. But the problem is, I think that detracts from the story too. think you're misremembering how much there's champions ever see? Dude, I played through the story like 6 times. No, I played more. Dude, I played through the story like literally 7 times, actually. I played through the story literally 7 times. I think if anyone is familiar with the story, it's probably me. I played it on stream 3 different times. You're skipping the dialogue? I've done the story without skipping the dialogue literally 3 times. Twice on launch and once after that to make a point. If there's any story I remember, it's gonna be that one. Who doesn't have a story? Don't agree with that. I do think one of the things though that I've noticed recently, I noticed this a lot during the Augusta patch specifically. If you watch the Augusta story, I feel like the Augusta story traded like substance in the story for aura farming moments. I felt like it feels like they're trying to clip farm. I don't know if this is like a mentality shift for me, but I've noticed this a lot more in like games and stuff, right? I think it's probably because like social media, TikTok or whatever, they want you to like clip farm for that. It feels like games are trying to like just like clip farm you. So they'll just give you like 50 like clippable moments inside of a story. That's not even like that's not even necessarily like actually no, I guess in this case it is a criticism when like it felt like the entire story was like just like clip farming where it's like, oh my god, Augusta's pogging! Oh my god, Augusta's pogging again! Oh my god, Augusta's pogging again. I think that's the problem I have. Is I feel like it's been like that for the entire story. All the memorable parts of the story are the clip farming parts. The memorable parts from like... Oh no, I didn't actually... I skipped through Yuna's story. I skipped Max Yuna's story. The parts that I remember from that though were like... Specifically, I remember the clip farming moments from there too, which Yuna had a lot of. But for Augustus, I did not skip back to it. I just played that one off stream. And when I was playing that one, I am 100% sure it was literally just aura farming. It was literally just all aura farming. Where it's like, Augustus popping off here. Oh, Augustus popping off here. Oh, Augustus popping off here. Oh, Rover's popping off here. Which, like, the animations are really cool. The graphics are really good. I forgot about the giant asteroid on the ground. Who the fuck? The animations are cool or whatever, obviously. But there needs to be more substance than just aura farming. Everything, it can't just be aura farming every 5 seconds. It can't just be like, oh, I guess it's popping off. Oh. Yudo's popping off. Oh, Rover's popping off. Again. 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 I don't like that. They also went back to Rover can fix everything kind of bullshit after everything happened for Lova. I mean, Rover, technically based on like lore, Rover is supposed to be that, right? Rover's supposed to be the guy that fixes everything, isn't he? He's like him. He's literally him. That's like the whole lore is like, oh, you had to like mind wipe yourself so you can go back through the world and experience things with like a blank slate or whatever to like save the world because you're him. Isn't that like the base of the story? I don't like that personally. So I'm naturally at odds with the story just because of that. I don't like the idea of that. I don't like power trip isekai shit. That's kind of boring to me. I feel like it's overdone at this point. It was fun like the first 2 times it happened. Then it happened 1,000 times after that. And then it happened 1,000 times more. And holy shit, it does get annoying. But if you do like that, I don't think it's a negative for people. And I can say like if you like that or whatever, maybe Rover's story is fine or whatever. I don't like that personally. I think it's more interesting. I think the ZZ approach to like the story is generally just like a more interesting one. At least, all right, I will say I didn't like 2.0. I did not like 2.1 from ZZ. But like the way like 1.2 and 1.4 specifically, the way they handled those, the way it felt more character focused for like everybody. The way that like old characters are coming back being more prevalent. Maybe we'll get that. We did see in the 2.7 or the 2.7 live stream, they showed like the end teaser, right? You have like Scar coming back, all that shit. Maybe we'll have Maybe we'll have that similar type of experience, where it's not just like waifu of the week or whatever. That would be cool. I don't know though. I think it's boring. I don't like power trip isekai shows. They're too overdone. I will say, out of all the animations and like the story presentation for every gacha, Wuwa definitely does it the best. They just need to. I don't know if they can like rewrite the story though. Maybe they will in like 3.0. I don't think they want to though, because I feel like they built like a viewer base of people who want to watch like that kind of stuff, right? The people who play Wuwa are probably people who like want the waifus, right? They want the waifus. They want the power trip. It's like standard shonen stuff, right? It's like a standard shonen trope. Some characters just forgotten at this point. Like, does anyone remember Yohu? I mean, I remember the Yohu scene where she was in the story. Specifically, it was like right before you go to Black Shores. I remember that. Just because I've seen it so many times. And it was literally like the only time she showed up in the story whatsoever. I thought that was really funny. But yeah, I agree. I think they need to bring back older characters. That's something I talked about for a while. They need to bring back older characters. Isn't it at this point just Love and Deathless for wives? I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that like down bad. Because Love and Deathless would be more like, that'd be more like Snow Peak and shit, right? That'd be more comparable. I don't think Wuwa is Love and Deathless tier. Daunted has ever been seen? Daunted is my go-to. Love was the near semblance of that, but then it even feels so bad, the inconsistency between both characters' behavior. Yeah, I agree. That's why the Forlova story felt more refreshing to me. I remember after criticizing the... Fuck, was it the 2.4 story? Which story was 2.4? Oh, Septimon. After, like, 2.2... I feel like everything was just, like, kind of waifu bait, which is why I liked the Forlova story. It felt like a normal story, which I was happy about. Forlova didn't just feel like, ooh, a waifu. Which was Pog. I don't want to see ooh, a waifu. Sorry, night complete. Let's go to Ling Yong's. I didn't like Yuno's story when it was done well. I skipped most of Yuno's story, so I can't speak. The only thing I know about it is that you were like doing like the holding hands, like parasocial shit. That's what people want. I guess it's what people want. It's not for me personally. Isn't she Forlova was in love with Rover? Wasn't Rover was like, was she actually in love with Rover? I know Rover, they were like close. And Rover was supposed to like help Forlova with something, but then she didn't. Then he didn't, and then Forlova got angry. They met just once, and Forlova goes on this entire trip, getting turbo pissed at him because of that. That's funny. I mean, she's literally psycho. Skip. Anyway, I do find the waifu stuff boring when it's like every character is waifu. Like Cartethia is waifu, then Yuno is waifu, then Lupa is waifu, then Carlotta is waifu, then I guess Forlova is waifu, then who was waifu before that? Consorella was waifu, and dang. I wish we had more than just waifu. Inlin was waifu. Shorekeeper was waifu. Camellia was waifu. We need more than just waifu, bro. Because you literally bring back characters often, nobody gets mad. Why would anyone get mad at that? People like that. The problem is, though, I think the reason why they don't do that is because, well, in this game specifically, it just feels like they want to sell the waifu of the week, right? And they want you to go on your like little date with the waifu or whatever every patch for the story. That's what it feels like to me. Respect to Gusta for one of the characters who isn't obsessed with Rover. Isn't she literally obsessed with Rover? She's like glazing him on cooldown over like how strong he is and shit. Literally perma. It's like every interaction she has with Rover, just her glazing him, no? That's what I remember from the story. Oh my god, you're so strong. Fight me, Rover. We must have a battle to the death. Your muscles are so bulging. Your cock is bulging even bigger. Oh, yeah. Average Wuwa story moment. Wuwa will never match Zerlane and waifu. It annoys you they keep pushing it while also trying to be an actual story. Yeah. I feel like they're trying to toe the line between like being like a game like a Zerlane or what, like a pure waifu game, and then like being like an actual game. I don't like that. Like I didn't come to this game for like a waifu game. I came to this game for like an actual game, right? That's like one of the biggest problems I have with the story. But then they're like I don't know. I wonder if they like shoehorn themselves into just like being a waifu game. I mean, it's obviously that the people who make the game or whatever want that. That's not to say like waifus shouldn't. Wait, you can't. What? Huh? It's not like waifus can't exist or something. You can have like waifus like popping off or whatever. Like someone's like whatever in the story, right? Like Vivian and ZZ or whatever is like obsessed with like Wise, but that's not like the entirety of the story. Whereas in this game, it's like different because it's not like there's like one Vivian. It's not like there's only Camellia. There's everybody. It's everybody always, everywhere, all the time. That's the problem. Vivian's side is more on the side content. That's the part I like better too. Like if they're gonna relegate it more to side content, it's better, I think. Like one of the biggest problems I had with like the Cardhetia shit was it wasn't like the companion quest. If it was a companion quest or whatever, and it's still a little bit cringe, but like whatever. Not every part of the game has to be made for me, right? That's fine. Vivian was funny because the only character would behave this way. That's how I feel too. I feel like because it gets overdone, like the characters become more boring. Like if a character like Camellia was like a standalone, or there's like so few, she would like stand out so much more, right? Like you guys know, I like Camellia as a character. I think she's a cool character. It's like pretty similar to Vivian. But if Camellia is every character, then it becomes more boring. I don't want like, what they do with like the Yuno stories, every character. I mean, it appeals to like harem fantasy or whatever the fuck, but I find that boring too. I've never been into that. Like the harem isekai shit or whatever that we have going on is just not for me. I think it's just too boring. It's just too boring for me. But I don't play the game for the story personally. But this is why. You don't notice? You don't notice like the harem bait and shit? The entirety of the Yuno quest is you holding her hand the whole time. Rover's literally God? Yeah, that's the premise of the thing. Like, I don't like the premise, though. Which is why I'm saying, like, maybe the story just isn't for me. I mean, that could be fine, too. Like, the story doesn't necessarily have to be made for me. I'm not, like... I'm not saying, oh, the story always has to be made for me or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, I find that premise boring. I think... Isekai is just too overdone. It's just too overdone. I don't need to see like the 30,000 billionth harem god. Everyone is sucking him off. He's perma OP and he just solves everything with the wave of his hand. Giga Chat or whatever, right? Who farms aura. All right. Leveling solo. I don't like that. I feel like it's over exaggerated. I feel like it's under exaggerated. I mean, it's not like Snow Peak territory. But I mean, when literally every single character and every single story is wife. The one time I haven't felt that. All right, Chikona Zani. I didn't feel that. Chikona Zani, I didn't feel that. For Lovo, for most of the story, I didn't feel that. Even though, I mean, initially or whatever, he's like, oh my god, a Rover, woo, or whatever the fuck, right? The story didn't feel like that. So I'll give it that there too. Then, let's see, what are the characters? I just UO 40. What should I do? Just keep leveling, do open world and stuff. It's not until, well, what you should do, you should get your databank to level 21. That's the biggest thing. Get your databank to level 21 so you can start getting 5 cost echoes. Or 5-star echoes. That's your first priority. The level was crazy for Rover. The story didn't feel like that though. Like, even if that's our motivation or whatever, and it can be. I didn't feel like the story was just like, oh yeah. I didn't get the vibes from the story that I was like, oh, I'm supposed to be like dating for Lovo right now, right? Whereas that's what it felt like in the Yuno story. That's what it felt like in the Cardethia story. A lot of people see it as normal admiration, not waifu baiting. Normal admiration is every single character in the world just glazes them on cooldown. I don't think that's normal. Love is legit the crazy ex. I mean, yeah, she's like pissed at Rover or whatever because he didn't fulfill the promise. I get that part. What I'm saying is the story didn't feel like the turbo waifu baiting I felt in the other stories, like I did in 2.2. Like I did in the Yuno quest. What do you value more, game story, gameplay? I'm a gameplay enjoyer. If I played this game for the story, I wouldn't be playing, period. I'll just be honest. If I value the story of this game, you would not see me playing. I play because I like playing the game. I like the kids or whatever. They're fun to interact with. It's fun to like mess around with different characters. That's what I like personally. If I were playing for story, I would have quit a long time ago. Good gameplay, but shit stories more playable than vice versa. Is that true? Maybe. Am I supposed to do this? Is that bad? I don't think the story is like god awful. I just don't like it. Like, I would never... Let me put it like this, alright? If I'm gonna play through the story for this, I don't see why I would play through the story for this rather than go play, I don't know. I'd go watch, like, say, like, the new Gen V or something, right? I see no reason why I would ever do that. So if I value those things higher, or, like, going to watch, like, Kaiju 8, or going to watch, like, Dan to Dan, right? If those are better stories for me, which they are, everyone would agree with that, obviously, because it's, like, gacha, all that shit. Everybody knows, like, gachas are, like... Usually when people rate, like, gacha stories, they rate it compared to, like, other gachas. But the way I see it is that, like, I'm spending that time enjoying the medium as a story. And if that story doesn't live up to other stories that I could be experiencing at the same time, what's the value in it? I don't think anyone went from Genshin to Wuwa because of the story. I agree, actually. I don't think The reason you would come to this game is because like you don't like Mahoyo or whatever, or like some of the practice or whatever. You don't like the combat in the game or whatever. That's why you would come to this game. I don't think you'd come because of the story. That's not to say you can't like the story. You're free to like whatever you want, but I don't think like I mean that was especially true in like 1.0. I don't think people are coming because of the 1.0 story, especially. In fact, I think a lot of people quit because of it. But most of the people who play gacha games are like, they play for like the story, they'll play for like the pageant, and they'll dip out, right? They'll play to like test their waifu for a little bit, and then they dip. That's what the gameplay loop is for them. So there are people that do play for the story. I'm just not one of them. They do that on Galbrenna, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I will be, if they do that with Galbrenna, I'll be very let down. I will be very let down. But I don't feel like they're going to do that. Like, everything they've let up with their story doesn't feel like that. She feels like a more serious character, which I like, which is why I like Galbrenna. I like Galbrenna because she feels like a more serious character. I'm hoping they don't do... Just don't do, like, the waifu baiting route with Galbrenna, and we'll be chill. If you want a good story, you play FGO. I've never paid attention to FGO's story. Well, I played FGO for 2 seconds, and then dropped it. Because that game looks like actually trash. Full offense to any FGO player out there, that game looks like it was made in 1990. Alright? I'm not touching the game with a 50-foot pole. Anyway, the Fate story is giga overrated. At least Fate Stay Night and Unlimited Blade Works are. Fate Zero is the only good Fate story I've seen. Fate Zero was peak. Unlimited Blade Works and Stay Night were mid. Mid. Full offense, they deserve it. Fuck them. I like Galbrenna because midriff. I didn't know you were a Guna, bro. What, Heaven's Feel? I need to watch Heaven's Feel. I heard that one was actually good. I'll give that one a shot. Unlimited Blade Works and Stay Night were terrible, though. Is there any Fate that's better than Fate Zero? Like any of the stories? This is the same take I have. That's why I hate people obsessed with Rin. Because Blade Works and Stay Night are so mid. I think people like waifus, bro. You're the first person I heard say Unlimited Blade Works is bad. I think people overrate shows. Demon Slayer, best example of this. Alright, people overrate shows because like aura farming and stuff, right? And, like Pogger's animations. Animations in Unlimited Blade Works, 8.5 out of 10. Alright? They're bangers. But that doesn't mean the show is peak. Alright? Shows can have great animations and suck. Alright? I don't like the story of this game, but it has good animations. I'll try Heaven's Feel. I've heard a lot of good things about it from people I trust. I'll try Heaven's Feel too. Heaven's Feel and Free Ren. I'll try anime. I'll try. After I finish watching Dandadan and Kaiju. So leveling got popular mid-story, but good animation or farming. Dude, legitimately, I read the was it like a mono or webtoon or whatever the fuck. I don't even remember. I remember people glazing the fuck out of it before the anime came out. So I read the story for it, and as I was reading the story, I was like, bro. I mean, obviously the art is good. I'm not denying that. It has really good art, but the actual story for the show and the actual quality of the show itself was just mid. It was just a boring generic premise. We're like, guy is OP. Oh no, he ran into a guy who's more OP. Oh, I'm powering up now. Oh. And then he protects the waifu. And then he kills the boss in one hit. And then he does it all over again. Oh no, new guy's more OP than I was before. Oh no, I gotta power up. I gotta learn this new sacred technique that no one has ever mastered before. Oh wow. His affinity is so good, he learned the technique! Oh my god. He just barely defeated the new OP boss. But now there's a new OP boss! Oh my god. And he's even more powerful than before, and my new forbidden technique doesn't work on him! There must be something else I can learn. And then Master Sensei comes, and he teaches me the new Omega Forbidden Technique that no one has been able to master, that kills you instantly the second you use it. But I was able to use it on my first try. Because I'm him. It's so boring, bro. It's the same thing every single time. There's a lot of shows like that, though. People like the aura moments. You know, you like the aura farming moments or whatever, that's fine. That's like, I don't like the story, though. You can separate the two. Just say the show sucks, but you like the animations. Just say that. Shonen formula? Kind of, yeah. You're describing Kill Bill. True. Dude, actually, I haven't watched Kill Bill in forever, bro. I legit watched that show when I was like 8. Not even halfway through the story, Sung Jin-woo already made the entire cast irrelevant? That's every shonen ever. Do you read the full story solo leveling? I stopped reading after the ant guy. Because, like, bro, this story, I don't know if it wasn't, like, finished yet or what. Or maybe I just didn't like the story. I don't remember. It's been a while. I want to say, I was just like, bro, this thing is just the same thing over and over again. And, like, the animations are cool or whatever, and the fights are cool, I guess. Not denying that. But there's no story here. I mean, I guess the story, I will say, is slightly better than, like, super omega generic shonen. But it is just true. It's, like, slightly better than, like, super omega generic shonens. Very slightly. What's a shonen that's, like, actually, like, has a good story? I guess it depends what you define as shonen. Is it, like, only, like, Bleach, Naruto, that kind of shit is shonens? I thought it was going to be Jujutsu Kaisen, but then that show ended up being, like... Or from what I hear, the manga is really bad. But I really like the show for Jujutsu Kaisen, actually. The first 2 seasons were really good. I hear it falls off now, though. Attack on Titan? Yeah, Attack on Titan. Hunter x Hunter? Hunter x Hunter is definitely a better dumb shonen, for sure. I like Hunter x Hunter. Solo Leveling is an isekai? Do isekais not generally follow, like, the shonen formula? What's the difference? Full Metal Alchemist? Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist is good too, yeah. There's definitely there's good shonens out there. Technically, you can follow, like, a generic formula too. And as long as you execute it well, it's fine. What's an example of that? I heard of Mushoku Tensei. Dude, high-key, I dropped Mushoku Tensei because the plot in that show is the guy tries to fuck his 12-year-old cousin when he's, like, 40 years old. And that happens in, like, episode 5. And it happens in, like, episode 1, too, where he tries to fuck another 12-year-old. And this is supposed to be, like, the god daddy of, like, isekais. And I'm like, what the fuck am I... Alright, dude, like... I know, alright, so I've watched, like, some anime shows. I know it gets a little bit weird, but, like, how the fuck is this what's propped up, bro? It doesn't make any sense to me. How the fuck are we propping up this show where this guy, frame 1, tries to fuck a 12-year-old as a 40-year-old, and then does the same exact thing, except this time it's his cousin? What the fuck are we doing? I don't get it. This is like our granddaddy of isekais. That's crazy to me. I'm not gonna sit through that. Like, if it gets, like, better after that or whatever, I don't care. I don't give a fuck, bro. Fuck that. That's some weird shit, bro. Extra Academy Survival Guide.
夢とうつつが入り乱れる世界は人々を魅了し、不思議な
Extra Academy Survival Guide.
でも
It has some weird moments, but if you look past that, it's great. If you look past the pedophilia and then incest and then pedophilic incest
その絵を
and the rape,
道具にして
it's great, bro. Don't worry.
お金儲けのため
Okay.
ある人は絶景を求め
I'll call that a pass then. I'm not gonna lie. I'll draw the line. I'll draw the line there. Just, I think that's my line. All right, that's my line. We'll draw the line there. I'm good.
私の能力があるべき姿から遠ざかっていき、望まない形で利用されていく。このことに気づいてから
Fuck. What is I was trying to think of underrated shows that I've watched that are like actually really good.
私は能力を
Link Click is one I never hear anyone talk about. Link Click is literally goated. What the fuck? What do you mean? What the fuck me? That's not my show. What do you mean? What the fuck me? That's not my fault. It's not my fault that show has it in there. You want me to pretend it doesn't exist? Oh, Edge Runners. Edge Runners was dummy good, bro. Edge Runners is the only reason I was looking forward to the Cyberpunk collab. I've never played the game, but Edge Runners was peak. The original Berserk was really good too. I read the entire manga of that up until is it Miura? Miura died. Link Click is top tier, probably best Chinese anime I've seen. Yeah, I agree with that. It's the best Chinese anime I've seen by far. I'd put Link Click in top. Oh no, I did put Link Click in top 5. Link Click, goated. Watch Link Click. What else? I like Grand Blue. That's a really good comedy one. Dandadan has been really good recently. I've been liking that one. Alright, see, like, Dandadan has, like, some weird tropes in it. Like, episode 1, there's, like, aliens come in and then try to, like, do, like, sexual harassment things to the high schoolers, which is so creepy. But if you look past that, the show is good. See, like, I know, like, when you watch anime, there's some, like, weird shit that happens, but there's, like, a line. The Japanese are weird, bro. I don't know what to say. They got some like weird stuff going on over there. I mean, that's why girls have to ride in separate trains. Very fun place to visit though. As a tourist, Japan, 10 out of 10. Have you heard of Rich Hat Atelier? I've not. I've seen the art for it though. The art looks good. Should watch 2B Hero X, same director and Arcane Levels animation. 2B Hero X. I think I've heard of this. My anime list. Oh, it's a Chinese show too. Oh, I'll check this out. Wait, the animation here looks like, look at this, look at this cover art. This looks sick. Look at this. That looks sick. Pog. I like that art style. That's the same thing but cleaner. Yeah, his art style is cool. Alright, I'll watch this. This looks cooler. Alright, fuck Heaven's Feel. I'm watching that. That looks cool. I want to watch that one. You see Made in Abyss? Yeah, Made in Abyss is another one of those where it's like, there's some anime stuff going on in there, and it is so weird. And the guy who writes it is so fucked in the head. But the show is really good. Like, unfortunately, I have to look past it a little bit. There's still a line, though. Made in Abyss is too good, though. Why does the director have to be fucked in the head? There's, like, fucked like, other kind of fucks in the head, too. Who here has seen or read Fire Punch? Fire Punch, unironically, 10 out of 10. I love Fire Punch. That show was so beyond fucked up. You finished Aquapia? I never watched it. I liked Fire Punch. Fire Punch goated. I think Hinamatsuri and Heaven's Design. Hinamatsuri is really good. I forgot about the show. I like that show a lot. That's a good comedy anime too. Heaven's Design. Alright, I'll write this down. To be hero X Heaven's design. Oh fuck, I don't want to die. Wait. I already done after this. No dying.
運が良かっただけじゃない親の手助けがなければ
It's the ice morning ice.
あなた
You shall be yapped.
名声は
Fire Punch is better than Chainsaw Man? Fire Punch is so unbelievably fucked up, bro. That is a messed up show. There's some crazy shit going on in that show. Hi, first time chatter here. Appreciate your content in the space. You're very good at game and very handsome. You're not supposed to say first time chatter, bro. I'm supposed to say first time chatter. But thank you, finally, for the honest comments. In a sea of rage baits, in a sea of this streamer sucks, in a sea of getting mad at me because I say I hate the Cardettia story, we finally have an honest chatter who speaks their feelings, who isn't trying to rage bait me, who's just saying the God's honest truth. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad. You see that? You guys can just be honest with yourselves, alright? You guys can just say you all love me, alright? If I were in your position, I'd try to fuck me too. I wouldn't even blame you.
あの能力のせいだ
Fire Punch was a show? No, it was a manga.
これは能力とは関係ない
Did I say it was a
あな
show?
たも羨ましいほどの作品を書いてい
Maybe
た
I
んで
did.
すよ伸びやかで
This is the number one rage baiter on the planet?
私たちは画風
Name one time I've rage baited. Oh, Wooly Uchi was really good too.
心境は同じだった
I don't know if that's how you actually say it. Log out of that account to stop glazing yourself? Why did I log out of this account? Wait, isn't it spoilers if I talk about... I mean, Fire Punch came out like 12 years ago. Dude, frame 1 of Fire Punch, like literally 5 seconds into the show, we talked about fucked up things. 5 seconds into the manga, the sister is trying to fuck the brother.
手本なんてありません
5 seconds into the manga.
心の奥底にある気持ちに
It's
従って
crazy.
初めて書き
If you try to predict anything that happens in Fire Punch, you will not be able to. It is literally mindfuck. It is the most unpredictable wild show or wild ride ever. Didn't she eat his arm?
好きでしょ
There's a little bit more spoilers. If you don't want to hear spoilers for it or whatever, you plan on reading Fire Punch, which I mean, it's fucked up and it's dark, but I recommend it. It is a good kind of fucked up.
何度
I'd highly recommend it. But anyway, tune this out for 5 seconds. In season 1, or like the first like few whatever volumes or whatever the fuck, I'm pretty sure he ends up just like he has like regeneration powers, doesn't he? So he like starts feeding the village by like using himself. Am I misremembering? Isn't that what he does? He's like feeding the village by like tearing off his body parts or something, because he can like permanently regen. That's what I remember. But it's been a long ass time since I read it.
行こう
Isn't MC's power basically torture for himself? Yeah, he's Fire Punch. He's permanently on fire. That's a superpower. He's permanently on fire. And he feels it the whole time.
メイケンさん真剣に受け止めてくれたみ
He is Fire Punch. That wasn't his power? Oh no, he's like a turbo regen or whatever, right? And then someone else sets him on fire or whatever? Yeah, that.
行こう
Either way, yes, he's basically... The entire story is basically him torturing himself. That's basically the entire thing. It is literally just... He is giga depressed, living the most shit life possible, in the most shit world possible, with the most fucked up things possible going on. Oh, Bacano. That's another good show. Bacano, top tier. I never hear people talking about that one either. Maybe because it's so old. I like Bacano. I like Trigun. I like... What else is on here? Vivi was really good until the ending. The ending of Vivi, I did not like. But before the ending, it was like a 9 out of 10. There are a bunch of cool supporting characters too. Why is it always the fucked up ones that make the good stuff? I like Chainsaw Man a lot too. I haven't read I stopped reading after like fuck, what chapter? When they get like when they start like going against like or they like meet the cult or whatever, right? The church. That's around the time I haven't read anything past that. I don't know what chapter that was. It was like 100 and something. I haven't read Chainsaw Man since then. Maybe I should pick it up again. But I'm not gonna lie, I don't think season 2, from what I was reading, was as good. At least for where I was. Season 2 was not as good as season 1. Or like the second half, I guess? Act 2? I don't know, whatever the fuck you would call it. The second part of Chainsaw Man. Skip. You read Kaiju no number 8 ending? No, I'm watching the manga. I mean the manga. The anime. But I'm not even caught up on that. I'm on like episode 6 of season 2. Act Age was really good before the author got arrested for being a creep. Wait, was it the author or the art? It was the author, right? Dude, I've never read it, but the art for Act Age is goated. And I hear the manga is really good. Maybe I should read it. That's kind of sad. Maybe you just need to be fucked up to be an artist. Maybe that's the lesson I've learned. Maybe if I want to be an artist, I need to be fucked in the head too. Skip. Dude, it reset I was looking through the things to see like what else was good. Dude, 86 is turbo overrated, but this song, Avid, is turbo omega infinity banger. That's actually like, is it the best Hiroyuki Sawano song? It might be. That song is a giga banger. In fact, I'm gonna play it right now. Ravages of Time? Ravages of Time. Oh, this looks cool. Wait, what is this about? There's statistically proven correlation between being an artist and being prone to mental illness. Is it because of society? And the fact that you have to give up everything to be an artist because you have to work perma because everyone else wants to be an artist, and in order to get to the tier where people want to support your art or whatever, you have to be just that good? Or is it because you have to have a fucked up brain to be an artist? Maybe it's both. You watch Tokyo Revengers? Yeah, I thought that show was overrated too. It had a really good premise and then it just like flopped completely. That one was really disappointing. I wanted it to be good so badly. Three Kingdoms era, but done extremely well. I don't think I've ever, besides Dynasty Warriors, partaken in any Three Kingdoms era. What's the word I'm looking for? Like medium? No. What's the word I'm looking for? There's a word. What's the word? Story. You watch Kingdom? I did not. I've seen it's pretty highly rated though. Oh, Psycho-Pass! Dude, season 1 of Psycho-Pass was really good. I did not watch season 2 because I heard it was complete dog shit. But I heard they made a movie that was like decent on like the rebound. I don't think I want to watch it though. Because like I have an idea. You guys ever have like an idea of something in your mind? And you hear like bad things about the future? Like I have an idea of Jujutsu Kaisen in my mind, right? And it's how it was in season 1 and 2. And in season 1 and 2, it was really good. Then, if I go watch the later ones and it ends up being dog shit, the idea I had of Jujutsu Kaisen is gonna get so warped by how fucking dog shit it became. And it's gonna piss me off because it's like, oh, dude, this show used to be poggers. And now it's doggers. And it's like, I don't want that for myself. I don't want to live in a world where something I like becomes corrupted. It would be like me rewatching. I will never be able to rewatch Code Geass again. Because if I rewatch it again, and I've seen the show like 3 times. If I rewatch it again, I'm going to be so unbelievably pissed about what I used to like. And I know that for a fact. So, the solution? Just never watch it. Ever Sharker Than Black? Yeah, that was such a long time ago. That was one of the first few anime I watched. I remember liking it, though. I think the last season was not good, I think. But I think the first 2 were, from what I remember. Are you again a Urabuchi fan? Yeah, didn't he write, Wait, am I tripping? Yeah, I know he wrote, Fate Zero. Didn't he write Code Geass? Am I stupid? Oh, Madoka. Yeah, he wrote Madoka. That show was good. Psychopaths. Did he not write Code Geass? Am I tripping? He wrote like the first few episodes of I'll Know a Zero. And those were the only good episodes for the show. He did not write Code Geass. Wait, why did I think he wrote Code Geass? Madoka was a good show. The episodes of I'll Know Zero he did was good. Phantom Requiem for the Phantom I liked a lot. I watched Gargantia because I knew it was like I knew he wrote it, but I didn't like it that much. What else does he have on here? He wrote for Wooby? What the fuck? Wait, I did not know that. He wrote for Ruby. Okay. Oh, it was like a movie. No, it wasn't a movie. It was a... What? I did not know that. Any knowers? Any knowers know that? Yojo Senki? Yojo Senki was good. Are they dropping a second season? Oh, no, wait, they dropped a second season? I think that... Is it the 3rd season I was waiting for? Hold on. Yojo Senki S3. I don't remember if I watched the 2nd season. I remember liking the 1st season, though. Dude, literally, my desktop, like, lock screen, or like intro screen, I don't know, whatever the fuck you call it, when Windows is like, you like type in your password, all that shit. I'm forgetting the name of it. That thing is Tanya. I can show you guys a picture, actually. It looks dope as fuck. You watch High School of the Dead? I watched High School of the Dead when I was like 13. I remember I really liked the concept of it, but then it just sucked. They did a movie instead of season 2? Oh yeah, I watched that movie, actually. That was good. I need to dig through so much shit to go find it. I don't want to do that. Oh, let me see. I actually don't have it anymore? I can't find it. On. Yojo Senki Tanya fan art. Maybe I can find it here? Art. I'm surprised it's not the first thing that comes up. Oh, I found it. Because this is a really small version of it for literally no reason. Is this thing. Because this is super blurry and not like zoomed in at all whatsoever for no reason. But yeah, this thing. This is my like loading screen.
かつての
Have you seen Ban? I've not. I saw Gigguk made an like a short film or something, but I haven't watched it. Is it worth a watch?
ここは大丈夫そう。
The close-up shots of the anime is a little spicy. High School of the Dead. I remember there's that one scene where she has the sniper attached to her, right? And they couldn't get off of her. And instead of her just shooting it or whatever, the guy just takes it and shoots it through her. And her boobs are jiggling through every shot. And then there was that other shot where he like shoots something and the bullet goes through her boobs and her boobs are jiggling through the fucking bullet moving. It was the most fucking stupid scene I've ever seen. It was so funny though. It was actually hilarious. That was like, it was just so stupid. The bullet is moving through her boobs are moving like supersonic speed, trying to dodge it like the Matrix. It's so funny, bro.
気持ちのいい風ね。
That was so stupid. And based. And shameless.
探し物の方からいつも出てくるのよね。
Chest. Dude, I'm kind of hungry.
知識の森。それとも膨れ上がり。
Super, do you mean pig?
あなたの
True.
瞳がこの小細工を見抜ける。
It's worth for the vibes, but I'm being honest. But I'm honestly more interested in the documentary you'll release soon about the process of how the anime was made. So look in the anime industry made for Western audiences. That'd be cool to see. I like it when I mean, I hope it gets a lot of attention because I like it when people like put more effort into like projects like that, especially like independent people. I think it would be cool. Like I remember, do you guys remember like Video Game High School and shit?
過去の抜け殻ね。
Like I think projects like that done by like independent media are super sick, especially when they're done well. I mean, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen how good it is. No chest. No chest.
この子は好き嫌いしないわ。
Straight up answers quality animations. The ridiculousness of the scene was so fucking funny, bro. I recommend Kingdom Season 3 if you're looking for action war non-stop anime. I've heard good things about it. I want to watch fuck, what's the one I just looked up though? I need to write that down.
繊細な子なのかしら。
What was the one that I just looked up that looked super cool that I said, oh, 2B Hero X.
まずは
2B Hero X. What was the other one?
邪魔者を排除しないといけないようね。
I wrote down Kingdom too. There was another one that I wanted to watch that I can't remember now.
これで終わりよ。私の後ろに。
It's really let down by the beginning after the end. Does that be the beginning? Or is that a different show? I remember that show was supposed to be good, but I watched it and I remember it being mid. Actually, you know a show that was really good that I also never hear people bring up anymore? Parasite. Dude, Parasite was goated. That had dope-ass action scenes out the ass. Had a good story. It's technically like a shonen anime too, right? But that's like shonen done well. Actually, is it? It's like kind of shonen. Jump, jump, jump. Dude, doing all the companion quests takes forever.
行こう。これは予想外ね。
They made a live action show of
あ
Parasite?
そこよ。
I feel like intuitively, that would be a complete train wreck. Was it good? You know why the beginning after the end mono was good? It's because it's inspired by Mushoku Tensei, which proves that Mushoku Tensei is good. You should watch it. I haven't even watched the beginning after the end, but you guys literally just flamed it. You guys literally just flamed it. So, you're telling me to watch it when you guys literally just flamed it. Huh? Can I shift? Thank you.
行こう。大事にしないとね。
Oh, you like that dodge though? Damn, he's kind of clean with it. I wasn't even looking at my screen. What if the thing just one-shot me? What if I just died? Ruined the run right there. That'd be embarrassing. Embarrassing. You know what's overrated? I do not like Monogatari. I think Monogatari was really boring. And I've given the show like 50 different tries. I've tried watching 3 different seasons of it. And I hated all 3 seasons. I watched, what did I watch? I watched Baka Monogatari, I watched Nisa Monogatari, and I watched, what was the last one that I watched? Was it Awari? I don't remember. Watching Peacemaker? Peacemaker. I watched the first season of it. That was funny. Didn't it get canceled though? I thought I saw something where they canceled the show. You're gonna make a video about the upcoming characters? About which ones? Oh, like Galbrana and stuff? I mean, the day they release, I'll... That's a good idea, actually. What if I make a should you pull for the day they release? I could talk about every character but Shoyuan. Or you know what you do? You like speculate what Shoyu... Like, I'm not gonna lie. Without knowing leaks, I don't even know what the fuck Shoyuan could be. Without knowing leaks, I have no idea what the fuck Shoyuan could even be. Like, he could literally be anything. They could have made him anything. He could be a fucking healer, bro. He could be Shorekeeper 2.0. I mean, his kid looks like main DPS vibes. But then again, so does Lupa's, and she's like a support. So, I don't know how that works. We know it will work well with Galbrana. Why? What's the implication that he works well with Galbrana? You can include like how free to play it is, new account friendly art, cover more bases. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll release the day of. Literally the first video I release the day of. We know Galbrana's an echo damage healer. Yeah, but we don't know shit about Choyuan. That's the problem, right? All we know is that he jumps on trees. So, like, maybe there's, like, some Contarella synergy or there's, like, some Ferlova synergy in there with Galbrana. But are these characters in pairs? True. Set in game so we know he uses the one that buffs echo damage. True. True. Law of harmony. True. Wait, does that mean it could potentially be used with Ferlova? Because half her damage would be echo. Ooh. True. Find the right doll. Is that the right doll? I like that it literally tells you what the right doll is. Why does it say find the right doll when it's literally just the only one there? Yeah, I have ideas for what I should do for the video. I can talk, I can talk about, I mean, Lupa is on here super easy, right? The only question would be, like, how well Lupa performs without... Or how well she performs with Galbranda. That could affect her thing. Use Law of Harmony on Rochia. I heard it doesn't work on her. I don't know why, but I was told Law of Harmony doesn't work on Rochia. Anyone know why? It's a giant jellyfish. It's gonna suck my brains out. Tarzan? He literally is, bro. He's literally swinging from trees and shit. You ready for Galbrana? I'm trying to get far enough in this to where I can actually get ready. I'm pretty close, though. I'm pretty close. I need to be... I mean, the thing is, if I don't pull for Galbrana... I mean, I'm pulling for Galbrana on my main, obviously. And then... I'm going to pull for Galbrana on this account, too. I'm not going to pull Signature on main. I will pull Signature on this account, though. But I don't have shit for Astray right now, bro. I'm so broke. We went all the way to Pity after losing 50-50 to Shorekeeper. I mean, there's only 90 total pulls, but, like, I'm so broke. All right, on the bright side, I haven't done events yet. We got that. We got that going. I haven't done events yet. I'm just running through story right now, trying to get EXP. I want to get UL 40 so I can get 5 cross echoes.
私の知るカンタレラはゆらゆらとしたクラゲたちのわずかな光で海を照らせるかしら。
Wait, what did I do for the last pool video?
そのまま私の手に
The Augusta one? Because Augusta and Yuno weren't released yet.
必ず約束を守る。
Oh wait, but I think they showed more of their kits in the game, didn't they?
あることを忘れずに先に進みましょう。
We don't want to tempt 3 before Galbrana? You really think I could die to this guy? Kelpie's my bitch.
最も恐れているのは光よ。信頼してくれてありがとう。ランタンに力が満ちた。
You think I get hit by a single attack by Kelpie? Nah. It was a clip farm. Just think about it, dude. Haha, this streamer's so funny. Haha, Lamau. That was a good one, no? Skip. Oh, there's 2 of them now. Dude, look how good I am. Just dodge everything. Oh, you can parry even though they're shadow? Wait, why didn't that parry? Wait, these aren't the same attacks? Wait, it's actually not the same attacks. I thought this was going to be the same attack pattern. Whoops. Goodbye.
元当主様。最初から期待したのが間違いだった。
How many accounts will you review this weekend?
どんな願いも叶えてくれ。
However many I get through?
この城に隠された飛躍。
Don't break everyone's accounts again? Yo, last time I did the viewer polls for Yuno, I did not break any accounts, did I? I lost 1 50-50. That wasn't even that bad. And the other ones, I got like decent luck. It wasn't even bad, right? Oh no, I lost 2, but then I literally got Yuno on the next poll. There's literally 1 poll right after the other. Oh yeah, if you guys want me to do your polls, by the way, go ahead and reach out to me on Discord. I'll pop off, bro. Why are there level 120 mobs in my Union level 35? Are you doing the Augusta quest? Oh no, you're talking about the red outside mobs. I don't want Ling Yong. But last time I didn't even get Ling Yong. I got a Zhen Shin. That literally pairs with Yuno. Think about it. That's W. Player friendly behavior. Bro, I'm hungry. Oh my god, Contrail is gonna touch me again. This is my favorite part of the story. Oh, yes. Do it more. It's so necessary for the plot. Yes! Please! Oh, yes. This guy is like Zyox, but for women. If you've been around the stream at all, you know I'm like the opposite of a gooner. There's no shot this guy is Zyox, but for women. They overdid it with their chest? Dude, you know what's funny? I've never seen someone say that they didn't overdo it with their chest. So that makes me think, like, who's it appealing for? I've never seen anyone say... Have you guys ever seen anyone say, like, her chest is, like, good? I feel like I only see, like, bad comments about it. You know what I mean? I feel like Zyox has a lot of female fans, too. Are you saying I don't? Damn. Okay. I mean, you're not wrong. At least he's lesbian. Imagine straight haram. True. To use male rover? Do you guys unironically use male rovers? You can like, live out the fantasy of like the harem shit? I've never thought about it like that once. Encore Ling. I still haven't done Ling Yong's. Huh? How? I use female rover to make the fan service? True, depends what you're going for. Depends what you're into. Use male rover for one reason. The female running makes a tap noise with a male no. I like the heels moving. I switched to female rover just to avoid it. What the fuck? I mean, that just means they're all down bad for female rover this time. W Yuri. Dude, I'm actually surprised. I thought Yuri was more popular. I'm surprised to see that there's more like male rover shippers than there are like female rover shippers. I never see female rover shippers. In fact, literally everyone always tells you to play male rover. Other people like Yuri though. There's roommates? Oh, true. I play female rover, but the VA was better for male rover. I do think the male rover has a better VA. I agree with that. But high key I play in Japanese, so I can't tell anyway. True. Rover X Rover? I'm surprised I've never seen Rover X Rover either. Now that I think about it. I never see like fan art of Rover X Rover.
それと
can you
できる
move?
だけ音を立てないように。
Skip.
前の件は
Female Rover has the same VA as Anonymous from PGR. Oh wait, dude. Speaking of PGR, you guys know I downloaded PGR, right? What I didn't tell you guys is that like 2 days ago, I had to uninstall PGR because I didn't have enough space on my SSD to have Genshin and PGR on there. I ran out of space. So I don't have PGR installed anymore. So I'm not going to play PGR. I mean, I didn't really have time for PGR anyway, I guess. I was kind of like coping when I installed it about whether or not I play. I want to play the game. I just don't have time for it. Yuri gets a lot of hate on Twitter. Does it? I'm never on Twitter. I'm not on Wuwa Twitter. Maybe I should be. I need to cloud farm on Wuwa Twitter. You know what I do? I need to give hot takes on Wuwa Twitter so I can cloud farm. Thoughts? High key, though, there's only so many hours in the day. I know here I ran out of space in a long time. I have two SSDs and a hard drive, but I don't want to put it on my hard drive. The thing is, like, my SSDs are super old. They're like only 500 gigabytes each. I agree you should. The problem is, like, one, it takes a lot of effort, and then two, I don't know if that effort is just like better spent on me doing other stuff, because I have like other stuff I need to do too. Like working on like, I mean, technically as a content creator, you should do it all. But it's like kind of hard, you know what I mean? Go to the direction of the bell. Am I here? Like right now I'm working on like short form content and trying to get better at short form content. I'm trying to release daily shorts. I need to upload me getting rage baited. Apparently you guys like me getting rage baited.
それに人でも道を探すのは得意なんだ。僕に任せて。準備運動はスマッコ。
The sad fact about PGR is it takes so long to get the good, for the early chapters to get good. I want to get good. The early chapters look really bad. They didn't also know voice acting. That's the same thing Thunder said. He said like the early story is like whatever, but once you get like later on in the story, that's when it becomes like peak. Maybe one day I'll get to play PGR. That day is not anytime soon though. Hi Key, if I was gonna play a game right now, like if I'm investing a time in a game, it would probably be like I'd probably still do ZZZ, right? Outside of what I'm doing right now. It's like we're gonna play Blue Protocol on probably the 10th. Because Galbrana comes out on the 9th, right? I don't know if I play Blue Protocol on drop. Dude, alright, so I have a little bit of a conundrum. Galbrana comes out. I don't think I'll have time to do like Galbrana Showcase and like testing and all that stuff and the story in the same day. But Blue Protocol comes out on the same day Galbrana comes out. I care more about Galbrana than I do Blue Protocol, so I'm going to do Galbrana first. We're going to do Blue Protocol as well. But I also said I would do the Galbrana story. I don't know if I should do the Galbrana story and like Galbrana story the day of. Or no, Galbrana the day of, like the testing all that stuff the day of. And the story the day after. I don't know if I should do that. Or I should, 8th run, eh? Oh, is it just at night? Maybe I can do that. Maybe I play it at night. I just do 2 streams like back to back or whatever. And then I do Blue Protocol the next day. Maybe that's what we do. But Blue Protocol would still be on the 10th then. I wouldn't be able to play it on release. I don't know. I'd also like, I mean, I've never done like a story on launch. I wanted to see what happens if I do that. So we'll probably do story on around then. Dude, like, there's too much stuff going on. We have DNA coming out too. Whatever that Chaos Zero game is that people are hyped for apparently is coming out as well that I was going to try. I think there's one other game. Isn't there another game coming out somewhat recently? Oh, Legends Arceus. I'm going to be playing that on the 15th. Rage bait clips? Maybe. I think it's stupid that rage bait is like meta, but I can't kill it. Do you play Silk Song? No. I want to play Silk Song, but I don't think I have time for it. I hear it's a really good game though. Dude, I'm playing Silk Song right now. Thoughts? Bro, what the fuck? Lingong, you're so stupid. So you all 50 something. No, 30. 5? 35. 34. Why did I say 50? Bang! Don't disrespect the best glacial. Dude, I wonder why they had this section and only this part, and then they never used it again. This could have been cool for like a event, no? Do you guys want more combat events? Your story really picks up at chapter 8/9 out of like 40 chapters. What if you just like deleted all the early chapters so people don't have to deal with it so they got to do the good stuff? Thoughts? Oh my gosh, is it games to remove events altogether? I don't know if I want them to remove events altogether. Like, obviously you're saying that because, like, you'd rather the pools be consolidated into the game itself. I don't think I want that because, like, sometimes events can be good. I think the problem is, like, I don't know. I still feel like ZZ has the best events out of all the gachas I played. I don't want title defense. I don't like the title defense either. I think the title defense is boring. I think you'll play PGR. Just put a little time now to pull Bianca Corpuscule. She's the new meta dark DPS and only Radiant DPS. The new Radiant. As Radiance is the new element going forward. I think I don't have time to play PGR. Like, high key, I mean, I mentioned it like when I was quitting ZZ. If I was going to play a game, like, PGR gets less viewership than ZZ does. Like, if I had time to play PGR, I would be playing ZZ right now. And I don't have time to play ZZ. So I just don't think I can play PGR. Like, I don't have free time to play games on my own. That's the reason why I was like, I kind of deleted PGR. I could have deleted something else, but I just deleted PGR, so I didn't even get tempted to play it. I don't think I'll have time to play it, which is kind of sad. Like, there's too much going on. Legends Arceus, Blue Protocol, Do It Night Abyss, Chaos Zero Nightmare. Then I'm gonna play, or like I'm picking up Genshin 2, and then Wuwa, and like Galbrena release, and then I want to do like the Deathless challenge on here and finish this. The combat event wanderers would be satisfied if Wuwa had an endgame loop like ZZ. You mean every week is a reset? You know what? Do that, but exclude Wuwa from the equation. Thoughts? Hey, gacha events that are just TV paste of another game, but just with game assets. Wait, what do you mean? It'd be better for you to position yourself close to new games because new game equals push for creators. Everyone starts on the same ground. Oh yeah, I agree. That's why I freed up my schedule to be able to do newer games. Everyone knows like newer games equals more chance to pop off. I mean, that's why I'm trying all the new games when they come out. If I like them or whatever, it's cool, and Pog or whatever. That's why I can't play things. I mean, you have two options. You either have like go into like a game that has like some sort of niche available, which is what I thought Wuwa was. Like I thought there would be a niche because it didn't exist already for like actual like content inside of Wuwa. But I'm surprised there's like not that much of a niche for it. The niche is apparently in rage baiting. What the fuck was that? I'm getting rage baited by a robot right now. What the fuck are you doing? Delete Wuwa, copy paste DA? That's what I'm saying, bro. Delete Wuwa from the game. I don't want to see that shit. Jingle, jingle. Did you guys ever notice Ling Yong has a little jingle? Listen to that bell. Nobody knows because no one plays this character. True. Tower defensive Wuwa feels like Fortnite Save the World. I've never played Fortnite once in my life, but I don't like a tower defense event. I think it's really boring. It had potential to be fun, but the execution was bad. New gacha creators appear from time to time. It's not all established names, and the scene is open to new channels. I think, well, there's... Genshin is like a really weird game. I don't understand how like content creators are able to do what they do in Genshin. Like, literally what I'm doing is what content creators do in Genshin, right? But for whatever reason, if I did the same exact shit in Genshin, it would be so much easier for me to pop off than it is in Wuwa, which makes no sense because there's way more competition in Genshin. But then there's still like space to like grow there, which is weird to me. I don't get that. But somehow, like, Wuwa has like a decent sized population, but then like people just like don't watch this or like there's like no discoverability or something. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Wuwa. I feel like there should be room for something. I just don't get it. I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand. Punchy. Can you die, Ling Yong? Whack, whack, whack. There's a lot of parts of the Genshin community. Yeah, but that's the weird part. There's no part of the Wuwa community. One thing is YouTube is 10% hard work, 90% luck. Yep. I think it's like making it a content creator is like it is luck, but you need the skill if you're gonna do a long term to be able to sustain the audience. But it is, I do think it is luck to blow up. But if you don't have like legitimate skill, you'll fall off. If that makes sense. Is TCR challenge creators, sponsor creators? Yeah, but it's weird because like in Wuwa, there's none of that. All like the Wuwa players or like all like the Wuwa viewers or something just don't come from here, which makes no sense to me. I don't get how that happens. I thought Wuwa would have like, you'll see it too, like so often people like complain like, oh, there's no content inside of Wuwa. Oh, there's no content inside of Wuwa. Oh, there's no content creators or whatever, right? But then Wuwa, content inside of Wuwa itself isn't doing well. I don't know if it's like a content creator issue. I don't know if it's the scene issue. I don't know if it's like a viewer issue or what. It's so hard for me to identify. I've been trying to figure it out, but I can't. Maybe there's just like no one who wants to see it, even though like people say that they want it. People say that they want it, but then they don't want it. it doesn't make sense to me. Luck over time and skills a multiplier to the luck. If you persevere long enough, you can make it if you're good. I think time is a multiplier to the luck. I think you got it backwards. I think time is the multiplier to luck. The longer you're at it, the more likely you are to get lucky. But skills like the amplifier that makes it so like when you do get in that lucky break, you have like the bigger chance of popping off, and you have the bigger chance of sustaining the audience. That's where the skill comes in, right? You do eventually have to get lucky. There's also like a little bit of skill to luck. Like one thing that's also not talked about is like you can get in a better position to be more lucky. So like if you do like say like newer games, for example, or you like try to enter like specific niches and you niches and you target that can put you in a position to get more lucky, right? So you can put yourselves in positions to get lucky and have a better chance of getting lucky. That could be a skill. But yeah, it is luck. Or there is a large luck factor to it, I should say. Right place, right time kind of vibe. Dude, I was watching a thing from, you guys know Bob Saget, right? The America's Funniest Home Videos guy? And like Full House guy or whatever? He was talking about how like, he didn't want to do those, right? And that even though he was talented or whatever, he felt like he didn't get an opportunity to do anything else. And he kept trying to do other things. He kept trying to like pursue like comedy or whatever the fuck. But he couldn't find any entrance. And so he ended up having to do that, even though he didn't want to. And obviously, like, you see that, and he's like, oh my god, like, super well-renowned name, and, like, super successful and all that stuff. But, like, he kept trying to push for opportunities to, like, pursue things that he wanted to do, but he wasn't able to find, like, a better opening. To find, like, those things he truly wanted to pursue at the time. And he ended up having to, like, essentially settle. Settle for being, like, a household name is funny as fuck, but... Like, he had to do stuff that he didn't necessarily want to do himself, all because he wanted to be a, I guess like a name in that regard. I thought that was interesting. Dude, back when aura farming moments used to be, this guy pops off on little baby discords. Now, aura farming moments at Wuwa are Augusta destroys an entire mountain. Oh, we split the moon in half. Nah, Ling Young's over here, he's gapping some little baby discords no one cares about. You poor bastard. Go backstage of the theater and look for Ling Yong. Oh my god, we get to talk one-on-one. What's up, goat? Are you gonna ruin my 50-50 again? I'm a normie and I get sick of rage bait and same old conversations. You say that, but rage bait is really good for getting eyes on you. Because the biggest thing is... Actually, I remember 50 Cent said this originally. There was like a super boomer point in time where like for literally no reason at all, 50 Cent started beefing with Oprah. This is like literally boomer shit. But he was talking about like why he did that, right? It was like... He had no problem with Oprah, but by beefing with Oprah, it got people's eyes on him. And even though they ended up hating him, they still had like an opinion of him. And them having an opinion of him meant that whenever his name was brought up, or if there's ever an opportunity to bring his name up, they would bring his name up, right? And they would say something about him, which generates noise around him. And as long as they have an opinion around you, at least you can constantly keep yourself in their minds. And it keeps you relevant, right? Which is way better than no one having an opinion or not having an opinion of you at all. Because at least... If they have an opinion of you, you can get your name spread out there. And as long as like the content, or in his case, I guess like music or whatever. Well, I guess that is content. As long as the content you make is good enough for at least some sort of niche or whatever, that extra noise helps you a lot. It's essentially why rage baiting is so effective. Rage bait isn't a healthy thing. It's not. It's a byproduct of like how algorithms work and stuff. Technically, it's a byproduct of like human nature. What I just brought up too. No press is bad press. That's technically not true. I don't think getting outed as like a PDF is good press, but the sentiment behind it is true. Where it's like, even if you do something negative or whatever, you get like negative publicity from something, it is true that like you can turn that into a win for yourself as long as you persevere through it. That part is true. I want to get more pulls. Alright, high key. What if? Do I have enough? Oh, I just barely have enough. Alright, what if I just got... You know, right here. Go. Honestly, biggest win, lose 50-50. Sunwall more heavy? That is not usable. Wait, that's it? Ah, dude, that's trash. So Rethinking to get a standard 5-star? This is a fresh account, that's why. Bad publicity is still publicity? Exactly. But that's like part of the problem too, right? Is that people will talk about like how they don't like a certain behavior or whatever in the scene. But then the way they talk about that is not done in a manner that like nullifies what they're trying to accomplish, right? The reason why rage baiting is so effective is exactly because people will go around and they'll complain about something, right? That's why rage baiting is effective. In a way, when you guys complain about like something or like the state of something, I mean, if you're bringing up like actors or whatever that are perpetuating that, you're helping them and their agenda to be able to push their own or like knowledge of them, right? You're literally helping them. It's part of their game plan. Their game plan is to get you either interested or angry at them. And so when you bring up their names over and over and over again, you're literally helping them. Dude. This game is piss. Wait, can I upgrade this? No. This game is piss. Weapon. I need variation. Wait, do I have yellows yet? I have a Doge. Oh, this is an auto-tune. Crew rate 10.5. Dude, this is a rejuve set. This is a rejuve set. Crew rate 10.5 my ass. Are we trolling right now? We're really doing that on rejuve? Alright. Show me the money. Crit damage. 17.4. Liberation heavy. Dude, what is this? This is rejuve set. You're trolling me. This is the first Echo I've enhanced. I mean, he's good. First Echo I enhance on my Deathless account. It's a rejuve set that gives me a Giga Broken Echo. That is crazy. If I can get a Zani Phoebe team, this actually goes really hard for the Rover. When I heard about the limited banner for new players, I mean, high key, this is worse than the voucher. This event is really bad because it delays how long it takes for you to get the thing, and you lose out on the easy or the free commando of conviction from the start of the game. It was actually better that they don't have this, but I mean, I guess this like helps the new players to like go further in. Like it helps like guide them, so I guess that's nice. It'll like teach them where to go and stuff, or what to do. Does Arrow actually do damage? He does. Fuck. What was I doing? Brant, Zani. Free Command of Conviction? You got a 4-star selector weapon. Everyone did. Everyone got that. At the very start of the game. You got a 4-star weapon selector. The best option from there is Command of Conviction. Technically, you can pick other stuff, though. But Command of Conviction was the best one from there. They removed that so new players no longer get the free 4-star weapon, which is kind of troll.
一日キャプテンか。武者の劇団のキャプテンって。
Sanwa levels of damage or Mortefi levels?
夜ご飯まで
Sanwa and Mortefi do similar levels of damage. Huh?
劇団を見て回ろう。
They're like the same. What? Wait, how much damage do people think that Mortefi does? Do people think Mortefi is doing like 400k DPS or damage? Mortefi does like 200k damage in a rotation. Do people think Mortefi is doing more than like 200k damage in a rotation? I don't know why I hear this a lot. People, I hear a lot of people say that like Mortefi does good damage. Like, I mean, he does damage. You should build him. But it's not like good. Wait. Doesn't it Mortefi with Empyrean do more than Sunhua? Yeah. But not that much. That's like... It's like, what is the difference between 100 and 112? Compared to the difference between 112 and 500. Where is... Rant! I just have to wait? Skip. Dude, I wish the, you know the Lampy Lumen? Wait, what do you get for the Lampy Lumen box? Is there anything useful you can get from there, like the purple weapon? I have a great team, Augusta, you know, Shorekeeper. What would you recommend for a B team for a returning player like myself? It would be more helpful if you told me what characters you liked, and then I would tell you what was best to go for out of those. High key, though, depending on how Galbrena is, though, it might be better if you just wait till 3.0. It depends how good Galbrena is. Yeah, what you can do is you can do Havoc Rover, Sunhua, Shorekeeper as one team, and then Augusta, Yuna, Verena as your other. If you want 2 teams for now, that's what you can do, and then you can save for like better characters to pull. The best team in the game right now is Cartetia Chacona. Technically, you can pick up like Chacona right now if you're planning on pulling Cartetia. That's the only like that's the most. Can you, dude! I forgot in this story you could get locked behind the Lost Lottie as the Cuddle Waddle. I can't get out. Bro, I'm even jumping over it. Wait, it's kind of funny though. You can look inside of him. Wait, that looks so creepy. Dude, get out. Look, I'm jumping so high, bro. I'm LeBroning over this guy. Fine, I'll TP. You know the worst part? I've had this happen before. What happens is you TP out, and you get to do all of that all over again. You have to do the entire part of that, of waiting. It's only like a few seconds, but it's still annoying. Look, you left quest area? Bruh. I have inland from launch, but she's... Yeah? True. Technically, you can do for your two teams right now. Mortefi, Augusta, Shorekeeper, no, I guess Verena. Mortefi, Augusta, Verena, and then inland, Verena. Or no, Shorekeeper. That could be your two teams. This is soft locked? I mean, you can teleport out.
ミスロンリーがいるよ。
いや違う。そいつは悲しいミスロンリーだ。俺は皆の者よ。
That team though, that assumes you have Yuno signature. If you do not have Yuno signature, then do not play Yuno main DPS.
変わってないな。さて、久しぶりにお前の
Punch!
講演を聞かせてもらおうじゃない。
If you ask me on release day, I can let you know how good Galbrena is. Until then, well, I wouldn't know because there's no official information. He's going crazy for money. That's literally me. Get him, he shot my coin. Wait, you guys are right. I should be playing Male Rover. You know why? Because then we can have Brant be the gay Aura farmer. Thoughts? Now it's a straight ship. Ew. We need Brant to be the gay Aura farmer. I don't know why anyone would pull Yuno without Zig. She loses a lot of DPS. Well, I'll give you two reasons. One, it's a gacha game. So... people pull for whatever character they want. Two, Gooners. Well, that's just one reason. I'll give you one reason. There it is. Yeah, I mean, I don't... unless you're pairing Yuno with Augusta, I wouldn't recommend pulling for her personally. It's just not worth it. If you are pairing Yuno with Augusta and you're getting her signature, that's a good team to make. Nice premium team. But outside of that, I wouldn't recommend getting Yuno, personally. Obviously, she can flex into other stuff. It's just, like, not good. You know? You know? You know? Wish they make Galbrena and Augusta level free-to-play friendly main DPS. Maybe they do. You don't know. That would be cool. I still think it's crazy. Augusta free-to-play outperforms GM Premium. That's crazy. Wow. I think if you go super quick swappy, GN's team can just barely do better than the Augusta free-to-play team. But that's like his turbo premium team, which is crazy. If that's not power creep, I don't know what is. I guess nothing's power creep. Well, I could use Brant, dude. This is the character that ruined my... oh, wait, no. Sunwall was the character that ruined my first run. GN's premium is Yuno Chikona? Exactly. That's what I mean. You need both Yuno and you need Chikona, and all three of them need their signatures. That's crazy, bro. I will say the same about Augusta. What if they release a character that's made to be Augusta support? Because, like, right now, Augusta is giving her stupid outro buff to Shorekeeper, who doesn't benefit dick for fuck all from it, right? I could see that team getting better with an upcoming release. Really easily. There's going to be a character that not only buffs Yuno and Augusta, but also can make use of the damage. And that team is going to pump numbers.
何が待っているんだろう。
霧が濃くなってきた。
心配するな、キャプテン。
Any chance that Galbrena is an angel from Augusta's
その
past?
手で握った舵と俺を信じれば問題ない。明かりに従って進めば目的地まで無事にたどり着ける。
I'm the wrong person to ask about lore. I'm not gonna lie to
あ
you.
の沈没船が見えるか。
I don't even know what that means.
ドラコの船なの？
ああ、ドラコの船団は狂乱の海すら乗り越えられたそうだ。なのに。
Certified lore skipper?
ところで英雄が沈んでしまう。
I even... Alright, for Augusta specifically, I think I actually paid attention to the lore. I just don't remember. I'm not studying the lore. I've played Cardethia's story like 3 times, and I probably couldn't off the top of my head tell you everything that happens in that story. I played it 3 times. Honorable Galbrena and Lupa. My current 5-star are Shorekeeper, Filova, Cantarella, Augusta. Thoughts? There's no official information on Galbrena, so I have no thoughts until there's official information on Galbrena. Smile. I mean, you have Cantarella, Filova, Donjin is a good team. You have Augusta, Mortefi, Shorekeeper is a good team. And then you have... Or like Augusta, Mortefi, Verena works as well. Then maybe Galbrena, Lupa, Shorekeeper works as a team. I just don't know how good it'll be. Or if it'll even work. Hard to say. On a fresh account with Yuno, Shorekeeper, would you recommend going Lupa, Galbrena, and maybe Brant for the future? I don't think I'll ever recommend... I don't think I can recommend Brant, because what's going to happen is Brant's going to be on like a second rerun, right? There's no shot he doesn't get like Giga Power Crab. I mean, Brant is pretty strong in terms of like being flexible right now. I don't know. What would I recommend going for? I mean, once again, I can't really talk too much about Galbrena. The thing about Lupa, though, is for a fresh account, the only value is pairing it with Encore specifically. You put like Encore, Lupa, Mortefi. That's not a bad team.
随分と大げさだね。
最後まで聞こうじゃないか。
I don't know where that would leave Galbrena, though. I don't know what Galbrena does. Smile. Recommend Filova or Sig? Well, Filova's not getting rerun next patch. So, like, things can always change in the future. Filova's the highest pull value DPS right now. It's like her and Cardethia are like the 2 highest value characters for DPS characters right now. Because Cardethia's team is just so strong, and then Filova is so versatile. There's definitely the 2 strongest DPS characters to pull for. Augusta's really high up there, too. Yeah, those are like the top 3. It's like Augusta, Filova, and Cardethia. I've changed my mind on Carlotta. I think... I mean, maybe Carlotta will get like a 3rd character that'll help her out, like a Mono Glacier team. And obviously Carlotta is like good because she's super easy to play. But I think with them constantly increasing the power level and constantly chaining units together, it might be better for you to just like go for just like higher numbers at this point. Because there's too much chaining. There's too much chaining, there's too much damage increase. And if Cardethia's team's already doing like 25% more DPS than a Carlotta team, then it becomes harder and harder for me to justify pulling for Carlotta. Isn't for Love Loki String Master not a must pull? I have never once in my life considered String Master a must pull. Never once thought that ever.
扉を閉められたか。どうや
String Master's like a versatile weapon.
やっぱり裏切られたか。
But what does that actually mean? I think when people talk about like how good a weapon is, they don't give like a context. What does String Master being versatile actually mean? What are the characters that use String Master? You can use it on Encore, who's mid. You can use it on Phoebe, who doesn't do any damage. Unless you're using her as main DPS, which is also mid. You're using it to make worse teams. Any new player video I see everyone recommends String Master as a must pull. Yeah, it's because people give advice in this game are dipshits. I'm not gonna lie to you. It kind of pisses me off how much like wrong and bad advice there is in this game. String Master is not a must pull weapon. It doesn't matter if it gives. It doesn't matter if it gives like, or it's like a more universal weapon, right? Ask yourself, what characters is String Master actually being used for? All right, String Master is easily the most overrated weapon in the game. I'll show you why. Encore, mediocre character. Sure, if you're gonna use Encore, String Master is like good for her, but Encore's already a mediocre character. So you're must pulling for a mediocre character? Does that make sense to you? No. Let's look at other Catalyst users. Inlin, mediocre character. You're must pulling String Master so you can use Inlin? Does that make sense to you? No. Phoebe, as a main DPS, another like, I mean, she's above average. She's gonna do better than the 1.0 units, but that's like, you're pulling that to just do worse than all the newer teams. So you're pulling String Master to do worse than the newer teams out there. And if you're using her as a sub DPS, which is her best place, by the way, her best place is to be a sub DPS for the Zani teams. Her damage is only going to be like 12% of that team comp's damage. So what is String Master doing there? Not much. Who else do we have? Let's look at other Catalyst users. For Lova, her signature is such a big increase over String Master. It's like a 20-something% damage increase if you get her signature. You can just get her signature and just use that instead for other characters because it's a universal signature as well. String Master is so outdated. The philosophy of telling people to pull for String Master is just so wrong now. It's based on misinformation because people are stuck in the past. Recommending String Master to new players is like telling them to waste 80 pulls. Don't do it. Your sub DPS does not need the extra 5% damage from it. I promise you. I promise you. You use variation for Phoebe on Zani team? True. Copium. No copium. Copium. String Master being flexible is the same argument as Sunhua. Well, ask yourself, what characters are using String Master? Just ask yourself that. What characters are using String Master? It's flexible for stuff you don't care about. Okay. Well, for Lova's weapon, it's flexible too. And then he's good on for Lova. So that's just better, period. That just makes it a better weapon, period. Straight up. Does Conzarella having an extra 10% damage from String Master matter? Congrats, you have a 2% team DPS increase. That's what you're pulling 80 pulls for? I think people don't give you the context for these numbers. People don't give you the context for like how well these things actually perform. Everyone agrees, like, people aren't trying to play Encore main DPS anymore. Are you pulling String Master so people can play Encore main DPS? That's not a thing you do. Just pull for your limited DPS at the point. You don't need it for your Zhisha. Just use fucking Cosmic Ripples, bro. Do you need it for your sub DPS Phoebe? No. Do you need it for your main DPS Phoebe? No. I mean, it's usable there. I'd love to see a new player video from you. My literal most viewed video is a new player guide. It doesn't have every new player or like every tip in there though. Maybe I'll make a video combating misinformation. That might be a banger video. I don't know exactly how I'd word it though. I don't think of a way to word it. How do you word like combating misinformation? I have a problem with the... I don't know. Maybe... I think what happens is... Alright, here's the trend I've noticed. I think in general, theory crafters and whatnot are really bad at spreading their message. And it's one thing I kind of respect about Zajeff when I've been watching his content. I think he's very effective at getting his messaging across, while also being like a obviously his like content is like very nerdy, right? And he spends a lot of time like math maxing. but he's able to like talk and like or talk about his points extremely efficiently and actually get like a good point across, which I think is a very, very good trait to have. And I don't see that in the Wuwa scene right now. I feel like the reason why there's so much misinformation right now in Wuthering Waves, there is no person who actually understands how to play the game that is giving advice. Everyone is giving advice right now, or where people are getting their advice from are from people who literally do not know any better. And the people who are watching that are obviously not going to know better themselves. So, they're getting outdated advice. Like, String Master's a must pull. Or things like, Sunwa is an S tier character. Because people don't understand the game changes, right? And people don't actually like do the math or like look into this stuff, right? Because they just don't give a fuck. And so the theory crafters who actually have the knowledge of this stuff, surprisingly, I don't see them talk about it either. Which I don't know why. But I feel like the average Genshin player is probably more informed about what's good in that game and the meta in that game than the average Wuwa player. There is so much misinformation in the Wuwa scene. I actually don't understand why. It is so crazy to disconnect between like what's actually good in reality. Asian Invasion? Yeah, Asian Invasion is good. But the part of the problem he has, and I like him a lot. I've done like collabs with him and shit, right? If you remember the 7-day video, he's literally on there. And the problem is that he needs to make his content more entertaining. I don't know if he cares to, but one of the biggest things to get your message across, I think he needs to be more of an entertainer. Like if he focused on more on entertainment maxing, he'd be such a big content creator. Average Genshin players are also so lost in the meta, it's hard for them to accept Wuwa is so much better than everything else. Maybe I'm tainted from like the content creators I've seen on Wuwa, or I mean on Genshin and the stuff I've been watching. But like when people come into my chat and like ask questions or like give takes on stuff and they're just like so wrong so constantly, it's kind of crazy to me. But I haven't noticed like the same thing in Genshin. Like when I hear like the TCs like talk about stuff or whatever, it seems, or not even TCs, just like average TCs talk about stuff. It seems relatively relevant. Maybe I am coping. Let's go get an Inferno Rider. Are you all 35? A lot of Wuwa fans don't know how insane Brant is. I would not call Brant insane. I think calling Brant insane is a bit of a stretch. On the pull value tier list, like, he's like low S, high A. In terms of actual performance, he's an A tier character. In terms of actual performance, Brant is an A tier character at his strongest. In terms of versatility, he's an S minus character. Just because like he is versatile, he can't go in a lot of teams, but those teams are not competing with the best teams. That's the problem with Brant. His teams are not competing. Even Mono Fusion does not compete with the best teams, right? If we're being super technical, Mono Fusion is getting gapped by like Augusta teams. It's getting gapped by Cardithi teams at their best. So his Mono Fusion isn't competing with the best of the best. But, I mean, it's still good. That's why he'd be like a low S character. But he's not insane. Calling him insane is like a big stretch for sure. He's definitely good, and he's definitely versatile, but he just doesn't have the performance of like actual high tier character, or like what I would expect from like high tier characters in other games. He's not like a... When I think insane, I think... Wait, what the fuck? It wouldn't let me exit. When I think insane, I think... Shorekeeper. When I think insane, I think Cardithia's performance over every other character in the game. When I think insane, I think like Augusta's free-to-play performance, right? That's what I think insane is. That's insanity. Or like the high tier, right? Brant is not that. French shooter. I watched that guy make a guide for Furlova. Or something, or maybe I misunderstood it. But he like talked about tech on Furlova, and the tech is literally just after you use an echo skill, like your Hecate, Nightmare Hecate cast, you get a rainbow note. And honestly, it's a smart way to farm views, but that was a tech he was talking about. That was crazy to me. That's the only piece of content I've seen. That was crazy to me, bro. Yeah, that shit got so many views. It was literally just talking about the fact that after you use your echo skill, you get a rainbow note.
風の導きのままに
Which in reality means nothing. For love over others and Wuwa? Yeah, that's a good example too. Wait, what? Check mail. Animation canceling on Carlotta, which I've never seen anyone talk about. Animation canceling what? Wasn't the video about a cancel that gets you 2 notes? You get 1 note from the intro and you get 1 note from the echo cast. Her intro just gives you a rainbow note on the next one. At least that's what I got from the video.
Go.
Dash cancel, echo cancel, the enhanced basic. Yeah, it's like her basic combo. Technically, the better way to do it is generally you like you echo cancel the thing and then swap to another character during the echo animation cast. That's the basic combo though. I see a this video on a gacha I play and it's just a Pridwin review. What's wrong with a Pridwin review? High-key, that's a good idea. What if I just don't make tier lists on my own and I just review Pridwin and just farm it? Thoughts? Wait, that's high-key. That's based. That is so based. That is so based. My next tier list video is just farming Pridwin. Would you say Verena's insane? I mean, I guess for how versatile she is, yeah. And how easily accessible she is, yeah. If we're going to say things like Martefi and Sanhua are insane, then we have to say Verena's insane too, I think.
Yeah.
Let me put it like this. Would I rather have a Brant on my account or would I rather have a Verena on my account? I'd rather have a Verena all day. So if Brant is insane, Verena has to be insane. But I don't think Brant is insane. When we talk about, like, it can get kind of weird from there. But I think, like, there's almost no account I wouldn't rather have a... If I'm starting on a base account, I would always rather have a Verena than a Brant. So Verena has to be insane. Oh my god, this guy's dying! BA 1 to 3, dodge, BA E, BA echo, BA 1 to 3, dodge. What you should be doing is you can make it so you only have to do 2-3 on your thing if you swap into Faloba, which technically I think you're doing on your intro. And then if you swap during the echo cast that you mentioned, and you come back into Faloba, it starts you on the second basics. You only BA 2-3. And then you do the enhanced basic, and then you animation cancel the enhanced basic with your heavy attack. Which I brought up in my 3 tips for Faloba for 3 different levels short, which you guys should totally watch if you guys want to play Faloba, because it teaches you how to play or do Faloba advanced tricks, Pog. Like, did you guys know you can pre-cast your Forte and make it so even though you build up your outro skill, you can actually still swap over to another character without using your outro skill, meaning you get an extra quick swap window. Pogger Wogger. More tips and stuff if you watch the short. Yup. Sorry. Bang! Bang! Dude, I feel like what's gonna happen is I make a quick swap guide, and you guys are just gonna say, cool story and all. But I didn't understand a word that was said. And that's all that's gonna be said. Or you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna say,
これは予想外ね。
you get 6 stacks of her bullet thingy if you heavy, then skill, which is something I don't see many people do. Wait, was that what you were talking about? Like the extra 3 stacks at the beginning?
行こう。任せて。
Should we make a vertical investment list? I'm not gonna lie. As far as sequences go, sequences are like the only thing in this game I don't know about. Like I know like S2s or whatever the fuck, like which ones are good or whatever. Like Shorekeeper S2 is kind of overrated, or like really overrated. I'll say. The only nice part about it is that it's like pretty general, so you can use it on a lot of teams. But it's pretty overrated as an S2.
歴史を感じるね。
They were going with the guy. I am the guy. You guys can call me that. Just call me the guy. I'm the guy. What about second rotation? You don't want to swap during outro buff? It depends on
いい聞いてみよう。響け。
it depends on team and character that you're playing with. Because remember, Flova doesn't only go into like Contorella teams, right? You don't have to pair it only with Contorella. You can play Flova sub DPS. And in that case, you don't have to worry about the extra swap. Vertical investment is a bait. Technically, for clearing, it's not. I wouldn't say it's a bait. I just think it's boring personally. Like, if I'm playing a game, do I want to play a game so I can play one unit? Rotate. Bang.
行こう。
Am I playing a game so I can play one unit and just have that unit S6? Or am I playing a game so I can play a variety of units on a variety of teams and play all the different teams and have fun with all the different teams? The latter, right? I want to have fun with all the teams, bro.
行こう。
What the fuck? Bang. Yeah, I don't think it's bait from like a power POV. I guess the S2 is also really strong.
行こう。
There's a lot of like skill issue players or whatever.
感じるね。
The thing is though, like, from my POV, I can clear with like free to play teams without their signatures. So why do I need vertical investment?
任せて。
It's so the characters can be more usable in the future. I mean, personally, as much as it sucks, like if a character just sucks, I'm just gonna bench them. All right, if I can't clear with the character anymore, I'm gonna bench them. Which is funny to say, given I was playing Anton and trying to make Anton work pretty hard.
好きだらけね。
I mean, I still was making Anton work. I'm curious how well he worked this patch. But like, if a character can't clear, I'm just gonna be pissed off about it. I'm gonna be angry at the game, and I'm just gonna go play another character.
これで終わりよ。好きだらけね。聞いてみよう。仕入れの時間だ。お見せします。私が商品にやられた。この手のものが好きでしょ。持っていきなさい。
Oops. Grapple. This is so hard. What am I supposed to do? Oh. What is your guys' hottest
あなたのそばに
Wuwa opinion?
運が良くなった気がする。
I need to farm some shorts so I can do some not rage bait. What's the word I'm looking for? I would never rage bait.
どうか信じ
Rage baiting is cringe. I've never rage baited in my life. I think there's a single good combat mode in the game. Wait, what do you play for then? I like vertical investment on Cartithia because it canonically feels right for it to be a solo overpowered monster. Ad Rover. Calcharo's design is boring as shit. That is a hot take. Damn. The combat system is good, but the modes that use it are bad. I think Tower is fine. I think Weebo sucks, but I think Tower is fine. Wuwa content is so dead on YouTube. I think that's a cold take, bro. I think everyone complains about it.
私の後ろに行くよ。光よ。ほっふっ行こう。行こう。ふっ私の後ろに行くよ。
Remove dailies? I don't like the FOMO of dailies. I don't mind dailies, bro. You don't even get that much from doing dailies.
聞いてみよう。私の後ろに行くよ。
I think, like, out of all the predatory tactics, I think dailies are, like, the least predatory. Like, high key, obviously it's, like, there to, like, keep you in the mentality of, like, oh, if I don't log in, I'm losing out on this value, right? And that's obviously why it's there.
疲れた。
To get you in, like, the... On top of that, it's trying to keep you in, like, a daily habit loop of logging in the game. So you're, like, constantly thinking, oh, yeah, I should log in the game. I should log in the game. I should log in the game, right? Obviously, that's why it's there.
行くよ。
I don't think it's that bad, though. I don't mind that.
私の後ろに。
There are way more, infinitely more scummy things they do. Like chaining characters together. That is way more cringe. That is way more cringe if they chain characters together than it is if they do, like,
歴史を感じるね。 行こう。
Ninja is more fun to explore than Renacita. I feel like Renacita, the reason I like Renacita is because I don't feel like I'm exploring. Because it feels so fast to do. I feel like I get my rewards and dip out. But I don't like open world.
旅の醍醐味。
I think that's why I like Renacita more. I think if you like open world, Jinjo makes more sense to like. Who is power creeping faster than HSR? But in this chat, this is not even a hot take. Yeah, I mean, I've already expressed that opinion. It literally is. It literally just is. It's just factually true. You said hot take? Well, I don't have to agree with your hot take. I asked you guys for your hot takes. I didn't say I agreed with all your hot takes. Flying destroyed exploration of Wuwa? I don't think that's a hot take. I think the reason why people like flying is because they don't like exploration. I think that's why people want flying. They want flying because they don't like exploration. That's why I want flying. I want flying because I don't want to do more exploration. In fact, it cuts my time down, which is pog. HP inflation is faster than HSR?
行こう。
That is true. I think.
任せて。
At the very least, like, Weewa is like more than doubled its HP.
よし響け。一気に。
I do think that context matters though, because I think like Weewa was like a complete joke. I think even with the doubling of the HP, it's like kind of reasonable to clear it right now. Oh, let me lock in.
好きだらけ。私の後ろに。
I think it's reasonable to clear right now, so I don't mind it.
行くよ。やっ。
Making a tier list with Thunder after 2.7? If he wants to, sure. I like the tier list discussions. Like, if he wants to, I'm down to. I mean, I can just ask him.
聞いてみよう。行け。行くよ。
Is there like a specific conversation you guys want to see me have regarding the game with someone? I can look around for like some content creators or whatever that play. There's like a specific conversation you guys want? I miss the sci-fi atmosphere. I do miss like what I really liked in 1.0 was like the edginess of it. 2.0 feels very Disney. I feel like I'm in Disneyland, bro. I don't want to be in Disneyland. I like the edginess of 1.0. But apparently, I guess the edginess of 1.0 wasn't like selling too well. I mean, if you like the fantasy stuff, I can see why you'd like 2.0. It does feel very fantasy-esque. I think they nailed the vibe for it. But I like the post-apocalypticness of 1.0. I thought this was really cool. I like the vibes behind it. But I will say that the execution was a little bit lacking. The world felt more hollow. Like the 2.0 world feels more alive than the 1.0 world does. But I mean, it kind of makes sense because like this is a post-apocalyptic place. But I mean, it makes sense that like naturally they're gonna get better world design too. He loves Brand and values Brand more than you? No, he doesn't. We've talked about it before. He doesn't value Brand more than I. Is there a character I disagree with him heavily on? I was trying to think. I think for the most part we agree. Like if you look at the tier list, we literally agree to like with the placement of like literally every single character actually, except for Consorella, who I wanted to be in B tier instead of C tier. That was like the only one. We literally agreed with every placement. Tricona worth pulling for the future? I don't have Cartetia. I would only pull Tricona if you're going for Cartetia. Outside of that, I don't think it's worth the pull. There's no reason to. If you plan on getting Cartetia in the future, then yes, Tricona is worth pulling. Convo with Sweat. With stuff to do to their tier list? With Sweat? You mean like another sweaty player? Jesh is a worthless pull? I do think Jesh is the most overrated character in the game. Actually, I don't know if that's possible. I think a lot of people don't value Jesh that high. The only reason they value it is obviously because of Carlotta. Who do you think Shisa's best support's gonna be? I mean, we don't even know what her kid is, right? I have no clue. Is the only correct answer. I have no clue. We'll probably get context around like what echo sets they end up adding to the future. That'll give us like some context for like what it could be. Fatal error. Talk to a CDC about what the process looks like, what it feels when they see how the community interprets data, most common information. Who's the TC I'd reach out to, though? I don't feel like that'd be a fun conversation. Like, I need, a conversation I need is something that has, like, more broad appeal. I don't want, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, we built for Tricona. I got her just now. Gust of Welkin, 43311. I have Cartetia. Gust of Welkin, 43311. If you don't know builds, you can always go to Pridwin and just go check Pridwin. It's generally pretty good for builds. But to answer your question, it's Gust of Welkin, 43311. Yup. You make a guess on her kit with the remaining battle pass weapons. She could be base attack, racket fire, or liberation sword character. Basically, no facts behind it. It's just a guess. Oh fuck! I forgot about the new weapons. That actually literally tells us exactly what it's gonna be, huh? What archetype was the gun? I forgot about the battle pass weapons. Is Cardithia worth it? She's the strongest character in the game. Gun was heavy attack. Pog, and we don't have a heavy attack gun user yet, right? So Gamaran is a heavy attacker. And we know she's a echo damage character, right?
行こう
Pog. Where was I going? What was I doing? There's like quests and stuff I can do, or I can do open world exploration. Should I do open world exploration or should I do quests? This. Wait, should I do 1.0 or 2.0 first? Which one's better?
任せて
They not published what her set does yet? I don't think they have.
それ 聞いていけ進化をやっ砕け行こう好きだらけの骨を行くよ蝕む国会よ
I forgot we can use like the battle pass weapons to extrapolate. Wait, what was the sword?
聞いてみよう
Tree one's a sword character, right? What was the sword?
行こう光よ前私の後ろに朝日にきらめく霜のごとく歴史を感じるね任せて
I feel like when I play tower, I feel like Augusta and Verlova are way stronger than Cardethia.
これで終わりよ
In terms of like actual damage output, that is just
行くよいいよ
untrue.
私の
Cardethia is by far the strongest character in the game. Compared to Verlova, she does like 20% more,
動くよ
maybe even more,
大事
depending on whatever team you're using. Like her best install team, Biz versus Biz, is doing 20% more
行こう
damage. We'll say, at a minimum. At a minimum, we'll say 20%. Cardethia's out DPSing
風
Verlova by 20%, and then she's out DPSing Augusta by 10%.
Yup.
On top of that, Cardethia's kit, if played properly, has a higher natural uptime on bosses, meaning you can execute her kit a lot easier than you can characters like Verlova, who, if you have to dodge cancel on, kind of get fucked.
行くよ
And is kind of gated by like Consorella and stuff. Though, Cardethia is kind of gated by Arrow Rover, and if that thing missed, that can like fuck it up. 20%. If you're doing like non-quick swap stuff on Verlova's DPS is only like,
行こう
I think it's less than 60k.
聞いて
When you get to like more sweat territory, Verlova becomes like 67k. That's more sweat territory.
私の後ろに
But there, that's like a 15%. Actually, wait, no, wait, hold on. It's more than 20%. My bad. If you're doing like non-sweat rotations or whatever, Cardithia versus Verlova, Cardithia should be like a 30% decrease in damage. If you're doing like the sweat rotations, it becomes like 15-ish. to 20.
聞いてみよう意見
Zani, sweat rotation is pretty comparable to Kartethia. No team right now is technically comparable to Kartethia. The only reason you see that for speedrunning is because, for speedrunning specifically, Kartethia's rotation is so backloaded, and the other teams like Mono Fusion and Mono Spectra specifically
行こう
are able to have a consistent damage output, so they're always able to kill the boss whenever their DPS like lines up for like however much HP the boss has, right? So in that case, Mono Fusion and whatnot benefit a lot.
聞いてみよう意見
Just because their DPS output is so consistent. That's why you don't really see Kartethia in like speedruns and whatnot. If you're seeing like Sweats perform with like whatever and like doing like whatever clears, the reason why you see that is because even if the DPS output isn't there, the consistent damage coming out matters more than the DPS does.
一気に行くよ歴史を感じ
But in terms of DPS, no. Do you like melee or range unites more?
行こう
Probably melee. I feel like range in this game is kind of gimmicky. Because there's no range character I really want to be at range at, besides Carlotta. Like, Phoebe, I'd rather just be melee range, because I want to dodge. Like, dodging is literally like a DPS increase on Phoebe. You just instantly go to your thingy,
任せて
which is poggers.
これで終わりよ
I don't like that some characters actually can, like, benefit from dodging, and some characters just get fucked.
私の後ろに行くよ好きシンクタイム飛んでけ行こう
You can do another YouTube post for viewer polls? Maybe. Should I? Maybe I should. Forgot Brenna polls if people want their polls done.
予想外ね
Some range characters have melee playstyle. Yeah, I don't mind that.
任せて
Like, it's more interesting to me to play a melee character than,
風の導き
Not.
のままに
I think range characters are kind of boring in this game. Because, like, the whole point of range is trying to bypass mechanic.
行こう
Casual difference is less for lava teams generally don't rely on quick swap. I don't think that's true.
大事にしないとね
What are Kartethia non-calcs are pretty close to like her, or non-sweat calcs are pretty close to her sweat calcs, no? For Lova, non-sweat calcs have her at like
聞いてみよう意見
below 60k DPS.
砕け 行こう
Actually, technically the sweat calcs for Lova would have her at 20%
響け
DPS because it'd be like I think Meiji's calcs have it at 67 versus Kartethia's which are at 83. That'd be like 20%. But what matters more is like real world application, right? But Kartethia's team outside of Air Rover performs really well in the real world. Air Rover is like the one exception. Meanwhile, for Lova's team, I mean, it depends what variant you're running. If you're running Rochio, if you're running a Shorekeeper,
聞いてみよう
both are pretty close to each other.
これは
But
予想外ね
Rochio is not that affected by it. I think
行こう
Contarella and Forlova both get fucked in the real world.
私の後ろに朝日にきらめく霜のごとく行くよ新植物たち
He doesn't have non-sweat calcs for Card at the Abyss. I remember seeing non-sweat calcs for Card of the Abyss. I think I did double check. Isn't it still 80k DPS though? Like the sweat calcs are like 83k. But aren't the non-sweat calcs still like 80k? Like, they're still stupidly high, if I remember correctly. Oh, I skipped one. Are you in Firmament? No. I'm waiting to get Galbrena, so my life in Firmament and all that area will be easier if I have a stronger character. Yeah, Arrow Rover definitely has like the... I mean, out of all the 2.0 kits, Arrow Rovers is definitely the worst designs. I don't think anybody likes Arrow Rover's design though, bro. That shit is straight garbage. Boink. Wait, where's the last one? What if non-sweat is 66, sweat is 82 for Ferlova, sweat is 72, and non-sweat is 60. Where are you seeing 72 at for sweat? I have not seen 72 for sweat. I've seen 66. I've seen 67 for sweat. I have not seen 72. And I've seen 50... I think 57 to 59 for non-sweat. I tried looking for the Cartithia non-sweat rotation. Whose calcs are you using for Cartithia non-sweat? I think the Arrow over Chacona part of the rotation more than Cartithia part? I don't, because you get stuck in his stupid ass skill, and it's so clunky to use.
旅を共にしてきたこれが私と世界のつながりを証明してくれる。
Bro, what? These aren't right. Is there context behind these? It has Gian Mortefi Verena at 70k DPS. As Gian Mortefi Yoga, the same exact thing. That's not where I got the calcs from? Where do you get the calcs from? Is this thing like broken? How come he keeps bringing this up in the middle of it? The sheet's like messed up. Dude, the sheet is literally broken. That's funny as fuck. She still makes calcs? No, she quit making calcs after Lupa. Having Gian on 70k DPS is fucking crazy. This calcs is a bit better for casuals, but beware spoilers for Galbrun and Cho Yuan. His rotation for Cardiff specifically is much higher than for Lova's, for the casual ones. He has Full team for Cardetia is doing 2 mil. Whereas for Lova is doing like 1.7 if I remember correctly. Let me check. Yeah, 1.679. That's a 20% difference in casual rotations. Six, 7. Can someone explain the 6-7 meme like I'm a boomer?
任せて
Anyone who hates events that take too long, like tower defense event? That is literally the most popular opinion ever. Isn't the whole reason why people hate the events right now?
好きだらけね私の後ろに行こう
You don't want to know it's the final boss of Brain Rot? Dude, I don't even hear people using Skibbity Toilet to meme on Brain Rot anymore. Honestly, kind of disappointing.
氷よ行こうこの
I think the Tested event Tested Discord event is cool and doesn't, but it does seem long. I think it's boring and it's long. Most people was complaining about events being too casual. It was both. People were mad that the events aren't combat based, and people were mad that the events take too long. I'm chill with it, bro. I don't want combat events. Am I in the minority saying I don't want combat events?
朝日にきらめく霜のごとく進化をお見せします砕け
Yo, at what point do I start doing damage? Any knowers? I just want good events. Combat, not as irrelevant to me. I agree. I think the events have been lackluster. I don't want combat events though. I want non-combat events. Maybe OG, I do. Game was so generous. So generous, in fact. It said I get a Uno right now. Wouldn't that have been cool though? That would have been so cool. Alright, but like, it would be even cooler if we did it right now. It would be the coolest if it just like did it here. Alright, nah, I'm not gonna pull in the banner anymore. Alright, the rest will save for Galbrenna. They already had, you know, on this account I only have a Shorekeeper. Who I'm not using because I have not done Black Shores, so I can't unlock her shit. Yo, does anyone know why I can't unlock Shorekeeper stuff without doing all of Black Shores? I have this character sitting on my roster, and I can't fucking use her until I do the entire story. Let's save. Well, like, if I get an early pity on you, that's good. But the thing is, like, I kind of want to pull on, like, the next banner, because these units suck. What challenge is this account? If I die a single time, the run is over. It's the Deathless account. That's why there's an attempt 2 on there. Because the first attempt failed. So just don't fail. LOL. Pulling Galbrano on main? I am. I'm gonna pull Galbrano on main. I'm gonna pull it on this account too. You just walk up to Black Shores and buy your stuff from the Kubot? I can't because I haven't done Firmament. Why do I just walk up to Black Shores? Also, I need Fallacy. Which I can't access.
行こう大事にしないとね
There is no early access feature. Why? I don't know. We go here. Do you guys see a fallacy? The only phallus I see is... Wait, I don't have Brant anymore. Fuck! Yeah, Shorekeeper to level 50 though? I can't. Wait, can I? I can only get her to 40, no?
みんなと一緒にいた分かった
The problem is not that. The problem is the boss mats.
望むのなら
Please progress with main quest. I literally can't do it. It's not possible. You're scared to do it because you might die? I'm gonna go do it later when I get Galbrano. Because it'll just be easier. No point in risking it for fun.
任せて任せてください行くよお見せします光よ前
Why run 2 accounts at the same time and this is the second account? I have 9 accounts, bro.
歴史を感じるね
2! Are you a troll?
行こうキーコの光で
Do the next update where they allow you to convert boss max into a different one? Wait, they're doing that? Bro is scared for the Black Shores? That's literally where I died last time. The thing is though, like my team is so ass, so I don't get to kill anything fast, so I'm gonna be stuck in there forever. Am I gonna chance like 2 weeks of work
予想外ね
when I could just wait a few days to get Galbrana? No. Or wait till I'm a little bit stronger. You know, if I get a little bit stronger, get some echoes or whatever, get some damage going, I'll do it. We'll ball. Until then, fuck that.
大事にしないとね
When you get burned out with that many accounts, I don't play all of them.
行こう
I bench most of them at this point. We back up the mountain we go. The only 2 accounts I play are my main account right now and this account. Every other account is benched. Don't do dailies on the accounts? Fuck no. You're gonna do dailies on 9 accounts? That's gonna take an hour. You think I want to play this game for an hour every single day? Just doing dailies?
歴史を感じるね
I forget to do dailies on my actual accounts half the time. The accounts I'm actually playing? In fact, I don't think I've done my daily today.
風の導きのままに
5 minutes per daily, it's free value, lol. You do them then.
大事にし
It's free value, lol. Go do them for me. Can't you cheese it no death runner by playing Dao Chi? How does that cheese it? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Isn't there a chest here?
風の導きのままに
Doubt does no damage, would rather just kill enemies faster. True, my 30k DPS team I'm rocking right now is popping off real hard. No kappa. Just kill faster, lol. Dude, honestly, doing these without an interactive map and trying to remember all the locations is kind of fun. Like, I've done this so many times that I remember, like, a lot of the locations and stuff. Wait, I already did this one? You ever record your videos locally? That way when you upload it, the higher quality on YouTube, videos quality will not be affected by stream's bitrate. Maybe. The only problem I have is when I, like, mark the stream for, like, stuff I'm doing and stuff, I have the, I have it marked on Twitch. And for me to mark it not on Twitch is so much harder. But then also, there's the problem of, if I do that, because, like, I'm listening to music on Twitch right now, right? If I do that, when I have it uploaded to the VOD, it doesn't have music at all. So I have to not be playing music in order for it to be recorded locally. Because the music records locally when I record the VOD. Edit your own videos? It depends on the video. The higher quality ones, no. The lower quality ones, yes. So like the last few that are actually not the ZZ one, but like the like Uno one or whatever. I did, and then like the most recent short I did. The last two shorts actually I did. But like higher quality videos, like the Wuwa beaten in 7 days one, stuff like that, no. Where's the thing? If I make if I can make like more money from content creation, where I can afford to like pay an editor or whatever to like sift through the footage and whatnot and get like the stuff, then I'd just do that instead. But if I'm editing the videos or whatever, I have to scrape all the footage, which is what I'm doing right now. What does sacrifice you have to make to get better quality YouTube videos? I'm not gonna lie, I don't think most people care. You might care, and there might be people out there who care, but I've only heard one person ever talk about it, and that's you. And I know you brought it up in the past too. I'm not saying like it would be like a bad idea or whatever, or like higher quality. What I'm saying is, I don't think from my POV, it's worth the headache. Like, having higher quality is nice and all that stuff, but it would take a lot more time for me to be able to get those clips on my own. Like, I would increase how much time I spend on every single video by so much by doing that. It would just make it so much harder for me to manage everything too. I don't think I want to do that. It's not worth the trade-off. And I don't think people care enough. If I thought it would make like a meaningful impact on my like content and stuff like that, or like how people view it or whatever, I do it, but I don't think people care, honestly. I don't think anyone's ever looked at like the actual like gameplay on like the whatever and seen like there's like if you like turbo zoom in or whatever, there's like moderate like pixelation or whatever. I don't think anyone cares. I don't think anyone would even notice it. Like, I don't even notice it when I'm editing it myself and I'm fucking staring at the footage. Like, sure, if I like turbo zoom in or whatever, pay attention to it, it's like slightly lower quality. But it's like pretty unnoticeable. IMO. It's better to improve your editing skills. Well, like the thing about like the editing is that like I don't know.
任せて。
I don't want to be like the one editing my videos myself. I'd rather be like working on the scripts and stuff like that. Like the fact that I have to edit my videos right now at all is kind of bad. I don't want to do that. It's kind of a waste of my time. It's like there's better, higher output stuff, like me working on scripts or whatever. It's just like such a better use of my time. There's a reason why you don't see like I'll give you a good example that I've seen somewhere else. People think that like editing your own videos and stuff like that
行こう。
is like a noble thing or whatever, or not noble, but like it's like a good thing. It's like cool. You're like doing all your own work, right? You edit your own videos. You manage your own stuff, right? That sounds like very like you're hands-on. But from the POV of trying to get more work done, it's legit fucking stupid. You know why? Because there's things that you are, as a content creator, needing to do, right? If Mr. Beast was sitting there editing every single one of his videos, he wouldn't be able to like act or like create the ideas or whatever, right? Inside of his videos. If I edit my own videos, I don't have time to work on scripting. I don't have time to do like research, all that shit, right? To like actually learn or whatever. If I work on editing, I'm learning how to edit. But if I pay someone else to edit instead and I go work on other stuff, that's a much better use of my time because now I can invest time into scripting. I can invest time into getting better at whatever. I can invest time into like, say, like trying to find collabs or whatever. Or like trying to like study up on content or whatever. Or like getting better ideas or like working on bits or whatever the fuck I want to do, right?
任せて。
Infinitely better use of my time for upping the content of my quality. Or the quality of my content than me sitting there and editing. There's a reason why you don't see any... There's no big like streamer and like I mean there are some big YouTubers, but like for the most part not really, that edit their own videos. There are some, but for the most part editing your own videos is legit stupid because it eats too much of your time. That's not to say like editing is like bad or whatever if you want to be an editor, but if you want to be like a content creator, you have to spend so much time like actually making content itself that you just don't have the time to also edit on top of that.
それ。 風の導きのままに。引け。
You improve your editing, you'll make videos faster. That's slightly true and slightly untrue. Because a lot of what editing is spending like the actual time to be able to put in like the individual things inside of like the thing, right? Or finding like the right things or like getting like the right clips and all that stuff, right? That's a lot of what actually editing is. It's also like getting the right clips, make sure you have the right clips for whatever, clip grabbing everything, finding like the right meme sound effects, all that shit, right? And obviously, like as you edit more, you're gonna have a bigger sound effect library, like I do now. Like I have a sound effect library of stuff or whatever, or I'd be like music of stuff or whatever. But then to make like better content in the future, you're gonna have to expand that library, and that's gonna take time. And then you have to keep doing that, right? In order to make a better quality product. So it's legit just better if you just find someone and you pay someone to edit the stuff for you, and you spend your time on just making the content itself from your POV as a content creator just better, right?
行こう。
If you like editing from the start, then it's really rewarding. I'm not saying it's not rewarding. It can be rewarding to edit your own content. What I'm saying is, it's a big time investment for you to do it. And from the point of view, if your only goal is to make better content, then you editing your own content, there is nothing that you can edit that other people can't do. But no one can act as you on the stream if you're trying to be a personality, right? No one else can do that except for you. So you have one thing that only you can work on. But then you have another thing, like another bottleneck. Or that's your bottleneck, right? The thing that you can work on. So if you're spending time working on editing and not working on like streaming or whatever you're going to do for your stream or whatever, you're making worse quality content as a result.
これは予想外ね。
But like for me to do that, I would need to grow a little bit in order to like fully outsource like my editing and shit.
任せて。
I'd like to do that. That would be a banger. Hey, 84% of this area just off the top of my head. Honestly, not bad. I'll take that. Could probably get more. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, editing just takes time. It's very time consuming. It's not like a obviously like as you learn like tricks or whatever, you have like you know exactly what you want to edit, right? Like as I edit more and more, I figure out like things I want to do or whatever, or like easy shortcuts or whatever. But there's also like a large part of editing, if you want to make it nice and like constantly increase your quality, a large part of editing is constantly looking at content that other people make from the lens of an editor and seeing what editing tricks that they'll use, like sound effects or whatever, or like pacing tricks that they'll do in order to make the content better, right? Like what I'll do, for example, is I'll notice like certain sound effects that they use in like certain moments, right? Or how they'll, it sounds really stupid, but like ask yourself, as an example, how do you make a short around an echo, like enhancing an echo? That sounds like a really stupid question, but think about it. If you're making an echo enhancing short, you can't actually even display the entire thing on the screen, right? Because it's like 3 parts of the thing on a vertical format, but you're filming horizontal. So now you have to think like, oh, well, for me to actually do this, it's actually more challenging than I thought. It's not just like, oh, upload the thing. Well, I have to have 3 parts, right? I have to have my reaction. I have to have the echo, like, itself being enhanced. And then I have to have, like, the actual, like, stats of the thing showing, right? So there's that. So you have to figure that out, right? And that's, like, sounds like something small, but you're doing this with, like, a lot of your shorts for like, however you want to showcase it, right? Like, if you really want to edit and get better at editing, that's the stuff you have to think about. And so you have to spend time, like, when you're watching video, you can't just, like, naturally consume videos. It would have to be, like, as you're watching these videos, you, like, look for these, like, tricks that other people do, right? And, like, copy whatever they do good. So, like, for example, when I upload, I mean, we'll just use that as an example. The, echo enhancing. Wait, where the fuck is this? Echo enhancing, right? So I'll have, like, 3 parts of it. It'll be, like, my camera, it'll be the echo, and then it'll be, like, the actual enhancing that show, right? But you don't think about that. You don't think about that until you're actually enhancing the echo. Or, like, doing the short for it. I feel like my brain is melting. Yeah, there's actual, like, thought process that goes behind it. It's, like, kind of weird to think about. Like, it's kind of interesting, too, because, like, if I'm editing a short, for example, or, like, I'm working on, like, editing videos, right? I'm watching someone else's content. When you watch content, there's a lot of stuff that goes on inside of the video that you're just not even thinking about, right? Because you're just consuming. Spectro. Wait, but high key, I'm never using that set. Fuck. I think I'm at the point where I don't need the extra damage, and I'm not going to use that set, so it's actually just kind of trash. That's kind of sad. Anyway, what was the point I was getting at? As my quality is right now, I think I need to improve the quality slightly, especially on, like, the shorts end. I think my shorts quality needs to go up higher, but it'd be better for me to outsource that, which is what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to find an editor for my short stuff and do that. This is a waypoint. What? I want the loop mapper. Do I already have a loop mapper? Maybe I already have it. Then, I mean, there's a way you can, like, expand outside of that, too. I've been trying to think about that as well. I mean, I just want to up the quality of my content in general. Literally, it's all I think about. All I think about when I'm not streaming, I'm literally just working on content. That's all I'm doing. I'm working on content. Even if I'm watching, like, say, like, Kaiju 0 or Kaiju 8. When I'm doing that, I legit have, like, a script or something I'm working on the side. And if, like, an idea comes on my head, I just go dump it there. Right? It sounds so stupid, but that's literally what I'm doing all day, every day. I just want to make better videos. Want to try a damage test short? I have, can I edit your shorts? No. I need you to edit my, long form videos. You do too good at work on those. I don't want to edit the long form ones myself. The shorts are nice for me to edit, because when I edit the shorts, I have to, actually, I might have you edit some of my shorts, though. Because you can make higher quality shorts than I can. I have, like, I think I have 2 shorts I might get you to do, actually. But for the most part, like, I think I need to learn how to edit better shorts, too. Or, like, work on that a little bit. Get my, game up a little bit. The problem is, like, the long-form content, editing the long-form content takes so long from my POV. At least short-form content, if I'm doing it for, like, daily stuff, it takes me, like, let's say I edited, like, a short-form thing. It'll take me, like, I grab the clip or whatever. I go look at for, like, other clips or whatever. I go, like, every time I do it, I'll, like, study a little bit of, like, some other things or whatever. It'll take, like, a few hours, right? I'll study some other shorts so I can learn how to do it or make, like, better pacing or whatever the fuck, right? Then I have the opportunity, like, after stream, I can script, edit, and then do one, right? Make one or whatever, right? Like, probably after stream today, Spoilers. I mean, spoilers after stream today. I'm probably working on more shorts. And then, like, my plan, like, after stream. Oh, dude, this is getting so meta. All right, it's fine. I'm gonna work on the quick swap short, or not short. I'm gonna work on the quick swap guide, and I'm gonna work on. I have 3 shorts I'm working on right now. I have the beat Wuwa in 7 days short that I'm working on. I have the how much extra can you get in 24 hours short. I have the fuck, what's the other one? There's one other short I wanted to do. I already recorded it too. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I don't even remember. I had another short I wanted to do. And then there was the I mean, the Stream Master thing from today. I'll probably upload that as a short because I think that's a good topic to upload as a short. It's also like topical and informative and rage baity. Because people are gonna get mad and say, "Oh, but Stream Master Pog, so universal Pog." I don't know if it's interesting for me to talk about. Like, I can talk about content creation literally all day. I don't know if it's interesting though. Like the things I want to. There's like some stuff I'm like working on. Like specifically when I'm trying to get out of shorts, I don't want to do gameplay shorts. I don't want to do gameplay related content in general for a big reason. Like I'll do some of it, but I don't want to do gameplay related content because gameplay related content doesn't translate well into like other games. You can like do it a little bit. Like when Galbraith comes out, I'm gonna try doing like a showcase of all of our teams instead of doing like, you know, like the building or whatever the fuck. I'm gonna try doing a showcase this time instead and see people like that. People like that will do that from now on. But I want to actively try to avoid gameplay because I don't want to be a gameplay streamer. Like even though I stream gameplay and I do gameplay and I talk meta and all this stuff, I don't want that to be like all I do, right? It's better if people know you as a personality as a streamer than people know you as your gameplay. There's a reason why you don't see me doing like super sweat like I could all day I could just sit there just like doing account reviews and do like quick swap all this shit, right? And just like clear hollow all day. I can do like some speed running or whatever. I don't do that on stream specifically because I don't want that to be what I'm known for. That's bad. Okay, I pulled Stream Master when I started on the anniversary because everyone advised me, and now it's sitting on Encore doing nothing. Exactly, that's why it's bad. It's sitting on Encore doing nothing because Encore's doing nothing on your account, right? So you get no value to the Encore, who now is a Stream Master, because it's not going to do anything for your account outside of being a beginner. Which begs the question, if you're pulling the start, why are you pulling to make your Encore better when you can just pull a better character who's just going to be better in the long run? Or pull for better signatures, like for Lova's signature, or pull for like other character signatures. It's legit so bad. There's other misinformation that hurts newer players too. Like when people talk about like what characters are good and like lie about it, it's really bad. Or talk about like 1.0 characters, like things like GN. Like one of the reasons why I'm so big on GN and like GN like being like falling off or whatever is because if you tell these things and you tell new players like these characters are perfectly fine to pull for it, you're fucking them. And now players are gonna pull for GN and he's gonna end up bench. You know how many players I've had tell me specifically that they bench their GN because it's just not usable on their account? Even like newer players will say like, oh, even I pulled like a GN and it's like benched completely because it's just like, he's not like terrible, but it's like compared to the other characters, he just doesn't perform and he's harder to make work. The actual requirements to get him to pop off are much harder. His actual performance is just not there. He's not a performer. He's not a performer. But then people will give bad advice and they'll say, oh, GN, oh, Pog. Because they're stupid. Or they just don't care. I mean, honestly, it's probably both. They're probably both stupid and don't care. It's the same thing with the Sunhwa, actually, when I think about it. Like, people got mad at me for saying Sunhwa was an S tier on the Pridwin tier list. But the problem is, like, if you call Sunhwa an S tier character, the implication there is that she has S tier character performance, which she literally doesn't. And they'll say things that they've heard before, like, oh, fast rotation, but they don't know what that means. Like, fast rotation doesn't mean anything. Can you tell me what a fast rotation means? And no one will be able to. Does fast rotation mean you magically just do more damage? No, that's not how that works. Because not every character can utilize a faster rotation. Some characters are cooldown gated. Some characters can't even use the buff in the fast rotation. Fast rotation was all that matters. Every team would have Chacona and Sunhwa on them. Glacio bonus. Wait, that would be good if I had a Glacio character. What do you get from the Voyage Banner then? Shorekeeper and which weapon? Don't grab a weapon from the Voyage Banner. Just grab Shorekeeper and no weapon. That's what I'm doing right now. Do not grab a weapon. Weapon equals bait. You're gonna say, what about this? Don't. Nope. Bad. Nope. Don't do it. But what about nope? Nope. But what about no? No. No. Bad. Pull Camellia instead of Shorekeeper, you can get a weapon? I wouldn't advise any new player to pull Camellia, though. I wonder if, I wonder if they're going to add future characters that just end up buffing older characters. Like, I really thought Consorella was going to come in and be a buff for Camellia. Like, that just makes sense, no? Why is Consorella not a buff for Camellia? Oh, this is a hard one. Fuck. I don't remember this one. Is it green? Green? Blue? Red? Is it red? Hold on. Yellow? Yellow. Did I misplay it? Green, red, yellow, blue. Pog! Even Yuno can only bring damage to Jian's teams? Well, like, what does Yuno do outside of, like... Outside of, be good for Augusta? It's like those Jian teams aren't performing well. They're not performing good. And you're going triple premium. You're going triple premium and robbing those characters from teams that they're better in so you can have GN and cope with GN. That's what I mean. Like, when people say, like, Yuno's a flexible character, what does being flexible there mean? Those characters just have better teams. They're not even comparable. They're not even comparable to, like, the actually good teams that those characters can go on. It's different if it's, like, in Brant's case, where Brant is at least comparable to, like, the teams that he goes in. He's at least comparable, right? Those teams are going triple premium to get dick and balls. Yeah, cost is a good way for putting it. I don't know how to word it, though. There has to be a better way to word it than just cost. Finally cleared Dragon of Dirge hologram? Yo, congrats. Wait, have you done Flirtily? What I enjoy about ZZ is they put an active effort to buff old characters. I agree. I think that's one thing ZZ is gapping Wuwa on right now. I think Wuwa needs to make an effort to buff the older characters. Newer sets are such an easy way for older characters to get buffs. Newer characters are such an easy way for older characters to get buffs. Up? Uppies? 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 See the Duran kid leaking Genshin? No. Is he good? That was one of the characters I was debating pulling. Red, blue, green. Make selling older characters easier? Maybe they made it so that way you don't buff the older characters, because if you don't buff the older characters, that means the older characters are less relevant on the accounts, which means you have to pull for the newer characters, which makes them more money. Maybe that's why they're doing it. Maybe they don't care about selling the older characters. Maybe they care about having the active people who have those older characters invest in newer characters. Maybe that's what they care about. That's the only... I mean, that's why they're doing it, period. I think literally hologram is the hardest piece of content in the game. I haven't done the 2 new ones. I don't know. It's weird from my POV because I can hit list every hologram in the game pretty easily. I don't think any of them are that hard. But I also know like the game, so I'm like disconnected. I'm probably the wrong person to ask. The hard piece of content in this game is getting enough pulls to pull for every character. True? True. Do you think your player base will only pull new things because it's mandatory? Your model is kind of fucked? I mean, that's how every gacha works, though. This is the same thing is happening in Genshin right now, right? Where it's like, if you pull for a Mavuika, you need the other character that pairs with the Mavuika, right? You need the Silali. If you pull for the Flames, you need the Inefa, or it's like kind of mid. If you pull for, I don't know, whatever fucking packages they're selling. If you're pulling for the Nefer, you need the Llama. If you're pulling for the whatever, you need the that. It's kind of bricked, I agree. I think ZZ handle it better. I'm trying to think. I feel like ZZ is more open in terms of what characters you can actually pull for. I'll give it that. I do like that about the game. That's one thing I wish we had in Wuwa too. I feel like the team comps in ZZ are more open now. Holograms don't reset, right? Do you know what the counter means? I think it's just to show you that it's there. But no, holograms don't reset. I think it's just showing you that it's there and got added as content. Yo, why do I do no damage to this guy? Do you guys see this? Resist? No. Hi, pro dating advice for you. You should date the girl with the initials WA. It's how much time you spend playing this game, you'd be expert at wooing Wuwa. True. That was a good one. That was a good one. I see you, bro. That was a good one. You're punning. What have you been up to, second? Yo, I'm tickle monstering this guy. Huh? The holograms reset? No. I wish they did. I'd like the free rewards. What? It missed? Yo, why is this guy so hard for a fucking purple? Peaceful single player retirement and wage save. Hope you're enjoying life. I'm having fun making content. I want to I've been thinking about like whether or not I should branch out more. I'm gonna be trying some new games soon. I think I'm finally at the level where I think the content I'm making is like pretty respectable in terms of quality. So I'm happy about that. I think in like the last year I've improved a lot as a content creator, which is good. Just take a fuckload of effort though. I'm not gonna lie to you. But it's fun. And that's all that matters. Why is he so tanky? Dude, this thing literally can't die. Did they miscode this or something? This guy is tankier than the fleur-de-lis.
任せてください。進化をお見せします。
That Tengen behind you? That one? That's banana fish. I should link to.
歴史を感じるね。
What challenge is this? This is Deathless. Beats whole game without dying single time, including Holograms Tower and Wuwa. No resetting allowed. S0 cap for limiteds. We made it through most of the hard part. Well, the early game hard part. The biggest challenge now is going to be Black Shores is kind of annoying, unironically, to not die in. And then after that, it's obviously like holograms and stuff. I could just not fuck up until that point.
聞いてみよう。
Even like Tower's pretty easy to die in though.
新植物出します。生きてるんです。行くよ。はっ光よ。
Use 20 modifiers for 1-3 cost on cards relative to getting a single double crit. Yeah, we love echoes.
響け。
What games was I thinking of branching out to? I was thinking Nuzlocke specifically,
行こう。
but outside of Nuzlocke, I mean, I'm trying Blue Protocol. Gonna see if I like that game. We're gonna try DNA. See if that game is fun. We're gonna try, oh, Legends Arceus is coming up. I'm gonna try that. And then, fuck, what else?
任せて。
Where wins me? What is that? Is that a game? What did I die to last time? I died in Black Shores. That's why I'm not going there. I died in Black Shores. To be fair, if I was paying attention, I probably wouldn't have died, but I'm probably gonna wait until I get Galbrando to go back there. Look it up. Where winds meet. Open world action RPG. What is it release? November 14th. Oh. Maybe I'll try this game. We'll see. That's kind of cool.
任せて。
These next few months are kind of busy though. Oh, also Genshin. I've been playing Genshin. I'm Genshining her impact until she woos all over my wall. You know what I'm saying?
好きだらけに。権限せし監獄よ。
Have you been enjoying Genshin? It's been fun so far, yeah.
響け。
We're gonna play this story tomorrow.
一気に。
See if the story is good. I heard Knockout is supposed to be peak. If it's not peak, I'm gonna be disappointed. The thing is though, there's a lot of story leading up. I don't know if I should do like the story on stream or if I should just like skip max it off
風の
stream.
導きのままに。
I had fun when I was doing like Spiral Abyss and shit. That was fun.
私の後ろに。
I will say, doing all the open world exploration is also something I'm looking forward to.
行くよ。
But the actual like combat and stuff is fun.
日向ぼっこの時間ですよ。
The only problem I have is like, dude, there's so much content in the game. It's like insanely daunting to get into. Cause like, I look at the map, there's literally 400 hours of content just waiting in front of me. I was like, am I supposed to do all of that?
風の導きのままに。 任せて。
I don't know if you care about official Nintendo games only. No, I'm gonna play ROM hacks as well. The next one we're gonna play is gonna be Vintage White, I think. I did dude, high key, I don't know if I want to do another blind run, because I did a blind run to black, and it felt so bad. Because I was just going into fights having no idea what the enemy had, and no idea the movesets and stuff, so I'm just like sitting there, and I had to like literally guess, like, out of all the, alright, realistically, like, 20 moves they can have, what do they have? I have no idea what Pokemon against next, so I have no idea what to save. It just feels so bad. It feels so RNG. Can't cook with the combat, but I did enjoy the world building of the game when I used to play it. I actually like the combat. I think it was fun. Like, literally when I was playing Genshin, I played Genshin for the combat. I thought the Mondstadt in the Liyue story when I played them were pretty overrated. Are people saying that they like them? I thought they were just like, whatever. I still gotta figure out why does Genshin get so many more viewers than Wuwa? Like the ratio of viewership in Genshin compared to Wuwa is crazy. Because they don't have 10 times a player base, but they definitely have 10 times the viewership. At least on YouTube. I haven't been able to understand that one. More children watch it? Is that even true? Like, it seems like it's such an easy thing to say. I don't think that's true though. Because if I think about it, like a lot of children watch Wuwa too. You can just tell by comment sections where people are just like perma spamming about Gooner shit. It's all like 14, 15-year-olds. No one else is spamming like, oh my god, mommy, like, or whatever the fuck, right? Or like boobies, ooh ooh. This kind of shit. These are 15-year-olds, bro. They're horny 15-year-olds posting on main. I'd recommend Pokemon Reborn if you're doing fan games. Send me a link for that. I'll look into it. Or tell me about it in DMs, yeah. I'm definitely doing, I'm gonna do Vintage White first for sure, and then I'm gonna do Renegade Platinum. Those are definitely my next two. That's one of my next two. I already have those two set. That's 100% what I'm doing next, after Arceus. After that, though, I'm open to do whatever. I'm gonna do Vintage White, because it's gonna tie into the, I already told you guys about the Nuzlocke video, right? It's gonna tie into the Nuzlocke video. Because the whole story for the Nuzlocke video, a little bit of spoilers, is supposed to be about, like revenge, and then failing or whatever, right? I'm not gonna talk more about it other than that. Because I lost the, I lost the thing to end at the end or whatever. I'm basically just gonna go beat him again. I'm trying to work on making, I went to this before too. I'm trying to make more like storytelling based content too. Which I think the Nuzlocke is doing pretty well. Reborn's a huge time investment? Like how many hours? Kitchen is better lore? Yeah, maybe that's the reason. Maybe it's the lore reason. Maybe he's getting botted? But wouldn't this game be getting botted too then? Like what's stopping this game from getting botted? Also, I don't think bots are as big of a problem on YouTube. Because, like, it's both Twitch and YouTube viewership that it gaps in, right? The only time Wuwa has, like, good viewership on Twitch is when other content creators from other games are propping it up, right? Like Sweetly or Genizod or whatever, right? That's the only time. Super the story be 24 hours? That's not that bad. 24 hours? That's fine. Why are your streaming voice so different from YouTube voice? Because my voice gets tired on stream, I guess? I don't know. Which one sounds better, YouTube voice or streamer voice? I put more effort into like doing my voice when I do YouTube stuff. You guys want to hear YouTube voice? Like when I'm doing my YouTube voice, I try to like project from like my diaphragm and stuff, right? I try to make it more clear when I'm speaking. I think this is more my YouTube voice. I don't think about it too much. I try to make a more clear sound. Whereas the other one has like more of my, this one's like coming more from like the top of my head. Like back of my like my neck, I guess. Whereas like the other one, like if I'm more like relaxed like this or whatever, it's coming more from like my throat, which is bad for talking. It's actually bad. I shouldn't talk about that. Big has good viewership on Wuwa, but he's a big content creator with a dedicated fan base, so it doesn't count. Yeah, I'm not counting like if people have like followings or whatever going to like other games and like get views or whatever, I'm not really counting that. YouTube voice sounds more professional. Yeah, it's because I'm trying to project and make it more clear. I don't think either is like bad though. Genshin has more creative CCs. Yeah, the problem with I mean, part of the problem is like, I wonder if it's like a compounding factor, because obviously like Wuwa, we don't really have creative CCs, right? Compared to it in Genshin, there's like, I mean, whenever I run for like CCs I'm watching or whatever to like get inspiration from, it's literally always Genshin. That's true for like all the gachas, right? Like even for ZZZ, like ZZZ has a lot of CCs, but they don't have the creative CCs, right? What do I want here? Red, yellow, blue, red. Hello. Just wait until the streamer hits second puberty and voice drops significantly. I feel like I have I mean, when I'm in like my resting voice or whatever, I think my voice is like relatively low. It's not like giga bassy low, but like relative to most dudes, I know I have trouble specifically like, going into like upper registers and stuff because my voice is like relatively low. It sits in like an awkward zone because I have to raise my voice like really high to get out of like this. This is like the dead monotone zone. It's like, if you want a voice, you want it to be either higher than this or lower than this. You don't want it to be like this is like the worst place to have a voice, unironically. This is the worst place to have a voice. You want a higher or you want a lower? 90% of Wuwa and ZZ content is meta content, which is where creativity goes to die. Yeah, but the problem is like none of the TCs get incentivized to do like more of that creative stuff, right? I don't want to do like too much meta content either, which is why I was trying like all the challenges and stuff. But the problem is like, how can you incentivize someone to do that creative content if they're not getting rewarded for it? Or people are just invested in Gacha because it's COVID fame. That could be true. That could just be like that could just be true. Which would be sad from my POV. Because then there's like no solution for me. Like I get bent, I guess. ZZs are creative? You're thinking creative in a different manner than what we're talking about. We're talking about like if you go look at like Genshin contents or whatever, like the stuff they make contents around is not it's not around meta. Everything in ZZZ, every discussion in ZZZ, every piece of content in ZZZ is literally all meta. It's all meta, all gameplay. That's it. Whereas in I'll put it more like this. You have like bigger personalities inside of Genshin, which is something I feel like Star Rail kind of lacks too. Which I'm surprised by, because Star Rail is a really big game too. I would think the viewership for like personalities would be really big. It's more about the games and the content creators? Exactly. It's more about the game than the actual content. And just like being informed about like whatever the game is, right? And the meta in the game. It's not about like either being a personality or like the content itself like being like what's interesting, right? Which is generally what we're talking about. We're talking about like creative content. Mentioned a more podcast game and Wuwa ZZ are short in and out games. Wait, what do you mean by that? You don't see any Wuwa or ZZ fan animations? That too, right? That's another form of creative content. You don't see like any of those. Whereas Genshin's like pushing that is a lot higher. Just trying to do more creative content, hold events, do collabs, interviews, but the majority of the content is still meta. Yeah, I agree with that. I've noticed him doing that too. I've noticed his shorts as well, doing extremely well for that kind of stuff too. But it is a decent amount around meta, but I mean, he has like his podcast and all that stuff too that they have going on as well. I mean, part of the reason why I wanted to try and find a podcast was to try and find like a niche for me to be able to do that stuff too, because I feel like that's a good avenue to explore it as well. I just don't know who I could like make a podcast with is the problem. Like, I want to make a podcast. I've wanted to make one for a while. Like, I legit had, I mean, I have an idea in my head of like a podcast and like the stuff I talk about, or like discussions that could be had. That'd be interesting. But I don't know who I could have on that would be like good co-hosts. Because I don't know anyone in the scene that would even be like, I mean, good to have on that and like even interested for it. So that's like kind of a problem. I'd have to be like someone with like a certain type of personality that I could vibe off of too. Bag? Who's Bag? Oh wait, someone link me a video. Someone link me a video of like some Wuwa content creator saying he quit. I forget why though. Hasta hay un meme de Jufufu y comida China 50 pesos. This is a meme of Jufufu and funny China 50 cents. Dude, my Spanish is so fucking rusty. Holy. That's like the most basic sentence ever. I can't even remember it. Embarrassing. See people buckling down and listening to longer videos while exploring? I don't think ZZ and Wuwa have the same kind of audience. I agree with that for ZZ. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that for ZZ. But would that not be the case too for the HSR then? What stops Wuwa from being that though? ZZ fan animations, it's just on the CN side. I feel like I've seen more ZZ fan animations than I have Wuwa, which is funny too, because I thought Wuwa was a bigger game than ZZ. Maybe it's just Mihoyo buff. Or maybe the characters in ZZ are just more memorable and interesting to make stuff for. Extortion is like a 2 days per patch thing in Wuwa if you're caught up. Isn't the same thing true in Genshin? I thought Nightcrab was not that long. Yeah, it might just be a Mihoyo buff. Maybe just like being a Mihoyo game is a buff. I mean, high key, like, I don't know. Wuwa characters don't have a lot of saying power. Those don't spawn a lot of content. Yeah, I think that's a problem too. I feel like the personalities for Wuwa characters aren't as fleshed out. You know AMZ, the one who makes tower content? He reached out to me, yeah. I've seen his like dungeon solos and stuff. I forgot to respond to him now that I think about it. I don't know Walden, bro. I'll respond after the stream. What was he talking about, though? Maybe that's one big downside of, like, making your characters, like, Giga Gunner or whatever the fuck. Is that, like, besides being Gunner, there is no personality to the characters. So it becomes, like, harder to sell them, right? So maybe you just don't see things coming out. He's in the stream chat yesterday. He was in here today, too. What was I going to say, though? Dude, I remember the first time I came here and I straight up didn't know how to fly because it wasn't on my utility button, right? So I get off of this thing and then I'm just in the air and I'm trying to glide over. I'm trying to run over to this castle. For whatever reason, it wouldn't like fly me over here. And then I tried to go to the next one, right? Because I ended up actually making it over here. And I couldn't figure out how to get to the next one. And so I started running over there and I got so confused. And I didn't end up doing this for the open world exploration because I couldn't figure out how to fly. Or like what I was supposed to do. I thought I was supposed to run over using like the, you know, like the little runny balls on the ground or whatever? The little cat things? I thought you had to use those to run up to the castle. And then after that, I was trying to figure out how I scale the castle in time. Because I actually made it to the castle. But I couldn't figure out how to scale the castle in time. So I was trying to scale the castle. I got like halfway up. And I was like, how the fuck do I get up this thing? Unironically, there's literally footage of me doing that on stream. It's literally on stream. If you go back to my old VODs, like the females only account, when I was doing that, it was back in March. If you go back in the VODs there, and you go look at me doing this when I was doing the open world exploration, you can see footage of me doing that. I know. I spent like 20 minutes trying to figure it out. Because I didn't know you could fly. Based. New short story? True. But then I had to go find the footage for it. I mean, I have a rough idea of where the VODs are. It's sometime in March. Suck level 18. Level 36. I need more... Do I do more quests? More open world exploration? Hard decision. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh, about, like... doing, like, the podcast stuff and whatever? I don't know. Maybe like, me branching out into, like, other games or whatever makes you want to play Wuwa less, too. So that could always be a downside of, like, starting the podcast or whatever. What the fuck? Bug? Hello? Huh? Wait, what am I missing over here? Alvarado Vault. Oh, it's mostly caskets. Okay. That's not bad. The biggest problem for Wuwa right now is there's like no personalities in the scene. I think it makes it like less interesting to make content for the game too, because like no one has like a memorable personality. Maybe there's just like no viewership for personalities to spawn. I don't know. I feel like the game should be popular enough that you should be able to make content so that people want to watch in order to spawn a personality. I feel like the... Maybe it's the Genshin players propping it up. But if you look at like the Genshin players coming over into like watching Wuwa content, right? Like say for like Anthony Chen or Doro or like Jadalee, the videos actually get like decentish viewership. But maybe that's only because of those personalities are coming from Genshin and bringing the Genshin viewers over. And only the Genshin viewers care about like that kind of content. They don't care about like Wuwa content. That could be the case. I mean, I don't expect Wuwa viewership to be as high as Genshin. But I also, like, I'm surprised how much lower it is. Like, it just seems wrong.
Yeah.
The only Wuwa content I've watched is yours. Then one time, Ashikai did a lore podcast that I watched. Yeah. That's a problem, though. Because there's no one else that does content like me in the Wuwa scene, right? I'm the only one. But you would think, like, relative to how big the game is, there would be more. Or there would be, like, more meta talks, too. Like, you would think there's a lot of room for stuff to grow. Exploration quality is the thing holding Wuwa back content-wise? You mean because it can't sustain a player base because of the exploration quality? Or what? Where in the actual... I skipped it. It's fine. Not spending enough time exploring. I think Wuwa has a higher base skill for players like ZZZ when we compare it to Genshin. No, I actually think the Wuwa base skill is extremely low. I think people are very delusional about how hardcore Wuwa players are. Maybe compared to Genshin, maybe, but like compared to ZZ, I think the average player in ZZ is probably better than the average player in Wuwa. Wuwa players are more casual. Like, the fact that, like, I'm sure, like, in ZZZ, maybe it's a consecrator thing, but in ZZZ, like, if I were to talk about, like, meta teams or whatever, I would bet money that people in ZZZ understand, like, meta team comps and all that stuff and, like, meta whatever the fuck better than Wuwa players do. It was fundamentally incredibly simple. I don't think that's the reason. I don't think it has anything to do with, like, the state of the game or whatever. Wait. Okay, we're good. That thing does so much damage. I have to be careful. Hold on. Run triple bell, never die. Thoughts? Don't you need to make a Wuwa to get better, aren't intuitive? I think I agree with that. I think part of the problem is too, like, there just aren't content creators who help, like, people understand the meta. Like, if you look at the community, until that grab might kill you. It literally will. That's what I mean. Like, the challenge is not going to be easy once I get to the actually hard content. I think I maybe it's the responsibility of, like, the content creators, and they don't push, like, understanding, like, the meta and stuff. I'm not sure, because I had to go out of my way personally to, like, actually understand meta, right? Or, like, what's good or whatever. Like, I don't hear anyone else ever talking about it ever. I don't think I've ever gone to, like, a single stream or whatever outside of Asians. I've gone to, like, Asian stream or whatever, and he, like, talks about it. But I feel like for the most part, like, content creators who, like, talk about this stuff aren't known. People actually, like, doing stuff around this aren't known. Like, nobody knows anything, bro. There's dipshits out there who think Carlotta is better than the mono element teams. I just see lots of trauma unless I watch you. True. That's part of the problem, though. Like, one of the biggest problems I have personally is that I'm surrounded by drama content creators. And so, like, what happens is, because I'm surrounded by drama content creators, like, the people who, like, come into my stream or whatever will be, like, other drama content creators. And they'll want to see, like, other drama content or, like, that kind of style of content, which isn't what I want to make. But also, like, it's also what, like, YouTube will recommend to them because they're coming from other drama content creators. So they want to see, like, other drama content. Which is why I was saying, like, Genshin content creators coming to the scene is literally good for the scene. Well, like, the thing is, like, even, like, the guides or whatever, at least from what I've seen, I mean, it depends on the guides, I guess. Like, I remember Mages being pretty good. Asians are pretty good, but those ones aren't the ones that get views, right? When I look at the other guys, they're really simple. They're not, like, in-depth guides or anything, which is fine. They're made to appeal to casuals. But, like, most people won't understand anything from those. You're so strong, must pull, and there is no power creep. Yeah, I don't know. I legitimately do not understand where the power creep conversation comes from. It's the stupidest, like, reframing of whatever the fuck ever. It's so disingenuous. I actually don't understand why you would ever say there's no power creep in this game. Every gacha power creeps, bro. You can't name a single one that doesn't. Why is guide being censored? Because it's funny.
行こう任せて
Wait, where's the last one? Oh, the dig.
行こう聞いてみよう
Bro, I keep running out of stamina. Why do I keep running out of stamina?
一気に行くよ
Power creep is fine until they go overboard. I think if they're going to continuously neglect the 1.0 units like they are right now, and they're pushing tower as they are right now, I think it is starting to go overboard. I think if you're using the newer teams, tower is like pretty reasonable. I think if you're using the older teams are just like so much more neglected compared to the newer teams. I think tower is in a fine spot for the newer teams, and a not good spot for the older
これ
ones.
は予想外ね
How the fuck? Down here? Only thing keeping me from playing Age of Swords is the power creep. I mean, I'm gonna try regardless of the power creep, but yeah, the power creep is definitely a downside for me. It feels bad knowing that like all my older units are just kind of bricked now. Wait, what? Oh wait, that actually works. That wasn't what I was going for, but that works. I pressed the wrong one. I meant to press yellow. So your early videos from years back, your content's gotten so much higher quality. Wait, which video? Oh, yeah, but I definitely agree with that. my older videos and like the stuff I would do on stream or whatever is definitely like is much better now for sure. I want to keep growing as a content creator though. I think I'm definitely getting like a lot better. If you look like my older content, like dude, if you guys want to have a laugh one day, go look at like either like my Maple story or like my Pokemon Unite content or whatever, and go look at like those videos and like the quality of them and like the way I talk and all that stuff. Go look at that and then go look at what I do now. It's so funny. The difference is so stark. It's so stark. You know what sucks too? Is when I did that stuff, I was actually bigger than I was now. I'm better at making content now. But because I had like a space in those scenes, and I was actually like known in those scenes and stuff like that, I had like a much better position to actually make content, despite the fact that the content was worse quality. But it was also like years ago too, so people weren't used to like having that better quality of content. I do wish, I mean, you can't do anything about it now, like lessons, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Can't do anything about it. If I was able to make like this quality of content or whatever back then or whatever, when I was like actually like more popular or whatever, I'd be giga famous. Pog. And then I would have grown from that point too. It is what it is though. Bro, trying to do this off of memory is weird. It'd be fun to see some Wuwa CC's collab co-op. I was trying to figure out how to do that. Julius actually had an interesting idea. I don't want to leak it though, because it's his idea. But if that could be done, that would be pog. I was trying to think of like other things I could collab on outside of like meta talks too. It'd be fun if this game had shit to do in co-op. I mean, Genshin doesn't really either. Is the problem. But then they still do, like co-op collabs and stuff, right? I mean, I guess Genshin is like very, very slightly more to do. If you like stretch it, I guess. Not really. See, the correct answer is just don't be a Wuwa CC and go play Genshin. And go be a Genshin CC instead and get 30 times the viewers for half the effort. Thoughts? Yeah, the user-generated content is going to be such a big push for content creators. It's actually going to be so good. Wuwa needs to just straight up copy it. Wuwa needs to straight up copy that.
行こう。歴史を感じるね。
It's too good of an idea not to steal.
やっ 任せて。
Turn blocks blue. Turn your mom. That didn't make sense. Dude, I pressed the wrong... Am I trolling? Am I trolling? Am I trolling? Dude, am I trolling? There we go. Cooking stream collab with your favorite character's signature food. Keep changing games until you hit the jackpot. True. I mean, it's part of the reason why I want to try the newer games. Don't get it twisted. Just hope 3.0 is good. Yeah, 3.0 will definitely be like a resurgence for the game. And that could shape like, depending on how 3.0 does, maybe that like shapes how much I play the game too. Because like if 3.0 flops, which I'm hoping it doesn't, obviously. I'm hoping it does extremely well. But if it flops, like, there's not going to be like another big hype push for the game for a long time. So like, if that just like flops and you're not going to be able to make content anymore for the game, or like you're not going to get like any more like boost from content or whatever, like what even is the point of making content in the game then? Putting like however much effort and you just like get nothing out of it. You know what I mean? Whoops. I mean, there's also the Cyberpunk collab, true. That'll be pretty hype when it happens. So it'll be like 3.0 plus the Cyberpunk collab whenever... Have they announced what patch the Cyberpunk collab is going to be? Yeah, when Ananta comes out, that's a good game to do stuff in. There's Do a Night Abyss. That might be popular. We'll see. Chaos Zero Nightmare. I don't know. I feel like Chaos Zero Nightmare is going to be like a niche game. I don't think it'll be that popular. Anniversary and collab. 3.0 and then anniversary and then collab. True. They have a few opportunities. This... Red, green, yellow. 5 head.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so funny that the reason why I like 2.0 exploration is just because it makes it easier to do exploration. Not because the actual exploration itself. I missed one? What am I most looking forward to? Dude, high key, what if I just became a tourist?
事にしないとね。行こう。それ。
Oh.
聞いてみ。軽減せし監獄よ。植物たちね、生きてるんです。
I expect the second anniversary to be as bad as the first. Dude, alright. High key. I do think it's a little bit weird how, like, subdued the reaction was to the Wuwa anniversary. I'm surprised people didn't complain more. Like, there was some complaining up until, like, things, but even, like, post the things, like, people didn't complain that much, which I was really surprised by. Even then, before we got, like, the 30 pulls or whatever, there's a bunch of people, like, saying, like, ah, who gives a fuck? It's super surprising to me. I thought there would be more bitching. This. I have to do the stupid fire things again. The fakeness. Fuck. Why is there like 5 cutscenes there? Dude, this is literally the worst part of exploration. Anniversary is the most hyped time of the year in gachas, so the lack of backlash was appalling to me. Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, obviously there was like a backlash, people were bitching, but there wasn't like that much bitching, which I was surprised. Sana's casket. Alright, I need food. I'm hungry. I've been hungry for a while. I don't know why I'm ignoring it. I'm gonna go get food. Oh, no. Before I get food? Wait for it. I tried. Oh no, one more. I'm not a gambling addict. I'm not a gambling addict. Cap up. This game is pissed. Alright, no, actually though, I need to save for the next banner so I can get better units if we get like 4 stars and stuff. I actually need to save for the next banner. Wait, why did I go to that screen? Alright, I got pissed anyway. It doesn't matter. Alright, anyway. If you haven't already, joined Discord, check the YouTube, hit follow button, blah, blah, blah. I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll do the Genshin non-Christ story. Peace.